Уважаеми гости, остават броени минути до началото на Webit 2019. Моля, аплодисменти. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a couple of minutes, we're going to start the show. Webit 2019.
we are here to create the future. And these discussions must then trickle out to everyone and everywhere.
Webit is enormous. It's a city within a city.
We all want to grow, we all want to learn, and this is the atmosphere where this can happen.
The best thing about Webit is meeting the innovators, the policymakers, the entrepreneurs, and those driving the future.
We come to Webit, we are supported by the amazing organization. We come for free, and we've been shortlisted for awards, and this is a really big one.
There's more than 100 countries here. I don't have to travel to their country. I can just come here to Webit, and then all the countries come to me.
Well, Webit itself is just spectacular. It's a crazy mix of people, from politicians to innovators to engineers to healthcare professionals to financiers and venture capitalists. Wonderful networking that happens here.
We are here to actually write down what the desirable futures for everyone would be and then design them, engineer them and put them in markets.
If you have an idea, a startup, you come here. If you have an existing business, you come here. If you want to succeed on global stage, Webit is the place to come to. And I'm thoroughly enjoying my experience.
It's the openness. I think the people are super friendly.
Europe's future is definitely reinvented here in Sofia at the Webit.
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
Настъпи часът, време е за нашето Webit пътуване в бъдещето.
the moment has finally come for our Webit time travel to the future.
Няма по-подходящ гид за това пътуване от инвеститора и филантроп, а отскоро и посланник на добра воля за дигиталните въпроси на Република България, домакинът ни доктор Пламен Русев, основател и изпълнителен председател на Webit Foundation.
There is no better person to guide us through this trip but the investor and philanthropist and recently appointed Goodwill Ambassador for Digital Affairs of Republic of Bulgaria, founder and executive chairman of Webit Foundation,
Dr. Plamen Rusev.
Wow. Wow. What a nice friends and family gathering we have here. Wow, that's a lot of people. I grew up in the times when in this particular hall, the New Year's shows were recorded. And you know, this young boy in front of the TV, looking at all these shining stars, guitars, singers, rock stars. And I was thinking, maybe I one day, being here at that very stage, it was so cool. And then I realized that I'm not that much for that. I've checked my DNA. It turned out I don't have the DNA for a rock star. It was completely written out. So basically, I lost interest for the show because of the show. And decided that if I use the resources, my personal time, to connect two people on both sides of the Atlantic, or two people on both sides of a street, but they don't know about each other, and help them achieve their dreams. And then they help other people achieve their dreams. That would make a good word of my time. And as we've discussed, people are not born with the intelligence that you all have here in this room. But they are born with one thing that definitely works, their heart. And that's why we've built that community of people from all around the world based on their hearts. Because what we see now in the future is so challenging that only people with the right hearts can really shape the future that we want to build. Not only for us, but also for the planet. And of course, technology turned to be my business and my passion, but it's not technology for technology itself, but it's technology for making people's lives better. Because at the end of the day, why we do everything if not for the people? That's when I started working on my new plan. And actually, there was no plan B. It was only one plan. And that plan was to put my time and efforts and to make sure we bring those great people together. Well, in the meantime, I got married. I got my kids and my children, which I found out it's not us teaching them, it's them giving us the lessons of our lives. And of course, getting married made me a believer, because you know very well that I always say there must be a miracle for a woman like my wife to choose me. And further, we ended up at meeting the people from all around the world in one place. And here I am now, at that very stage of my childhood. And all those thousands of people from all around the world coming here just because we all stand on the shoulders of the giants that are shaping that hopefully better future for all of us. And you will see them during the next few days. You will see amazing people, people of passion, people of great beliefs, people of amazing attitude and big dreams. You will see all of them here in front of you on that very stage. That's because of them that turned Webit into one of the most impactful global gatherings of entrepreneurs, visionaries, and people from different walks of lives, but with a high impact factor. So, after these words, I have nothing else to say, but to say, welcome world, welcome. We have some very important guests here with us. The President of Bulgaria, our beloved patron, the Mayor of Sofia, the European Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society and Chair of the plenary session, the State Secretary of Innovation of Spain, mayors, ministers, your excellencies from all around, special guests who you will see further on that very stage. But above all, we have you. We have all of you coming from all around the world, and you are here in a country established back in the year of 681. And basically, you would say, I mean, what new could happen in a country with a 1,338 years of history? You don't expect that. I mean, you should have seen everything until now. But as people usually say, there is always a first time. And dear ladies and gentlemen, it is the first time today, at that very day, that something absolutely new has happened in our country, in Bulgaria. And that new thing is that for 1,338 years of history, it's for the first time that this city, the city of Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, welcomes people from 120 different countries. How about that for something for a first time in this country? I feel so grateful and so privileged to take advantage of this humbling opportunity to welcome you all, the world's digital elite, the people from the civil society and academia, all of you, to the 11th edition of Webit.Festival Europe 2019. Welcome to the Webit City. Welcome to Sofia, the digital capital. And now, maybe you wonder why we started Webit as we've started. What were these young people doing on that very stage? And they gave us a sign with their torches. And I would like to see further their light in their eyes. So, it's usually the bad news that comes out in the media. You know, Central News always go for bad news. If there is something bad, they're there. But there was an exception, at least in Bulgaria. A month ago, the Bulgarian media was like covered with great stories about one person, a very young gentleman at the age of 6. What he did was quite amazing for all of us, because he was the one that won something that made us all very proud. Normally, you take it as a trivial story if somebody wins mathematics games in Bulgaria, because it's granted that the Bulgarian mathematicians have more gold medals than German and French together, and we are talking about the school mathematicians. So it's taken like normal. Why are you clapping hands? It's normal. But then, there was something different. That particular mathematician turned to be at the age of 6. And he won the Thai Mathematics Olympics golden medal, and being the youngest in this. So I'm so pleased to welcome here the 6-year-old mathematician, Lachozar Tomov. Lacho. Ladies and gentlemen, what is up? What do you think? Какво мислиш? Аз имам син на 8 и още един на 10. I have a son, two sons. I mean, we have sons with my wife, 8 and 10. I want to make it for the protocol, otherwise. Искам да ми кажеш какво закусваш сутрин, за да им давам и на тях такава закуска. I was asking him what he has for breakfast because I want to give the same breakfast to my sons.
Macaroni.
So, okay, we work with the pasta. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to have the stage, this international stage, and all these people in this huge, huge room to show you people like him. Because it's an inspiration, and it proves that nothing is impossible. And I want to show you more of these stories. But before this, I'm sure that his heart is beating like hell. Give him an applause so I can get him out of the stage. Този път ще го направим ли? Hey! The next, here on that stage, we will see a number of very young, bright people. Speaking about inspiration, I've always been inspired by the space. I grew up in my childhood when the moon was no longer something very cool. The cool was Mars. The cool was teleportation. That was cool. And the older I got, the more this filled my, dreams and thoughts, and of course there are great leaders who you will see here at that very stage conquering the space and maybe building the next settlements outside of our beautiful planet. But the highest I've ever managed to go is just below the base camp, trying my way to Everest, if you don't count the 100, 150 to 200 days per year flying on flights. Now, I would like to introduce you people who think differently, even at their age, still studying in a school, in a special school. The school where I studied when I was at their age, in my home city of Varna. Please present you to you, and please give a warm welcome to the winners of the world's most prestigious contest by NASA and the America's National Space Society, the Space Settlement Contest. Dear friends, give a warm welcome and applause to the students from Varna Mathematics School, Dr. Peter Baron. Dajte, či nemamo vreme. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I was not expecting you here by foot, maybe flying, but thanks God that you're here. So you won quite an amazing award.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing award. Tell us more about it.
So, first of all, that's our space city, the place where all of the scientists live. The most important thing about it is that it's in space and it spins around itself. So there's artificial intelligence, artificial gravity within it. Also, it is based on an ancient symbol for knowledge. And it looks amazing, right?
I don't know. Well, okay. So tell me a little bit about what is it. So this is the capsule for the settlement. It should support the life inside, right?
Yeah.
So the internal architecture is meant to provide comfort and relaxation for all the residents. Also, it utilizes a web system which basically layers up as if there are floors, which creates a sense of spatiality and also reinforces the structure of the colony itself.
All right, so what do you think? How many people you can fit in there?
15,000.
15,000?
15,000, yeah.
Wow, so when do you believe this will happen?
In like 100 or 70 years, I guess.
So we all gonna be alive, don't worry. Can I have a space? Can I have something there, like a small?
Yeah, of course, we'll give you a big apartment.
Oh my God, so that's what I call meeting the right people at the right place. Thank you so much. Before you leave, you know, talent is equally distributed all around the world. So we are in Bulgaria, that's why we have great Bulgarian talents, but it's all about cherishing that talent, fostering that talent, building that talent, and I'm so proud now to welcome on that very stage the person who was director of the school when I was a student in that school. Please give a warm welcome of the director of the people who managed to win that particular contest, the director, Mr. Pavlin Petkov. He was my director. I remember Mr. Petkov so much and so deeply because I was the black sheep, always the black sheep. And I went to him in the mathematics school, knocked on the director's door, and I said, "Dear director, I don't want to study anymore. I want to work. I want to get out of the school." I was in 9th grade. I want to get out of the school. I want to start working and studying at the same time. I want to become a private student. And this gentleman, in that age, it was like, how many years back?
Almost a quarter century.
Thank you. It reminds me that I'm mortal. So after 25 years ago, I've asked him to give me that document to become a private student, and he signed it, sent it to the Minister of Education, signed it, and I became the first ever private student in a mathematics school in Bulgaria. Your innovation is really, really inspiring. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, we started a bit late because of weather, because of things that we apologize, so we try to catch up now. As many of you know me, I'm not a protocol person, but I believe in one thing, that every year we have to start with rituals. Rituals that come from ancient times, rituals that come to purify our souls, rituals that were made in order to enlighten us and to give us power to move ahead. Because that's the major thing that we need, pure deeds and making the right steps ahead. So our dear friends started with a ritual, giving us the signal of the light. And we always do this. For 10 years, we start Webit with the symbol of the light. They sent their beams to the world for making it a better place. And we are all here to discuss this during the next 2 days and to make it happen. So, they already shared their light. I am ready to share my light with you. Please, share your lights with all of us. Let's send the beam to the world and show that we are here to send a message. The message of creating a better future for all of us. It's in the times of darkness when we need the guiding light. It is where you lose the road, when you need somebody to give you a hand. May the light lead us, the wisdom to guide us, and the love, beauty, and the happiness to crown our success. Let the light shine out of the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for flying from 120 countries, joining us here to make this world a better place. It wouldn't be possible without every one of you supporting us. It wouldn't be possible without the support of the mayor, without the support of all our partners, without the hundreds of volunteers, without each and everyone's hard work, of course, without the amazing speakers we have here. But for me, it wouldn't be possible without my wife. And I would like to have Aniela now joining me here on that stage. Beyond being my wife, she is the executive director of Webit and member of the board. Ladies and gentlemen, Aniela Ruseva. After these applauses, you can be assured I'm going to have a very nice evening tonight. Well, you have things to say, and I will leave you to do it.
And I'm not that good at the stage like you, so I have here what I want to say because it's important.
You don't want to hear that compliment from your wife, trust me.
Dear Mr. President, dear Miss Commissioner Gabriel, dear Miss Mayor, Your Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear Webiters, coming from 120 countries to our beautiful Sofia, the digital capital. I'm really honored to be here on that stage and to welcome you all here. I'm very hopeful that you will enjoy these 2 days in our beautiful city and you will meet Webit partners, clients, and business opportunities. I'm also hopeful that you will feel the Webit energy and you will go back home not only with new signed contracts and business opportunities, but also with new friends, emotions shared, and that you shall be empowered in the next 2 days to create better, smarter, lighter future, because it all belongs to us, to the people that are changing the world into a better place. And I'm happy to see 15,000 registered of them for Webit for these 2 days coming to Sofia. I'm here on that stage to welcome you all, but I'm here also to say big thank you to all our partners and sponsors that help us to make this into reality. Dear ministers, the governmental support when you're doing something with that level of impact is something that you need, and it's great. And thank you for having you behind us. Dear Miss Mayor, you personally and your amazing team, you are our angels. So I cannot say anything but just big thank you. I will not be more boring to share all the partners that stay behind Webit, but I would love to say big thank you to our official partner, Visa, this year. To our strategic media partner for the past many years, Nova TV and NetInfo. To our exclusive Platinum Startups partner that actually help us bring here, out of 4,000 applied, the best 150 European startups. Thank you, Microsoft. To our gold partners, Generali, IBM Watson, SAP, Live TV Data, and others. To our internet provider, do you all have Wi-Fi? Yes or no? Thank you, Netera. To our cashless partner, MasterCard. Maybe I'll miss some of you, but I'm sure that you'll meet them around for these 2 days at all the stages that we host all the events simultaneously. But I will not miss the people, the teams that have been working for the past months 24/7 to make this miracle happen. Thank you to the people in Right Rental team. I know that if they're not here, they need a little bit to go back home and to sleep, because they have been building Webit City for the past weeks, like non-stop. Thank you, Code Gourmet, that you take care that we all eat delicious food for these days. Thank you to Events and Rental for taking care for each and every detail. And when you make such a production, believe me, there are many details and each one is very important and everything is very urgent. Thank you to all of you that are here, Code Gourmet, thank you VIP Security, thank you to the National Palace of Culture for being our host. Thank you, ETI, Event Team Inclusive. Thank you all, and hope you will all enjoy what we've created for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aniela. And a very special thanks to all of you who she mentioned, and a special person, the Digital Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society, who managed to, and who chaired Webit and the plenary session. I know that she had a very, very important moment. She was just here with us, but we know we are all in election time, so I guess she hurried out of the room and we won't be able to see her that stage. But special thanks to Miss Maria Gabriel. So, thank you. Without further ado, I would like now to invite here on the stage a very special person. A person who has been creating and was working with Webit for so long. A person who has been together with us as a team. And we built what we've built really together. It's a great symbiosis when a wonderful idea receives the host and the welcoming hospitality of a city like Sofia. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly invite here the mayor of Sofia, Mrs. Jordanka Fandakova. Mrs. Fandakova, thank you so much for being with us for so many years. While they're setting up your speaking desk, I appreciate everything that you've done for Webit so far.
Уважаеми господин президент на Република България, уважаеми госпожи и господа министри, народни представители, официални гости, уважаеми участници в 11-то издание на Webit.Festival в София, господин Русев, за мен е огромно удоволствие, че за пореден път мога да бъда на сцената на Webit и да приветствам всички вас с добре дошли в нашия прекрасен град. Вече е традиция градът да събира немалка част от една активна световна общност, чието идеи и енергия движат обществото. Срещи като тази ни позволяват да правим равносметка за постоянния прогрес в сферата на технологиите и да получаваме вдъхновение, както да използваме в решаването на предизвикателствата, които стоят пред нас, най-новите постижения на технологиите. Фестивалът Webit се утвърди като събитието, което събира в нашия град изследователи, предприемачи, инвеститори, както и много стартиращи компании в дигиталния сектор от цял свят. Отново добре дошли на всички вас. Позволете ми да поздравя организаторите, Пламен Русев и целия му екип, за вдъхновението и ентусиазма, които ни предават всяка година. Да благодаря на моя екип, на хората от моя екип, които правят всичко възможно София да бъде добър домакин. Благодарение на всички вас, София се утвърди като дигитална столица на новите пазари. Webit е едно от събитията, които отразяват напредъка на София, който постигаме заедно в трансформирането на столицата ни. Именно от нашите умения, мотивация и работа зависи отключването на потенциала, с който столицата ни разполага, и той съвсем не е малък. Видяхме младите хора, да, те са от Варна, но в България навсякъде има много талантливи млади хора. Аз искам да поздравя всички таланти в нашия град, благодарение на които инвеститорите идват тук, в София. Те идват именно заради хората, заради подготвените, мотивирани и талантливи хора. София е успешен град и никога не съм била по-уверена в това, защото съм на тази сцена и виждам енергията, волята и мотивацията да бъдете най-добрите и да направите най-доброто. Аз вярвам, че технологиите ни помагат да решаваме всички предизвикателства, които стоят пред нас, но вярвам, че не технологиите, а хората, които чертаят новите пътища, са тези, които ни променят и чието мечти стигат винаги нови хоризонти. София показа, че е дом на една активна световна общност, чието идеи и енергия движат и нас, и целия свят напред. Важно е да не забравяме пътя, от който сме тръгнали, който сме извървяли, за да стигнем до днес, като уверено говорим за иновациите, които предприемчивите хора създават в София. За да ги окуражим, ние се фокусираме на задачи. Първата – развитие на силна икономика, подобряване на инфраструктурата и, разбира се, най-важната – умения за новата дигитална реалност. Днес София е по-конкурентна от всякога в привличане на повече от половината чуждестранни инвестиции в страната. През последните години голяма част от тях са насочени към високотехнологични производства, индустрии и дейности с висока добавена стойност. Заедно с това продължаваме да развиваме цялата инфраструктура, включително и дигиталната. Но най-важното, отново ще кажа, това са уменията. Това са уменията на хората да създават и да работят в дигитална среда. За мен е особено важно да подкрепяме младите хора, да подкрепяме стартиращите компании. Затова съм щастлива, че през последната година успяхме да създадем няколко важни инструмента за това. Всички ще имате възможност да се запознаете с новите програми на Столичната община, заедно с нашите структури, на щандовете, които са подредени пред залата. Само ще кажа, че новата ни програма Акселератор Стартъп София привлече 46 идеи, 46 млади компании, 13 от тях спечелиха пилотния проект и ще бъдат представени утре на щанда на Инвест София. Заповядайте! За нас е истинско удоволствие, че всички вие сте тук, че енергията на софийските предприемачи се събира заедно с енергията на нашите гости от цялата страна и от целия свят. Добре дошли! Успех на 11-то издание на Webit.Festival!
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure and honor to invite here on the stage the European Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society, Mrs. Maria Gabriel. Welcome. It's an honor to have you with us.
Welcome in Sofia, welcome in Bulgaria. Уважаеми господин президент, уважаема госпожо кмет, уважаеми господин министър, министри, скъпи Пламен, организатори и гости на най-специалното събитие Webit. Най-напред искам от все сърце да благодаря за това, че отново за втори път имам изключителното удоволствие да бъда сред вас. Защото да, последните 2 години пътувах много в Европа. Бях на много събития, посветени на цифровите технологии. Но позволете ми да споделя нещо с вас. Има нещо специално в Webit. Всички можем да почувстваме тази положителна енергия, която събира хиляди хора от всякъде, за да работим всички заедно за нашето цифрово бъдеще. И това е наистина вдъхновяващо. Разбира се, като български гражданин съм горда, че енергията от тук събраните участници, инфлуенсъри, предприемачи и политици се случва в моята родина, в страна, която толкова много обичаме и с която се гордеем. Радвам се, че София, дигиталната столица, е домакин на най-добрите експерти, вперили поглед в бъдещето, но най-вече изпълващи го със съдържание и с ползи за всеки един от нас. Защото да, цифрова Европа е много повече от отделни точки Германия, Финландия, Испания, Словения, Полша, България. За мен, като комисар, изграждането на цифровата трансформация, така че тя да обхваща всички европейски страни, е един от най-важните приоритети. И Webit конкретно нагледява този европейски модел. Защото, позволете ми да си припомним една от фразите на Жан Моне, вдъхновителя на декларацията на Шуман от 9 май 1950 година. Той казва: нищо не е възможно без хората. Те са основният двигател на Европа. А Webit не би бил възможен без неговият екип и перфектната организация. Затова искам да благодаря на Пламен Русев за почти свръхчовешката енергия и интелигентност, за забележителното му усещане за прозорливост, за неговата неуморимост и най-вече за голямото му сърце. България наистина може да се гордее, че има такъв посланник на нашето общо цифрово бъдеще. Дами и господа, за мен е чест и днес с вас да използвам възможността, за да споделя къде е Европа. Европа отбеляза значителен напредък последните 2 години по отношение на цифровата трансформация. Познавате ме като човек, който обича да гледа към бъдещето, не само да се осланя на постигнатото в миналото. Но днес е един прекрасен повод да си кажем, че се гордеем с постигнатото през последните 2 години по отношение на цифровия единен пазар, на европейския цифров единен пазар. Премахваме ненужни бариери. 28 от 30 законодателни предложения са приети. Работихме за край на роуминга, подобряване на свързаността, електронната търговия, защита на данните и свободното им движение, авторското право, киберсигурността, електронното управление. Не се задоволихме само с страните от Европейски съюз. Засилихме и ще продължаваме да го правим сътрудничеството с страни извън Европа. Затова искам и на тях да им благодаря, че днес отново сме тук, за да можем заедно да градим цифровото си бъдеще. Това ми се иска да продължаваме да правим и с Западните Балкани, и с другите ни партньори, за които последните години отбелязваме съществен напредък. Но гледайки напред, искам да се съсредоточа върху 3 основни акцента. Първо, в Европа е налице подем на нови инвестиции в цифровите технологии. И ето няколко цифри. На европейско равнище през 2018 година повече от 25 милиарда евро рисков капитал са инвестирани в европейски дружества. Това е повече от 5 пъти сумата, инвестирана преди 5 години. Това не е само количествено измерение. Технологичният пейзаж еволюира и в качествено измерение. Spotify, Aiden, Farfetch, Elastic – това бяха 4-те дружества, чието първично публично предлагане бе оценено на над 5 милиарда долара първия ден на котиране миналата година. А в световен мащаб Европа финансира 3 от 10-те най-големи технологични първични публични предлагания. И ако разгледаме първата половина на 2019 година, мога само да се радвам с това, че отбелязваме отново ръст. Повече от 7,3 милиарда евро са инвестирани в иновативни технологични компании. Това е рекордно 3-месечие с някои много положителни примери. N26, Relax, Doctolib, от здравеопазване до банкови транзакции. Това, което мен ме радва, е, че говорим за нашите, европейските шампиони. Знаем, че трябва още повече. Искаме в този контекст да се радваме на добро приложение на предложената от мен нова програма на Европейския съюз Цифрова Европа. 9 милиарда евро, за да кажем, няма държава членка, която може да се справи сама в областта на изкуствения интелект, на киберсигурността, на високите цифрови умения. Затова е важно заедно с вас да направим така, че тази програма да носи полза на всяка държава и на всяка общност в нея. Второ, ние сме в началото на поредицата от възможни дигитални сътресения. В световен мащаб компаниите усвояват силата на цифровите услуги. Изкуствен интелект, машинно обучение, блокчейн. Всичко това, за да стимулираме растежа, за да създаваме работни места, да се повиши производителността на работната сила и усъвършенстваме продуктите, които да стават все по-достъпни за хората. Трябва да гарантираме, че и Европейски съюз ще бъде готов за тази трансформация. Не започваме от нулата. И сега финансираме проекти в областта на блокчейна. Видяхме в изложението колко силна застъпена е тази тема. Но в общ план имаме нужда от повече. Третата ми констатация е по отношение на политиките, които помагат на предприятията да се разрастват. Защото да, за да се разрастват европейските предприятия, са необходими амбициозни основатели, отдадени таланти, достъп до капитал и достъп до пазарите. Знаете и привързаността ми към темата за цифровите умения. Нашата задача е да гарантираме, че тези предприятия имат най-високи шансове за успех в Европа. Затова инициативи като Startup Europe и цифровия единен пазар са нашият отговор, за да отговорим на тези предизвикателства. Иска ми се наистина да не са само Zalando и Spotify. И за това е необходимо повече хармонизиране на политиките на европейско ниво. Дами и господа, Европа може да се върне, може да си върне лидерското място в технологиите, ако се концентрираме върху 3 основни елемента – екосистеми, талант и платформи. Да започнем с таланта. Цитатът на Жан Моне звучи по-актуално от всякога. Успехът на Европа зависи от нейните граждани. Както всички знаете, в момента всички говорят за недостиг на таланти. И през последните 2 години се радвам, че убедих и колегите си в Европа тази тема да стои високо в дневния ред. Защото най-силният актив на Европа са нейните таланти. Затова знаем, бъдещето ни ще бъде предопределено от способността да инвестираме в образование, да модернизираме и подобрим образователната ни система и дадем на всеки европейски гражданин необходимите умения, за да работим за Европа, която включва, а не Европа, която изоставя зад борда, за да можем нашите таланти да ги задържим тук и в Европа. Много важен втори елемент – публично-частни иновативни екосистеми. Знаем всички колко важни са стартиращите екосистеми. Много често сме говорили с министъра на Испания Франциско Поло за това. Знаем обаче, че днес голяма част от случващото се в Европа се случва в едва 5 държави, в едва няколко центъра. Ето защо ми е толкова важна подкрепата и работата с университетите, с националните и местните власти, за да може стартиращи общности около събития като тези, като Webit, да могат наистина да ускорят създаването на наситена и истинска европейска екосистема, която да може да стимулира културата на предприемачеството, да може да дава технологии, които носят полза на хората. Иска ми се да имаме стартиращи компании, нови продукти навсякъде в Европа. И накрая става дума за изграждане на глобални онлайн цифрови платформи. Днес и занапред цифровизацията е организирана около големи онлайн платформи, които контролират достъпа на потребителите до онлайн света. Колко от нас общуват във Фейсбук, пазаруват от Амазон, ежедневно търсят Google, гледат филми в Netflix, изтеглят приложение чрез iOS Store и слушат музика в Spotify. Само една от тези платформи е европейска. Това е едно от нашите най-големи предизвикателства. Сред 20-те най-големи световни цифрови компании нито на една не е европейска. И само 8 европейски компании са сред първите 200. Превръщането на европейските платформи в глобални лидери трябва да бъде един от основните акценти на нашата бъдеща европейска индустриална политика. За това ще са нужни инвестиции, научно-изследователска дейност, правилно регулиране на онлайн платформите, подходящи вътрешни и външни политики, които да гарантират реципрочност, световните инвестиции и търговия. И когато говорим за платформи, правото на неприкосновеност е от съществено значение. Длъжни сме да претворим ценностите на Европа в цифровото развитие. Необходими са повече усилия за защита на свободата на изразяване, на демокрацията, да насърчим етичен изкуствен интелект и създадем атмосфера на доверие на хората, на потребителите в технологиите. Това е, което направихме с защитата на личните данни, това е, което започнахме да правим с етичните насоки относно използването на изкуствения интелект. Дами и господа, в заключение заедно тая надеждата, че ще върнем Европа сред водещите технологични лидери в света. Това зависи от нашата готовност да създадем най-подходящата правна среда в областта на цифровите технологии. Успехът е в ръцете на всеки един от нас. По-точно успехът е в нашия ум, в нашата положителна енергия. За тези, които са футболни фенове и следят Шампионската лига, как да не бъдем впечатлени от вярата, енергията и решимостта на Ливърпул да се изправи след трудната първа битка срещу Барселона и все пак да спечели с 4-0 след първоначалната загуба от 0-3. Каква победа и какъв треньор! Треньор, който може да каже на отбора си няколко минути преди матча: вие сте изправени пред почти невъзможна задача. Но защото сте вие, мисля, че победата е възможна. Искам да ви предам същото послание на увереност. Европа е изправена пред много предизвикателства, липсват и големи платформи, може би трудно се адаптираме или сме обезкуражени от негативно мислене и царящо недоволство. Но никога не трябва да се предаваме. Вярвам, че сме способни да имаме световни шампиони от Европа. Вярвам, че можем да изградим изкуствен интелект, насочен към човека. И се надявам, че всички заедно още по-силно ще утвърдим нашите демократични ценности. Както казва професорът от Харвард Клейтън Кристенсен, иноваторите се нуждаят от голяма доза вяра. Те трябва да се доверяват на интуицията си, че работят по една велика идея. Нека работим заедно за изграждането на тази идея. Изграждане на по-човешка, по-конкурентно способна, по-сигурна и демократична Европа. Благодаря на всеки един от вас, участниците в Webit, че допринасяте за това. Благодаря ви от сърце.
I have the pleasure now to introduce somebody of high importance after this inspiration speech by Commissioner Gabriel. We have, the only way this could happen is through all our partners and friends that support us. And the next speaker is here to give a welcome address as he is the official partner of Webit.Festival Europe 2019. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Bill Gaida, who is Global Head Strategic Partnerships and Innovation, Visa Inc. Bill, thank you so much for your support. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Mr. President, Madam Mayor, Madam Commissioner, distinguished guests, and everybody at this year's Webit.Festival, I want to say how delighted we are at Visa to be the head sponsor for this year's event. You know, we've been involved with Webit since it started 11 years ago, but we were really able to increase our support this year to be the main corporate sponsor. And when you take a look at what happened with this event, what's happening in the city of Sofia, what's happening in this region, it should be no surprise. Let's start with the event. If you think about this event 11 years ago and today, 120 countries represented, it's gone from being a regional event to a European event to now truly a global event. And I think that's a tribute to the team here, the founders who've done all this work. 15,000 people exploring virtually every aspect of innovation and the emergence of new digital technologies. And so again, our hats off to Webit, and we're delighted to be a partner for this year. If you take a look at Sofia in Bulgaria, you know, it's a very fast-growing and emerging payments market, still a lot of cash here, so a lot of potential to digitize commerce in this market. But it's also becoming a hub for emerging fintech. You know, we traditionally think about London and Berlin and Paris and places like Stockholm, but increasingly markets like Sofia are turning out young entrepreneurs and gaining investment in areas of digital commerce and fintech, companies like Payhawk, et cetera, that Visa has supported. And so we continue to look at this city and this market as important for us as we develop our own fintech capabilities. And then if you take a look at this region, for Visa, Bulgaria is part of a region that we call Southeastern Europe, a cluster of 9 markets. It will be for Visa in Europe the fastest growing region for the next several years. A tremendous opportunity, again, because of the amount of cash that we can displace. The number of new players are coming in, the advent and the distribution of contactless payments, what's happening in transport. And so again, we see Southeastern Europe as very exciting for Visa. So again, on behalf of Visa, we'd like to welcome everyone to this year's Webit.Festival, and thank you so much for all your support, and we're delighted to be the sponsor this year. Enjoy the show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. I look forward to your keynote, literally in a couple of minutes. And now I have something special to announce to all of you here in that very room. It's been a long process, and Webit has been built here 11 years ago. Then Webit moved to Istanbul, bringing a global ecosystem there, and then further opened Dubai and Singapore and India. Last year, we have launched something which was a very special project, which was to select another light in Europe where Webit to move next as an opportunity. Webit is something that we have been building so many years, changing the ecosystems, building value for everybody. And at that very moment, we were very humble, announcing globally, that European-wise, that Webit 2020, the festival one, and of course, the one that is the European edition, is open for an opportunity to see new hosts. It was humbling for us to receive 27 cities bidding for becoming the host of Webit. It was humbling for us to see the light of so many places coming towards us. I was told by our consultants that even the Olympic Games didn't have that many applications from European cities, starting from London, through Tel Aviv, from Madrid, Valencia, Budapest, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, even cities between the countries competing. It was a very tough process for us because we had to be very much on the point so that you don't want these amazing cities to feel any, turbulence. You want to make it smooth for all of them, keep the respect factor for everybody. It was an unexpected experience. But at the end of the day, we know it now. We've done it, and we were humbled by the interest. There were 5 selected at the final round, and 1 is the winner. And today, I have the honor and pleasure to request here on stage the mayor of Sofia, who is the patron of this event and will always be for our local edition, the mayor of Sofia, Mrs. Vandakova. Mrs. Vandakova, I'm giving you this. I just removed something because I wanted to keep it blank here. I will put it later on because I don't want the camera to see it. It's a very special moment for us because everything you've done for Webit helped us grow bigger and bigger. And we will continue shining here in this light in this city. But a new light is given now to Europe. And I'm very proud and honored to request here the pleasure and announcing the winner, the city of Valencia. We have here the pleasure at the stage, the Secretary of State of Valencia, Mr. Polo, and the Deputy Mayor of Spain, and the Deputy Mayor of Valencia, Mrs. Gomez. So, congratulations. We look forward to an amazing, beautiful, as fruitful and successful cooperation as we have here, and even more. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, this is Miss Mayor. Maybe we should give it to them. Or no. Thank you. Well, please.
Good morning, dober den. Thank you very much in name of Valencia for this opportunity. Thank you for Mr. Plamen, Rusev. Thank you very much. Thank you to the ecosystem, regional governments, and thank you to the Spanish government. I want to say that we are ready for the Webit.Festival 2020. Welcome to Valencia and Blagoderia.
Thank you.
Good morning, Webiters. I wanted to say, well, first, thank you to the President, thank you to the Mayor, authorities, and all of you, innovators, entrepreneurs, investors. I couldn't say if I'm more excited as an entrepreneur, you know I'm an entrepreneur, or honored as a Secretary of State to host the next Webit Festival in Valencia next year. As you probably know, Valencia is full of light, and you'll see there. It's also an amazing city next to the sea, and it's also a vibrant startup ecosystem in Spain, also very well connected to Madrid and Barcelona, who are also new ecosystems in Europe. I wanted to congratulate Webit Foundation for this amazing event and for gathering more than 10,000 people here in Sofia. I'm sure that we're going to gather even more next year in Valencia, and we're going to be the perfect partner to have a bigger and bigger and bigger celebration here in Europe. I just wanted to also say that it's not only the election of Valencia that is absolutely great, but also the election of Spain. Spain wants to become, and it's going to become, the next startup nation in the world. We're going to attract talent all over the world. We're going to attract investors. We're going to develop and also invite entrepreneurs from across the world to come to Spain and start their own companies, and as some of us did in the past. And we want to turn government as an ally for entrepreneurs all across the world. We want to also turn Spain into the next startup nation, but we don't want to do it in a way that has been seen before. We want to do it in a very innovative way. We want to be the next place for innovation in the world, and we want to do it leaving no one behind. Because we, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, we are at the forefront of the cutting edge of innovation, and we need to remind ourselves that not everyone has the same opportunity, and we want to foster this new startup nation, as I said, leaving no one behind. So, looking forward to see all of you next year in Webit Festival Valencia 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We look forward to the sun. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Webit light will continue shining in the digital capital of the world here. And the president of this place honored us with his presence. I have the pleasure and honor to invite somebody who made such a big impact on me at the moment I met him a couple of years ago. He was just elected for a president, but he was not a president yet. And there was another president, Mr. Plevniliev, and both of them agreed on something that no one else has done before. Both of them signed document and made sure that Bulgaria is able to show how united it is when it comes to building the future together. Since that very moment, the President of Bulgaria, Mr. Radev, definitely won my heart for thinking ahead. So, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for honoring us. Please join us on the stage. The President of Bulgaria, Mr. Rumen Radev.
Уважаеми господин Русев, уважаема госпожо кмет на София, уважаема госпожо еврокомисар, уважаеми представители на държавни институции, ваши превъзходителства, скъпи гости и организатори. Има събития, които остават в историята с своята значимост. Има и такива, които отварят вратите към бъдещето със своята прозорливост. Има и други, които оставят дълбок емоционален отпечатък и въздействие върху светоусещането на всички участници. Webit е всичко това. Всички ние в тази зала днес имаме уникалния шанс заедно да погледнем в бъдещето. Виждаме как само за едно десетилетие Webit се превърна от дигитално и техно събитие в глобален форум и флагман на иновациите, предприемачеството и новите технологии по света. За нас, българите, освен всичко, Webit е и гордост. Не само защото е български патент, не само защото наложи София като дигитална столица и утвърждава все повече България като регионален лидер в иновациите, информационните технологии, стартиращите компании, но и защото Webit доказа нещо много важно, че в областта на иновациите вече няма малки и големи държави, а има държави с амбиции за успех и каузи за проспериращо бъдеще. Че има успех там, където иновациите намират подкрепа в обществото, в местната власт и изпълнителната власт. Искам специално да поздравя организаторите в лицето на господин Русев за огромния успех да привлекат хиляди участници от 120 държави. За нас е удоволствие да бъдем ваши гости, домакини, в ролята ви на гости на това забележително събитие. Възползвайте се от визитата си в България и срещите с нашите млади и талантливи хора. Възползвайте се от възможностите за взаимодействие и коопериране с българските компании, които се превърнаха в пример за иновативност, гъвкавост и ефикасност. Знам, че иновациите и информацията ще бъдат в фокуса на това събитие, както и дълбоката трансформация на нашите общества в резултат на новите технологии. Искам само да заостря вашето внимание върху сложността на тези процеси и ефектите от дигитализацията. Силната конкуренция и все по-дълбокото проникване на технологиите в всички сфери на обществения живот налагат все повече скоростта като основен приоритет при разработването на новите продукти, особено в дигиталната сфера. Времето от възникването на дадена идея до нейното претворяване в реалния живот се скъсява драматично. И въпреки този огромен натиск за скорост, разработчиците не трябва да забравят нещо много важно, че алгоритмите и софтуера, които се разработват днес, ще влияят върху ценностите и върху формирането на моделите за обществено поведение утре, особено в младите хора. Това е огромна отговорност. И тя изисква да мислим все повече за етиката в иновациите. И това е една от големите заслуги на Webit. да събира на едно място всички хора, от които зависи този сложен процес. Предприемачи, разработчици, иноватори, учени, журналисти, политици. And finally, I would like to address our foreign friends. I'm sure that this forum will prove that there is no limit to success when all of us share common values for the good of our common future. Wishing you every success. I truly hope that you, the foreign participants, will take your time and enjoy staying in our beautiful country, and will take advantage of working together with your Bulgarian counterparts. Don't miss the chance, and good luck to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Bulgaria, Mr. Rumen Radev. Now, I officially announce Webit Open. We start with challenging keynotes, with amazing innovations on that very stage. You will see some truly inspirational things. And we, of course, continue with our official press conference. Now, I'll be happy to welcome on that stage, again, back Mr. Bill Gaida. Thank you all. Let's have great 2 days together.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that Webit 2019 is officially open,
I have to say that's a better introduction than I get for most of my presentations. So we've had the welcomes now, and again, I want to thank everyone for being here. But what I wanted to do for a few minutes is talk a little bit about Visa's journey through innovation. As most of you know, there's been an unprecedented amount of change in the payments and the commerce industry. And I think as we are halfway through that journey, some of the lessons we've learned, some of the key themes that we look at have a lot of relevance for everybody in this room, regardless of how you're focusing on innovation, which industry you're in, what stage of evolution. And so I'll talk a little bit about Visa, but mostly what I want to talk about is how we think about the commerce landscape today and how we've had to adapt to what is an unprecedented amount of change in our industry. And I think that's analogous to a lot of what's going on in all the industries that are going to be discussed at this year's Webit.Festival. But before I talk about our innovation journey, I just want to talk for a few minutes about where it started. If you think about what's happened in commerce over the last 5 to 10 years, there's been a bringing together, this convergence of changes in consumer behaviors, changes in regulation, and changes in technology that has forever changed the landscape for payments and commerce in Europe, but around the world. First, if you start with what's happened in terms of consumers, the ubiquity of mobile devices and tablets and smart devices and Amazon Echoes and virtual reality and augmented reality and blockchain have put more control and more expectations in consumers' hands than ever before. And so when we think about what's happened with payments, we kind of got to decide on the evolution of plastic and then the chip and the acceptance devices. But because consumers expect from payments the same experience they have from social media or enterprise applications or music or gaming, we've had to adapt as an industry to these changing consumer expectations. If you take a look at the changes in technology, we're seeing a continued acceleration of new technologies, many of which didn't look like they were going to affect commerce, but they all have. Right? So it's not just smartphones and the ability to put a Visa card digitally on your phone. It's people have expectations about making payments in a virtual reality or an augmented reality situation. They have expectations about building payments into a wearable so they don't have to have their phone, never mind their wallet, when they go out. So the technology that is driving innovation and change in commerce is accelerating at a rate that we've never seen before. And then the last thing that's changed in this convergence is the role of regulation. It's particularly acute here in Europe with PSD2, the regulation that both drives innovation. They've forced the banks to open up their networks, expose APIs to allow startups and young companies to get people's payment information and account information with their permission. But at the same time, they've reinforced the role of security through strong customer authentication, or what we call two-factor authentication on many transactions. So on the one hand, we have regulators around the world who actually want to drive cash out of the system. They want more transparency, they want more security for payments, they want more global connectivity, and that really helps us as a payments ecosystem. But at the same time, they demand it have more and more security and provide a more and more open ecosystem. And so we're trying to balance those efforts as well. So the landscape that we have in payments is similar, I think, to the landscape that many of you have in your industries. It's the role of technology, the changing tastes of the consumer, and the role of regulation. So if that's where we start in terms of the things that are driving change in our industry, for the next few minutes, I want to talk about 4 or 5 things that have shaped Visa's view about innovation, and hopefully they'll have some relevance in the industries you're working in. The first thing that we look at is that we've got to completely change the way we think about payments. I mean, at its core, regardless of all these changes, security is at the center. And the good news is, every mode of payment is more secure than the last one. Chip was better than Magstripe. Contactless is better than chip. What we're doing now using mobile location and device ID and biometrics is better than the first technologies on phone. And so security continues to get better as we innovate with payments. But at the same time, consumers also want simplicity in payments. They want the networks and the banks and the technology players in our industry to work out all of the complexity, and payments can be complex. They want it simple. And so if you take a look at a lot of the innovation that's going on in our industry today with all of these neobanks or new payment players, they're taking age-old experiences, loaning money, looking up prices for goods, opening up a bank account, getting a mortgage, and they're driving through technology an unprecedented amount of simplicity. And so that's one of the focuses that we have for Visa as well. And then the third one is it's got to be seamless. As I said earlier, people expect from payments the same kind of seamless experience they get from gaming. They want to go from the large screen to the Nintendo Switch to their mobile phone, and they want to pick up right where they left off. That's their expectation. And they want the same thing from payments. So balancing through our innovation program, and I think for all of you, security at the core, but then these customer expectations of creating new seamless and increasingly simple services so that we address all the complexity in the background. And so that's been one cornerstone of our innovation approach. A second one is we've learned through this process the power of partnerships. I mean, Visa's been a relatively successful company for most of our 60-year history, but if you take a look at it, until very recently, we were a closed network. I mean, it was a very large closed network, 40 million merchants, 23,000 banks, 3 billion cardholders, but you really only got invited if you were a Visa license holder and a direct kind of physical connection. That's how we drove security. We made up the rules for the scheme and the way it worked. And it provided a high level of security and consistency around the world. I mean, the magic of Visa is I can arrive in Sofia and I can go to a restaurant like I did last night, and I put my Visa card down, and I'm completely secure that my payment is protected, and so is the merchant, and we've never met each other before. I mean, the magic of payments is the ability for strangers to conduct commerce with complete security. But if you take a look at it, then when we looked at all the technology and consumer demands, we couldn't be that closed network anymore. We had to open up to new platform providers. The group I started 7 years ago, Strategic Partnerships, was all because we realized that it wasn't just the banks and the networks. It was the Apples and the Googles and the Stripes and the Microsofts and the Facebooks and the Ubers that were increasingly driving commerce. And so another thing that we learned in this innovation journey that I think is relevant for everybody here is the closed ecosystems, the closed approach, the proprietary technology doesn't work. And so we've focused on partnerships in a way that's unprecedented as part of this innovation mentioned, but increasingly it's focusing on startups, emerging fintechs. You know, we probably look at Visa through our venture program at 300 to 400 companies a year around the world and are accelerating the rate at which we make investments in startups or incubate or accelerate. And so when we think about partnerships at Visa, it's small and large. The other thing that we realized when we looked at Visa as part of our innovation journey is that because of technology, we have the ability to create a network that is as global and as seamless and as large an ecosystem as we ever have. If you take a look at Visa, as I said, we've been very successful, but outside of Western Europe and the United States and Canada, some markets in Asia, it's really been focused on the wealthy and the traveler. Right? If you think about it, Visa was accepted everywhere, but in a lot of markets, other than the ones I've just mentioned, it was really at hotels and restaurants and department stores as opposed to this broad acceptance. But now with technology, we're able to deepen our ecosystem so an occasional merchant, the gardener, our babysitter, can now accept Visa payments on his or her phone. We can go into our parts of East and West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, where there hasn't been acceptance, and because of low-cost acceptance, really drive the size and the shape of the ecosystem to get to the people that are unbanked or underbanked, to get to the people who have to use cash but don't want to, because in many markets cash is expensive and it can actually be dangerous, and they want the security and the convenience of digital payments, and we weren't able to provide it. So when we think about our innovation journey as well, I think the fourth thing we thought about was how we can harness this technology, not just to create that simplicity and that customer experience and the security, but expand the role of the ecosystem. And I'll just give you one example. 5 years ago, we started working what we called mobile point of sale. These low-cost point of sale devices that weren't tied to fixed telecommunications, they weren't tied to fixed electricity, and they allowed almost anybody to accept payments in their hands, tied to a mobile phone. Well, it took us 50 years to where we would say, or 55 years to where we'd say there's 40 million places you can use your Visa card. And now it's 55 million, and it's growing, that's in 5 years, and it's growing millions every year because we've untethered acceptance and been able to provide it in places that would never be able to accept cards before. And so that's just one example of how we're trying to build the ecosystem as a key part of our innovation agenda. Well, I'll go back. I think the other thing that we learned when we looked at this innovation agenda is just generally, culturally, how we had to become open for business. You know, if you thought about Visa, there was a lot of payments people with a long time experience in Visa that really knew our rules really well, really understood our relationships with the banks really well, started to understand our relationships with the merchants. And what we realized, and I think this is a message for everybody, is we really had to retool our talent inside Visa and able to take advantage of all the changes that were going on in the ecosystem. If you look at us now, you know, we're hiring people that are expert in agile development, people that are API natives and digital first, people that are classic design school trained in human-centered design and design school thinking. You know, these are talents that we wouldn't even thought about kind of 6 or 7 years ago at Visa, and they've really now become the cornerstone of our innovation agenda. We've also realized that we have to promote ourselves as increasingly a technology company, not a payments company. And we are. At our core, we're a technology company. So in the last 4 or 5 years, we've opened up innovation centers in London, in San Francisco, in Singapore, in Dubai, in Buenos Aires, in Sao Paulo, in Berlin. We're looking at one in Paris. We're looking at one in Istanbul, because we realize that in order to harness all of the innovation that's going on in markets that are large and that markets that are small, we need centers where people can come and experience Visa, take a look at our own APIs, develop on top of them so that we can continue to expand the shape and the scope of the ecosystem. And so at Visa, you know, when we think about our innovation journey, I'll say that we're halfway through it. It's never ending, but if you take a look at the real acceleration that we focused on, it's been 5 years, and I think we've probably got another 5 to go, to really retool our talent, to continue to look at innovative startups that can help us, to broaden our partnerships that I talked about. We've made a good progress, but every day there's new partners that we need to take a look at it and develop these relationships with, to continue to change our mindset from a very large closed loop to this company that's open for business for a broad range of ecosystem players. And last thing I'll say is, for a lot of you out there, when you think about your businesses, except for the fintechs here, and I know every year there's more and more fintechs, commerce may not be the focus of your business, but at some point, taking advantage of the innovation in commerce and the drive to these new consumer experiences, or how we roll out broader acceptance, it will become a part of your strategy. If you're going to be successful, commerce will become part of your strategy. And increasingly, I talk to companies who didn't think they were in the commerce business, and then 2 or 3 years into their startup journey, they realize that commerce isn't just about accepting payments, it's strategic to the growth of their company. So again, I just wanted to spend a few minutes to talk about how Visa thinks about innovation, some of the challenges we've encountered along our journey. As I said, we're halfway through it, and hopefully provide some insights that we can all think about as we kind of retool ourselves to take advantage of changes in technology and consumer expectation and all the developments that we see here. So again, on behalf of Visa, thanks again for attending this event. I know you'll hear from more of my colleagues over the next 2 days. Delightful to be here in Sofia, and enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you very much.
He is the Chief Executive Officer of Airbus Defense and Space, and a member of Airbus Executive Committee, and a member of the Young Global Leader class of the World Economic Forum. Please put your hands together for Mr. Dirk Hoek.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. And many of you might have asked yourself why a company like Airbus is in a digital conference. And I can tell you, like many other industries, also aerospace is in the middle of a digital transformation. So just to give you an idea, in the next 8 to 10 years, we have to replace 55,000 people out of 135,000. And of course, these young people that will join us, they're mostly Generation Y and Z, and we look at, of course, also a lot of new skills. It doesn't mean that we will give up our traditional platform business, but we are in the middle of a transformation. And if you look at that, our world is changing, and I think it has accelerated, especially after the introduction of the iPhone in 2007. But we also see that a lot of our people are scared of the fast change that we experience everywhere. At least I can tell you, when I joined Airbus in 2016, and I was talking about starting to develop more platforms, my people thought I'm talking about aircrafts, because in the Airbus language, a platform is an aircraft. When they understood that I'm talking about software platforms, they were scared that I would redirect research and development money from hardware platform to software platforms, and that they would have less to develop their products and systems. This is not the case. But what we didn't do in the past, we didn't use the unique data that our systems and platforms generate to generate additional digital services. And this is something that we are currently exploring, and as you might have seen, only 10 days ago, we went live in Berlin with a new startup called Up42. It's a digital platform for geoinformation. 1.5 years ago, we went live with a startup called Airbus Aerial, where we combine satellite data and drone data in order to provide digital services for customers
especially for like insurances, oil and gas, and many other industries. So we're currently in the midst of a transformation. But we use digital tools, of course, in all areas of our business. We use virtual reality, not only in order to test different passenger experiences in different cabin demonstrations. We also use it in our factories in order to do the checking on our manufacturing. We use them in order to help our people to put the bolts at the right place, to do the checking, the quality controls. So we use all kinds of virtual reality tools already in our manufacturing process. But of course, it's also very relevant in order to test all kinds of new passenger experiences for the future. So how to make it more lively and more comfortable for the passenger to be on a long-haul flight. We also use a lot of manufacturing tools in order to be more fuel efficient. At the end, it's all about ensuring that we reduce our CO2 emissions. And as we still have the thumbs of rule, where rule of thumbs where we see that the passenger flights double every 15 years, we have to contribute to make flights more efficient and less fuel consumption. This is an example also coming from nature, where we use bionic structures in order to reduce the weight. And of course, this is only possible with the new calculation tools that we have in place, and also using digital twins in our PLM process in order to develop new structures for the aircraft body. But also looking in the mid and long-term future, we have to look at hybrid and electrical flights. How can we ensure that we overcome the burden of burning fossil fuels and go into a world where we can be towards electrical flying? This is today still very limited by the battery quality, but we believe with steps through hybrid, we will be in the mid and long term be able to fly fully electric. We have demonstrated that already with the EFAN, a small two-passenger aircraft, but here you can see the next step of our development in our cooperation with Rolls-Royce and Siemens in order to develop a larger aircraft with hybrid propulsion in order to be less fuel consumption. What we also do is we look at how we can optimize aircraft operations. So we help airlines to do predictive and preventive maintenance by analyzing all the data that our aircraft generate. And an aircraft like the A350 already today generates tons of data, and we have on an A350 something like 250,000 sensors in order to collect data, to provide us information about all the different sense systems on board. And this is something that we now are able to use with the airlines in order to optimize their maintenance service and the aircraft on the ground, which is very relevant for the aircraft operators. This is something we try in Singapore. Today it's still very much limited by the speed of regulation, because of course when you look at different drone operations like drone surveillance, when you look at last mile cargo delivery, when you look at air passenger taxis, the problem is regulation, how to fly in cities. So we tested in cities where we get a lot of support, and this is a demonstration that we currently do in Singapore, where we do shippings from the land towards the vessels in a 3-kilometer range, fully autonomous in a defined air corridor, in order to prove that this can be done in a safe manner and also in a very efficient manner. So this is a service that is currently already ongoing in Singapore. We're very much working with the regulators in order to pave the way for scaling, because the problem with all these business models, especially with drone operations, it is about having the right to fly over crowds, fly to out of line of sight, and especially making it possible to fly autonomous, because today we still have a lot of areas where we can only fly with one pilot, one drone, and within line of sight. But of course, in order to scale, we need to be fully autonomous, and Airbus has a lot of skills in this area coming from the military side, going now into the civil side, so we will be able to operate drones also in a safe manner in the future in cities. We also explore the platform business, because what we believe tomorrow is about ecosystem. It's not only about hardware platforms, so we have to also be able to provide additional services. Here, this is a service called WOOM that we are currently testing in Sao Paulo and in Mexico City. It gives you access through an app to helicopter service to fly from the airport downtown. And I know if you have been in Sao Paulo, arriving in the morning, at peak time, at a rainy day, you know how much time it takes you to go from the airport to downtown. So be able to order a helicopter service via an app on the scratch is a tremendous advantage. And this is something we also explore together with a partner like Audi in order to have a needless, seamless, point-to-point transportation for the passenger. Because at the end, it's all about creating an end-to-end passenger experience which is effortless, which is easy to use, and of course, comfortable. This is something, I hope you have seen it. We have done a demonstration flight a few days ago. It's coming from a helicopter concept, but in order to pave the way for regulation processes, what we did is we use a drone propulsion, but in the first step with several passengers, but still with a pilot in order to certify and prepare the option of have full autonomous flight in the future. This is currently built in Donauwörth in Germany, and we have also a drone test center close there in Manching, where we are able to test drones in really good conditions. And this is a real model that is flying already today and will be something that we will roll out in the years to come in order to certify first for pilot service and then later on for full autonomous services. This is another demonstrator that we are running in California. It's called Vahana. What is here differently is you can see it has wings, and what it does, it takes a vertical takeoff and then it switches the wing and it propels horizontally, which is quite a challenge. We have done already several flights and we're testing continuously now in California to ensure that this will be a concept of the future. It has a higher range, it has a higher speed, and it has only a passenger capacity of 1 to 2, but it gives us a lot of insights in order to how to certify in a safe way drones that can be operated later in cities as well. So another demonstration that we have done is in the collaboration with Audi and their design study. And this is quite an interesting concept because it combines the automotive and the aerospace industry, and it takes the best of the two and combines it into a mobility concept that is very flexible and modular. So you have a passenger cabin that can be put on wheels, and it can be put under a drone propulsion system, so it gives you unique flexibility in order to adapt to the different circumstances of the modern urban life. This is already you see on the left side in the corner, this is already pop-up next. This is the second generation. It's a lighter, optimized model, which was at a scale model of 1 to 4, demonstrated in November in Amsterdam. So this was already a real demonstrator, showing that it's possible to create models like that. And we hope that when regulation kicks in, that we enable our future to be mobile, be flexible, and to have these kinds of concepts in our urban area. Because it will give us a complete different lifestyle, because today we have to live in cities to have all the comfort of jobs, having access to additional services. But if you have concepts like that, you can increase your range. You can live in a suburb without having traffic jams in the morning and still be on time for your job and being very flexible in your life. And of course, it will also transform the cities that we know, because today we have something like 13, 14% of the whole surface of a city covered by parking spaces. So in the future, we hope we can use some of these spaces for other applications that are more comfortable for civil population. So a lot of new concepts that are paving the way for different kind of mobility, and Airbus is definitely trying to evolve in all these directions. So what is also important is it is not only about software and hardware, it is about enabling us to be also working in an ecosystem, working in an open ecosystem with partners, but it also shows that the skills that we have used in the past to develop our innovations and products and systems, they are changing. So we will, in the 55,000 people to hire, 20% will be data analysts, programmers, blockchain specialists, and artificial intelligence specialists. So we will change the skill sets. We will add them. It's not replacing existing skills, it's adding towards the skills that we have today in our company. And it will provide the ability to make this vision of urban mobility live and help us to change some of the problems of our society. Thank you very much for your attention.
He started his career at 13 years old and received his first award at 19. Nowadays, he is a managing partner, global strategy, offerings, and innovation platforms at IBM. Please welcome to the stage the multiple award winner, the one, the only, Mr. Jesus Mantas.
Good morning. Pretty packed morning already, so I'm going to take you to almost lunchtime. In my career, I've had a lot of opportunities to speak about technology, but today is a different day. I'm actually here to talk about humanity. I'm here to talk about what it is that technology can do in order to help us achieve our full potential as a human race. So I bring a very simple message, and the message is that on the screen. Those who make digitalization more human are the ones that will actually win and thrive. That is, focus on the interface between technology and humans in order to achieve better performance. Now, I'm an engineer, so I like to structure when I have a point of view in a logical sequence. So I'm going to walk you through what do I mean by that. I'm going to tell you why I believe it matters, and then I'm going to give you a couple of hints on how do you actually do it. First, what do I mean by humanity and interfacing with technology? And for context, I'm going to take a quick history on our humanity. You see, as humans, we have related to tools in a pretty simple way. Typically, we have used tools to help us achieve something. It's a fairly rational interface between humanity and tools. And there is a very powerful element of our evolution that created a very strong bond that made us actually the species that we are, which we call empathy. And that interaction between humans is actually very strong. So the rational side is weaker, the emotional side is very strong. So you see, in the history of all of these interfaces, from the man basically just having a lever to improve the physical connection to everything around them, those interfaces have been very limited. I mean, think about it. A keyboard, a mouse, a screen. For the most part, it is a rational interface. It is unlike what we have between us and other tools. One could say, as technology has got better, we have actually developed some emotional connection to some of that technology, or at least many of my friends tell me that about me and my cars. So there is a little bit of emotional connection there, but it's pretty much one way. I fall in love with the car, but the car doesn't really understand me. So the opportunity is, well, could we actually create a bond between us or our tools that would be as strong as the empathy that we actually use between people? So that is what I mean, what our opportunity is. So for the first time, we have the convergence of multiple elements. From one side, artificial intelligence is technology that can actually understand what we do. Cognitive science, which is our own understanding on those interfaces and how our behavior works. And design as the art in which you transform the engineering and the architecture of those choices into something that connects deeply into that empathy interface. So that is what I mean. Why is it relevant? See, most of us, in any given day, we would be asked, do you think you make good decisions? Do you think you're rational? And most of us would say, yeah, of course. I really study things before I make a decision, and I'm very thoughtful in the way that I pick things out. That is what we think. The reality is quite different. The reality is most of us will make decisions not based on underlying facts, but actually based on how those facts are presented to us. Let me give you some examples. On the decision on how much money will you save for your retirement, there were studies done that said the moment that the choice from opting in, so you had to take an action to actually save money, was changed to an opting out, which is you have to take an action not to save money, the pace of savings in the United States in that study went from 42% to 91%. You see, there is no underlying change. Nothing else changed. The only change is, do you need to do something to save, or do you need to something to not save? $30 billion of decisions were swayed just by how the data was presented to us. As a matter of fact, there are professors there that take it to the extreme, that say up to 95% of all of our purchase decisions, even when we think they're rational, the rational part is only there to confirm the emotional choice we have already made. So up to 95% of behaviors, actions, are more dependent on that strong empathy interface, on the emotional side of our humanity and our brains, than the rational data around that. Not convinced yet? Okay, let me do a very, very simple experiment. What I have there for you to see is a very simple figure. And I have marked two squares on that picture, square A and a square B. If you're like most people, and again, this is a very simple question. When I ask most people, it's like, tell me which square is darker. Everybody tells me, well, I see A darker than B, so if you're asking me, it must be B. And then I say, no, it's not B. So I repeat again, which square is darker? So how many of you would say that square A is darker than square B? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Well, Shafi knows the answer, so he's not raising his hand, but pretty much everybody else in this auditorium is raising it. About typically 85% of the people will raise their hands. Let me do this now. Let me keep those squares the same, but eliminate the context that I added to that picture. Which square is darker, A or B? And the answer is they're identical. They're exactly identical. But even if you're staring at that picture and you have them side by side, your brain can't let you believe that the square B in one side and the square B in the other is the same. They must be doctored, because your brain is telling you by the additional context, B is clearly lighter than A is clearly darker than B. If I would frame a decision for you to make, and I would add that context, you would not make the decision based on the fact that pixel by pixel, A and B are identical in color and in shape, but by the actual context that I added to shape your decision. So remember, we make decisions more on how things are presented to us than the underlying facts. And yet, as technologists, we are spending a lot of our time creating unbelievable precise algorithms to give us precise answers, but yet we're going to behave and act based on how data is presented to us. So let me bring us back to the same point again. When you take artificial intelligence and you create systems that interact with us humans, when you optimize those interfaces for emotion and for human condition, that is the biggest lever on changing performance of humans and society in general. And it's a lever bigger, I would say, than any other technology advancement in the history of our race. In the same way that empathy was the biggest invention to actually boost our survival rate as a species. So, if you understood the what, and hopefully you're persuaded by the why, the next answer is, so how do you do it? Don't have a comprehensive list, but I have a few tips that may be helpful. So it comes down to take what we know of human cognition, what we know on how we actually make decisions, and translate those patterns in how do you connect technology to technology and even people to people. First principle that I now use, and many really, really good designers, especially web designers and mobile app designers, do it intuitively without knowing they're using this principle. Is what I call the principle of the least effort. In physics, you know, there is the principle of least energy. In human cognition, there is the principle of least effort. And my interpretation of it goes like this, is most people will do what's easy more often than they will do what's right. So think about that. People will do what's easy more often than they will do what's right. And trillion-dollar companies have been formed on that principle with the single idea of, well, maybe then we should have a one-click buy button because it is the least amount of effort. So the guideline of those interfaces is, if you actually want people to do what's right, make what's right easy. Think about, it works in policy, it works in corporate processes, it works in engineering, and it works in the way that you design a website, an application, or interface technology with humans. Ask yourself, every time you add a click, every time you have an action that takes energy, the likelihood of that happening will reduce. Second thing is understanding how humans are wired. We were not wired, our brain was not wired to actually remember very long, meaningless numbers. As a matter of fact, it's actually very easy to test how limited the computational power of the brain is. The brain is a fantastic machine of pattern recognition. It's a really poor machine of number crunching. And I can test it right now. So help me with this. 2 plus 2 is what? 4, right? 2 plus 2? 4. Can you say 4? 2 plus 2? 4. 4 plus 4? 8. 8 plus 8? 16. Okay, 16 times 272. We're only multiplying. It's not even complicated, right? Very limited. I can tell you, remember 3 numbers. 282. Can you remember those three numbers? 282, right? If I give you 7 numbers, 282731547, can you repeat them? No. So when you're creating an interface between technology and a person, there is something that if you tell that person to remember 4 digits, they probably can do it on their short-term memory and just apply it, and it will be a good experience. If you tell them to remember 7, 8, 20 digits, now you're forcing that person to spend more energy to have to write it down and then come back to the interface. So when you interface technology with humans, make sure that you realize that we were not designed to retain a lot of numbers. The other things that we do is we're extremely adaptive. We are constantly rebaselining our experience. So I remember the first time that I was giving a set of numbers to do a conference call. Everybody here has done a conference call, right? So you dial a number and you have your own code. You memorize that code, and then everybody comes in and everybody speaks, right? Conference calling, very usual. And then one day, in my mobile device, somebody told me, if you type those numbers all together, then you can have a one-click dial. So you one click and you're in the conference call. How many of you having a phone have actually done one click and join a conference call? Just raise your hands. Okay, about half of the audience. Or a URL. Now, what happened that same day is when somebody else sends you an email with a list of numbers that you actually now have to dial to enter on a conference call, what happens? Is you're really mad because you actually want that one-click button. You just re-baseline the entire experience, and now something that was perfectly fine now is really a bad experience. Not because the experience changed, but just because somebody gave you a better experience. And then, it's a favorite topic that we talk a lot about. Humans have a lot of biases. A lot of biases. So make sure that you use them as features as you actually design those interfaces. Almost like a way to reverse engineer how do you expect the person to act, and then use those as features in that interface. I think my time is up, so the last thing that I would give you with is we actually now understand better how technology can mimic the way that humans form relationships with either, other beings, animals, or with ourselves. So technology that actually understands the architecture of relationships and use it effectively without encroaching in the creepiness factor will be superiorly adaptive compared to any other technology. As I said, I'm going to finish as we started. It is a lot more that we can do to get technology connected with humanity in a way that massively enhances performance well beyond the accuracy or power of all of those algorithms. Thank you, and I hope you all have a great Webit.
Coming on stage is a tenacious, hands-on program manager with 22 years experience delivering bespoke IT development projects and business change solutions within the investment banking, commercial, and public sectors. He's Vice President, Digital Identity, CNIS of MasterCard. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Dan Johnson.
Good afternoon. Wow, they didn't tell me I was going to get fired. That's awesome. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. I have a few things that I really want to cover. But first, just a little bit of history, really, about me and about what MasterCard are doing here. I've been fortunate enough to work in the space of digital identity for a few years now. I originally started my journey developing a strategy for customer data management at a bank. And I stumbled upon a book by Dave Birch called Identity is the New Money. And it hit me that actually the way to manage customer data would be to allow the consumer to manage their data and then provide that in a way that could be trusted by organizations. And that really started me on my journey for on digital identity. I was asked to join MasterCard early last year. And that really was because back in 2006, MasterCard created the MasterCard Foundation, which is a part of the organization that really focuses on inclusion. And we see that digital identity is a key factor in inclusion. Being able to access financial products and services as an individual really starts with identity, being able to prove that you are who you say you are and that you have a set of entitlements. That's really, really key. So we see that all digital interactions really start at their core with digital identity. I'm here today to talk to you about our thinking on digital identity. We described this recently, so in March this year, in a white paper called Restoring Trust in a Digital World. And if you haven't had an opportunity to read it already, I heartily recommend that you do. It's available at mastercard.com/digital identity. It's a shameless plug for some of our work, but it's a really good document, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the content of that information today. That paper started with a set of interviews in 5 cities around the world with 130 identity professionals, all with a view on identity, the requirements, why we don't have a digital identity ecosystem today, and listing all of the challenges and reasonings behind the need for digital identity. We consolidated that information along with our own thinkings and our own learnings, and then developed that into our white paper. MasterCard have been working for the last 50 years or so in creating operational frameworks that instill trust in the way that people interact online. People are comfortable with the way that the MasterCard payment network works. They know that they can trust it. And so we started thinking, well, could we apply some of the same thinking around the way that payment networks work to the way that identity should work? Fundamentally, what we need is a way to trust information. It's all well and good for me as a consumer to be able to say that I am who I say I am. Interestingly enough, I'm registered at this event as Charlie Walton, not as Dan Johnson. My boss, Charlie, was unable to make it today. And so I have to prove that I really am who I say I am in order to be here today. The trust is really, really key, and it's not about just being able to assert information. You really need to be able to prove that you are who you say you are. We have an existing paradigm for how to prove that you are who you say you are in a face-to-face or in a physical environment. So when I was very young and I needed to open my first bank account as a child, my dad took me to my bank. We sat down with the bank manager. My dad filled out a bunch of forms. He needed to prove his relationship with the bank, and thus I became known to the bank. Also, when I meet people for the first time, often it's done through somebody that we know or trust, which means that I can feel confident that the person that I'm being introduced to is genuinely who they say they are, and that person can also feel confident that they know who I am. Now that works really, really well in a face-to-face environment, but unfortunately it doesn't really translate particularly well into an online environment. In her book, Who Can You Trust?, Rachel Botsman described trust as a confident relationship with the unknown. So when we started thinking about what role MasterCard could play in creating an identity ecosystem, we knew fundamentally that we had to start with the user. Building the user into the model right at the very beginning is absolutely crucial. This can't be an afterthought. Everything has to center around the individual. In our white paper and our vision paper, we describe 10 principles for identity. There is a full description in the paper, and I recommend having a look through there. But again, fundamentally, all of those concepts really focus on the fact that the user is right in the center of all of their identity interactions and transactions. We're not in the business of building an enormous identity database in the cloud. We think that's entirely the wrong direction to be going in. We've seen through data breaches and other issues that having huge amounts of data, personally identifiable information in the cloud is not a great idea. Centering information around the individual and allowing that individual to exert control over the data that they have and the way that they interact with organizations, we see as fundamentally important. And in fact, when we were designing the system, we started looking at, well, how would we feel about using the system? So we designed a system that we feel comfortable using. And it's all well and good designing a system to enable a person to create or to establish their identity. But really, fundamentally, it comes down to use of that identity. And that's really a key part that MasterCard have to play in the creation of an identity ecosystem. We have relationships with 23,000 banks, with 50 million merchants. We operate in 200 countries around the world. And all of those merchants are providing products and services to individuals. All of our business has been around connecting users to merchants and in order to enable them to obtain the products and services that they desire. Now that could be opening a bank account or obtaining a card or some other service, some other financial service. It could be proving that I am who I say I am in order to participate in the sharing economy, either as offering services or consuming services. It could be as simple as proving that I'm over the age of 18 or 21 in order to be able to buy wine, either online or in person. So fundamentally, the use cases, the utility of identity is fundamentally important. So we created a system model to reflect how an identity ecosystem should work. It starts with users and the users interacting with relying parties being the organizations consuming identity data and offering products and services. But that's not enough in a system. Fundamentally, we need to be able to trust that information, which is where identity verification providers come in. These are organizations that have golden source data that they're able to offer to help to verify that information about a user is true and is accurate. These will be government agencies, so registers, passport office, tax records, driver's license authorities. There'll be mobile network operators being able to prove that a person is in control of a device, for example. And many other organizations, universities to establish qualifications. And again, that's not enough. What we need is a way for an individual to interact with the rest of the world, with those relying parties, and that's where trust providers come in. Trust providers are organizations that have large consumer bases and also have considerable trust in the market to be able to develop that relationship with the consumer and to provide them with a set of tools that will help them to manage their identity in their relationship with relying parties. And even that's not enough. Fundamentally, there needs to be some glue that holds all of this together. A digital identity service that deals with orchestration of data flows, the security, the trust in the environment, dealing with liability apportionment, and other factors that will help to ensure that all of the parties are acting in the way that they're supposed to, all with the interest of users fundamentally at the front of their minds. So all of that comes together in what we have created as our system model for identity. And we see that MasterCard are qualified and also appropriate to be able to deliver that service and connecting all of these parties together, again, with the user in mind. But we can't do this on our own. Fundamentally, this is a collaborative effort. We need organizations like banks, like mobile network operators, tech providers, and other organizations, all to work together with a common goal of establishing an identity framework and an identity operational system that allows all of these parties to work together in cohesion. From a government perspective, not only do we see governments as being able to provide evidence of identity, but we also see them as ensuring that the user is protected in the environment and that local regulation is adjusted to allow for digital assertion of identity. Seem to have gone on one slide too many there. You'll notice that I haven't talked about our product or our service. I haven't talked about the partners that we are working with. I haven't talked about the markets that we're operating in. All of that is stuff that we are working on. We are actively engaged, and more announcements will be coming in the not too distant future. We believe fundamentally that we are well positioned as an organization to create an identity ecosystem. We have the resources, we have the DNA, and most importantly, we have the will to create such a system. We are striving to make a difference. We feel that the right way to do this is to lay out how we're thinking as we're thinking about it and not operate behind closed doors. This is fundamental to generating a system that people can trust in and believe in and will operate effectively. We're just getting started. We know that this is going to be a messy journey, a long journey, and it's going to be constantly challenging. One of the main reasons I'm here today is to ask for your help. If you are a tech company, a bank, a mobile network operator, I'd like you to think about how you could use identity in order to reduce friction in your consumer interactions. I'd like you to think about how you could provide data into the system to other relying parties in order to extract value from the data that you have and to provide better systems for individuals. If you are tech companies, I'd like you to think about what could you bring? How could you collaborate? How could you help us in order to deliver a fresh, relevant system in the market? And also, I'd like you to think about how to challenge us. Where have we gone wrong? What haven't we thought of yet? And if you can provide that feedback to us, that would be fantastically helpful in establishing an identity ecosystem. I'm afraid right now I don't especially have time for questions. I'm going to be around for the rest of the day. If you see me around, please stop me and talk to me about your ideas and also what do you think of our proposition and how that works. Thank you very much for listening.
And now, for those of you who are already bored with the present and want to see the big picture of the future more clearly, we have a panel titled Vision for Europe 2030 and Protecting the People and the Businesses. So please welcome on stage your moderator, Mr. Webit himself, Dr. Plamen Rusev.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Vision for Europe 2030 panel. It's a special panel for us because at the end of the day, what we try to do is to set up the trends and to build opportunities for Europe. I'm very honored and grateful to have these amazing panelists now coming out with me. And I start with with the lady, Natalia Oporeza, who is Chief Cybersecurity Officer of Siemens, Mr. Dick Hoke, who we already saw on the stage, the Chief Executive Officer of Airbus Defense, Mr. Thomas Arnholder, who is the A1 CEO, and Mr. Erik Rasmussen, who is the CEO of IHS. So please welcome them on the stage. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Okay, so I guess there are too many interesting things going on out there, but those that are here want to hear about the future of Europe. And I wish we have the opportunity to further what we were doing now. We work with our innovation and knowledge partner, i.e. Business School, who are taking very careful notes from our discussions, and they will be sent to over 2,000 media and to all the European Commission just before the elections. And this is hopefully going to be a good guideline for where the business wants Europe to go and how we see it. So I have a number of very important questions, and I would like to start with the lady, of course. What consequences has the growing interconnection of devices? How do you see the future, both challenges and opportunities?
Well, you know, this digital world is a world of software, first of all. It is also a world that is increasing the interconnection. So by year 2020, 20 billion of devices, IT devices will be connected. And it really doesn't matter how many, but the fact is that they are going to be connected. And the fact that we have a world including software means as well that we have a world including vulnerabilities. And unfortunately, there are several actors, call it hackers, if you will, that they have different motivations to do something with those vulnerabilities and use them either to win information or to do something else. And then, of course, this can create difficulties to society to use the advantage of this digitalized world. And therefore, what we need to do as society is to create and increase trust in the utilization and the usage of these digital solutions. And the way we are increasing trust is by protecting the information, by protecting the digital products that we have in our society, so that they can be used by everyone in a safety manner, by protecting the different information that is included in this digital world. So this is kind of the challenges that we have, including both risk and opportunities, because we have a lot of opportunities to grow into the different cybersecurity solutions that we are providing to the digital world. So this is what I can tell you from
Let me connect here to go back to the general topic, Mr. Arnolder. Compared to US and China, where do you see the competitive advantages of Europe?
Well, good morning, first of all.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with the name of the Sputnik moment or know what the Sputnik moment is. You know, in 1957, when the Russians launched the first artificial satellite, the Americans were shocked because they had completely missed what is going on. And that led to what we call the space race, the race to the moon. And eventually in 1969, the Americans succeeded with the first human landing on the moon. And I feel, in a sense, what is happening today in Europe, hopefully, is the Sputnik moment for Europe. Your event is part of creating that Sputnik atmosphere, because what we see at the moment is that Europe is lagging behind in many dimensions, I believe. If you look at the lack of growth in comparison to what is happening both in the West as well as in the East. We talked about artificial intelligence, where we heard today that many things are happening by the commissioner, but if you compare it to China, we are completely lagging behind. We are lagging behind in autonomous driving, in e-mobility. We have to catch up in 5G in many dimensions, and that needs to serve for us as a wake-up call in Europe. I think we have very strong assets. We will be talking about it later, I guess. Very strong assets, but we need to understand that the European model is not built on military supremacy or a 1.3 billion domestic market with very cheap labor. It's built on innovation and economic competitiveness. And it seems to me that we tend to forget this legacy which we have. We have become too self-comfortable, and we really need to catch up in order, to seize that moment of the Sputnik moment in order to catch up that competitiveness edge in 2030.
Well, I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Hawkins. So, you are executive director of one of the Europe's prides. It's Airbus, and particularly of the space and defense. Where do you see our competitive edge? Where do you see Europeans? And let's not oppose continents. Let's build up on our values, on what we have, and how we can use it to improve people's life here.
I think we have everything it takes. We have proven that over the time. You see, Airbus is a good example of what Europe can achieve if they stick together. Because the problem is today, if we would try to build an Airbus today, I'm not sure it would work. So we were very lucky that at the right point of time, the right people came together under the pressure to decide, do we want a monopolist running the air traffic of the world, or do we want to have competition and having a second company building up in order to compete? Because at the end, everyone takes advantage of it, because competition creates innovation. And it has been since then that aerospace has developed very nicely because of the head-to-head race of two very important companies. And I'm sure there will be a third one in the future, but there is the need for competition. It creates innovation. The disadvantage we have in Europe today is we go back to fragmentism and we go back to nationalism. So I think what is important is that we keep the European idea, that we use the innovation capacity that we have and the diversity, which is, I think, the root of our innovation, in order to build more companies like Airbus and to keep also our innovation in line for space, for other topics as well. Yeah.
We're talking, everything that we talk makes one sense only: improving people's lives. Everything, technology, whatever. Why would we do it if not for this? And in order to have different points of view outside of Europe, I will be hopeful to hear from Mr. Rasmussen your thoughts, because if we say democracy is not perfect, but there has not been invented anything better yet, from your point of view as a professional in the let's say challenging areas of defending that, would you say that you see any challenges in changing the way the future of democracy looks like, democratic elections, and how it looks?
It's a good question, and I'm very sensitive to the fact that I'm the only American up here on a Europe Vision 2030 panel. So I want to be careful about how I express what I think is important for you. But I do recognize that the forces that are pressuring Europe are looking to divide. And education has been weakened, at least in my country, in ways that make it more difficult to understand where we came from as a democratic experiment and what the impact of the war was on the building of post-war institutions, what the result of those institutions has been in prolonged peace and increasing integration and the increasing simplicity of moving goods from place to place, raising everybody just a little bit from where they were before, and giving them aspirations to what might come next. You have your European model under challenge. And I think that when I think of 2030 for Europe, I wish for you coherence and prosperity and a degree of success that capitalizes on what you've already done, but also recognizes you are in the midst of a lot of opposition, and you need to ensure that your citizens are well educated in critical thinking and in those processes that are designed to manipulate and to separate, to divide, to irritate, and help your citizens learn how best to oppose those forces and hold on to the good things you have.
Well, saying that, I cannot stop but asking you the question, aren't you concerned about the growing populism in America now?
There are challenges everywhere, shall we say? It is clear that there is a rising separation. There are inward-looking political efforts that are aiming to break down the bridges that we have built. They are taking multiple forms. Some aspects of my own federal government are a part of that damaging process, and it is reverberating elsewhere. And we just saw today a headline in the New York Times saying that the midterm elections in the Philippines have been a resounding reinforcement of Duterte. That's more fodder for the concern that we have on the rise of populism, the rise of nationalism, and the methods that are being used to separate us, to turn us against one another. And I think it needs to be actively opposed.
Well, I think that here Ms. Oporeza can give a point of view as a Chief Security Officer of Siemens, of such a, it's one of the prides of Europe also. How do you believe in these new changing times the trust will be sustained? Because without trust, there's no society, and there are no opportunities in general. If you don't trust people, if you don't trust the basic infrastructure you're using. So what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, trust is the new gold. And the best way to do it is by cooperating. So we have to cooperate a lot to reestablish trust and to be fast in providing the right cybersecurity solution. So as you know, let's say the bad guys, called hackers, and you can call them somewhere else, but at the end of the day, they are acting very fast and they are developing themselves very fast. They don't have to look for regulations, they don't have internal processes to follow, so they use the technologies that we have available, so they act very fast. And we, as society, we need to be fast as well. So one of the things that we have done in the last several months, actually in the last year, was to partner with different companies, very important companies, companies like IBM, companies like Airbus, and we founded the so-called Charter of Trust. And what the Charter of Trust is including is a set of 10 principles on how do we want to address cybersecurity responsible, on a responsible way for the society. And the principles are including things like taking ownership of the topic and giving to the topic, to the cybersecurity topic, the right priority, the right importance that we need to do. Given transparency on the number of attacks that we have. We all have attacks. Probably, if you say you don't have, not you as a person, but you as an example, if you tell me you don't have any cybersecurity attacks, I would think that you rather don't know that you have. And everyone has it. Everyone has to deal with that. Everyone has to make the best out of that and install the proper measures to do that. So we are very proud. We have a year already. We are very proud of being together doing this, and because we don't have time to reinvent the wheel. And we are cooperated together with the partners. IBM, I mentioned, Airbus, I mentioned, but as well Cisco, and as well others. And we already agree on different solutions to be developed once and used by every other partner so that we can act very fast in the provision of cybersecurity in this digital world. It is a global charter. It's not only Europe. So we are including every company in every part of the world to cooperate with us.
I will go back to the global vision. If we open the news, you only see news majorly for Google, Facebook, you have Alibaba, and many others. So my question is for you, Mr. Arnold. Do you think, what is the competitiveness of Europe compared to these giants? Because even now Bulgaria, as I was proud to be appointed as digital ambassador for the country, to talk to big companies. Because some companies became more powerful than countries. They had more impact than countries. What about Europe? Do we have these, and are we looking at more to rise, and how we keep them in Europe but not losing them? What is our competitiveness?
Well, let me start first with saying what our competitive advantage definitely is not, is regulation.
Right.
And what we tend to believe is that we can fight those giants with regulation. But that does never work, and it is just putting European companies at a disadvantage. And we see that in Europe we're just too slow and too focused with regulation. Just let me take the example of the new copyright initiative, which in principle I support. But the discussion has started in 2010. I discussed this the other week with Commissioner Oettinger at the lunch. He described it to me. It started in 2010. He kicked off the process in 2016. Now we have approved it, and we have 2 more years in order to put the European regulation into national law. Between 2010 and 2019, Facebook increased its subscriber base from 500 million to 2.5 billion customers or users which they have. So that's not the means, but we do have assets. We have very strong international companies still, even though we would not have it today.
We are
if
very
you think
honored to
about
have all of them here, most of them.
Think
not
about
all.
competition law today, Siemens Alstom, we would not have Airbus today. But we have biggest airspace companies. We have the biggest chemistry company. We have still, even though under trouble, the biggest automotive sector. We have excellent telco companies, I have to say, obviously. Also on the telco vendor side, the discussion about Huawei, it's about a discussion between 2 Chinese and 2 European vendors. We have still a very strong educational system. We have, by and large, stable democracies. And that's an asset. We have high quality of living, which in principle is a means of attracting talent. But there are so many more things to do, like the harmonization, like the focus on growth, on innovation, like deregulation, like creating level playing field on a global scale, not on a local scale. We are just thinking about level playing fields on national level or on European level, but we need to think globally. If you found a startup in China working with AI, your laboratory is 1.3 billion citizens.
Right.
Here it's 7 with the restrictions of GDPR. In Austria, my home company, it's 8 with the restriction of GDPR. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of GDPR because for us as a large corporation, trust plays an important role. But for small companies, we need sandboxes in order to be able to scale up. And I think this is really where we have to work on in Europe.
Well, Mr. Hockey, that's, I've already mentioned you're doing great stuff internally, building acceleration programs, creating opportunities. I would like to ask you the same question, the competitiveness, through your point of view, through your shoes.
I think today we are still competitive, but it's getting more and more complicated. We have to attract talent in the war for talent. That's, of course, all the gaffers look for the same competence profiles like us, and of course we still have like elements like space where people are really attracted to. So aerospace is still a big attraction for young people. So this is helping us, but it gets more and more difficult. And exactly as said, our competitiveness by the fragmentation of the national thinking in Europe is creating a lot of problems because we have to optimize for each of the countries. A company like us, we have 4 home countries. Now adding Canada, we say we have 5 home countries. But of course, it is also very complex in the steering of a company, in the balance of the company. But I still believe we have all the talent it takes, but fully agree, if we don't get our act together in Europe and start thinking European, being able to address a 500 million people market, we will lose on many of the topics. And the next topic we will lose is space. Because right now, the Americans and the Chinese are accelerating their ambition in space, and we in Europe discuss what we would like to do next. And we will be the sub-supplier probably to the Americans and Chinese in the future if we don't decide what our ambition and vision for Europe on space is, for example.
Well, I have some few numbers for you, and I'll be happy to hear your comments. 13 years ago, Europe was responsible for approximately 32% of the global GDP production. 13 years later, Europe is responsible for around 21. It's like almost 1/3 of the role of Europe being vanished. I mean, in the global GDP production. And of course, we know where the replacement comes from, who is adding the value and who is decreasing the value. I would leave it up to you to answer this question, and whoever wants to start first. Do you think we can change the trends? Or shall we see the trend deepening and getting even worse for Europe? So what do you think?
I think we should change the trend. It's not that we could, but we should change the trend, of course. And I think Europe has a lot of success in the past and has been proven to be a strong union in the provision of the different products and solutions, included technology as well. So I think we have, all of us need to look into that situation, and I think we should grow more and do more for the global economy. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a goodwill, but
I believe that the current changes through digital transformation give us in the future a competitive edge to bring a lot of the capacity back to Europe. Because remember 20, 30 years ago, we were looking for low-cost countries for production. Today, with additive manufacturing, this competitive advantage is not a regional topic anymore. So there are a lot of topics going through the digital twin, going into digital PLM tools, simulation. We can make manufacturing competitive in Europe again. And on top, having the domain of many of the key industries worldwide in Europe, we have a fundamental differentiating factor. And IT, as much as it is important, it is also in many areas already commodity, because to be honest, which cloud you store your data in is not a competitive advantage, because you have at least 3 to choose from, maybe 4 or 5 if you take the smaller ones in. Of course, it would be great to have a European platform, but it's not the most important thing. But we should, and I think you're a good example of that. You can create a network and a base for innovation in Europe, we could scale it to 500 million people, and we could ensure that startup founders staying here because they get hopefully more access to capital and they can scale their model here in Europe instead of going to the US in order to address a bigger market. So if we get our regulation and European approach together, we have everything it takes. And I think especially if we protect our domain know-how, we will be also leading edge in the decades to come.
It is certainly possible for you in your reunification of your effort to focus on space or something like that. I would argue that you should look at climate. I work at a fair number of corners of the world where climate change is already evident. It is going to become more evident over a relatively short period of time, and there is an opportunity for European firms to take the lead on the mitigation strategies and the mitigation technologies and the opportunities to leapfrog from those things that are doing the damage to those things that are helping repair. And I don't think that opportunity is yet being taken fully inside Europe. It's also not being taken fully inside my country, but it is being addressed pretty effectively in Asia. And there are some transformations in India, not much yet that I know about in Africa. There is a wide open opportunity to make a ton of money doing good on climate mitigation strategies and technologies.
So what is your thought on the numbers and the opportunities?
By principle, I'm an optimist, and I think there is plenty of opportunities actually, and there's plenty of assets. And the cultural, but as well as economic diversity which we have in Europe is an asset which we have to seize much more. We have very strong businesses in environmental affairs. We have very strong businesses, I mentioned a few before, in manufacturing. Now with those new technologies coming up, like 5G, where we're investing a lot and where we have been preparing ourselves a lot already since quite a few years, actually, I have to say. 5G will act as a platform of combining many of those assets, devices, industries, and we have to seize the potential of doing partnerships with manufacturing, with environmental companies, with that big ecosystem which we still have in Europe, in order to come up with use cases, seizing in our case 5G, but also seizing all the new technological developments which we see coming up. However, we need to have the regulatory, or I should rather say non-regulatory framework in order to scale up that innovation, and this is where part of my concern is.
Well, because of course you're a very regulated business, yes, and as a telco. So I would like to hear about, at the end of the day, you are shaping the future. You're providing the infrastructure, and it's definitely important that we see the growth in the sector rather than the opposite, which we see now, because what will happen next. So what do you think are the biggest challenges for the policymakers in the next 1 to 2 decades, from your point of view?
Well, number one is understanding the complexity of the world we're living in and the impact of technology in that world. Number two is being able to think globally and not only locally, being able to either deregulate or export regulation. GDPR could be an example of positive export of regulation if we manage to create a global level playing field. If we don't manage to do so, we have to rethink GDPR. But it can't be an uneven playing field. Number three is the speed of the decision-making process. I gave you an example before. And the last one I really would like to point out is modernizing our education system. I think we have a very strong foundation. I think I was very fascinated by the example of the mathematician you gave. My son is also 6 years old. I don't think he has earned any mathematics medal yet. But these young people, they are full of fire, full of empathy, full of positive energy, and let's not destroy them. Let's give them the opportunity, to embrace life, to learn, to do what they feel passionate about, and not let's not move them through an education system which in some of the cases is using tools from 30, 40 years ago.
It's very optimistic, even more, I believe.
I told you I'm an optimist.
Yeah, yeah, you are an optimist.
No, it's not enough to complain. That's true for competitiveness. That's true also for populism, which was addressed before. It's easy to complain about populism, but you have to propose an alternative model, an alternative solution. In our business, we also cannot complain about our competition. We have to propose an alternative which for our customers is the better alternative. Yeah. And that's true in business, that's true with populism, that's true in leading Europe. And that's, I think, where we really need to be super focused about. And one thing every citizen of Europe can do is in 2 weeks go to the polls and, give a signal to a strong Europe. That's a very easy thing to do. We will see what the turnout rate at the European election will be. I hope it will be beyond 50%. But still, that's already quite optimistic.
Dear Mr. Hockey, so what is your answer for this? Where, if we have to outline what we expect from our policymakers, because this will be my last question afterwards. Next commission is about to be elected now.
You say?
The next commission, the next college, is about to be elected now. We have European elections in 2 weeks' time. You saw here the Commissioner Gabriel, who is in her own elections time, and that's why she excused herself today, because she had to be in 5 different locations, because she wants the vote, of course, of the people who, so she can continue work and do what she's doing. So we are in a very, very last moment of the elections. But as I told you in the beginning, we shall be sending the document from all these discussions through all these political leaders, throughout all our media partners. So what would be the 3 top things that you would expect the new commission to do in order to inspire the future of Europe 2030? And of course, to make it a better one for all of us.
Yeah, I think related to my business, there are a couple of things. Of course, it should be with the direction to strengthen competitiveness of Europe. And this is only possible if you take the egoism of each of the countries down in order to look at a broader framework of how Europe could compete in a global arena by using the capacity and the strengths of each of the countries, but without always asking what is in for me, but rather looking at the broader picture of Europe. For defense, I hope we will start looking also at a European defense policy, because today we talk about for a long time, we have created a European Defense Fund, we work on a couple of initiatives, but it's still very bureaucratic, very slow, and it will be a proof point very soon, because we talk about some very big European defense projects like the Future Combat Air System. If we are not able to realize this project on a European basis, bringing all the countries together and the key European industry players to realize that project, it would be a very bad sign for Europe and our competitiveness. Because today, the fragmentism of the different systems that we use, they're going against the efficiency, they're going against innovation. And this is, of course, something, if you want to also defend our wealth in the future, we have to make sure that we use our resources in an efficient way. And this is only possible if you look at the European defense policy, that we create European defense procurement together, where we really look at synergies and developing systems together.
Ms. Soporeza, what are the 3 things that you want to see Europe
doing? I will focus on only one, and this is that to have regulations, if not global, at least within a European perspective. So we have treaties in Germany, we have something else in France and alike. So in total we have 70 regulations impacting our infrastructure and products, and that make us very, very slow. That doesn't make us more secure, right? And this is one of the biggest situations that we have to
security
fix.
Defense. What will be your point of view?
Well, I think I already gave 4 ideas. what what I really want to say for the telco industry as the last thing is, investors are asking ourselves a lot, why should I put my money today in telco industry? You're so regulated, versus the OTTs. We are super efficient. We are investing roughly half of the amount of the Americans per capita, because we're earning half of the revenue than the Americans per capita. Still, we're providing a network quality which is equal or better, meaning we are super efficient in what we do. However, we could do much more. We're doing this as a group. We're moving into entertainment. We're moving into gaming. We're moving into cloud. We're moving into the Internet of Things. We're moving into cybersecurity. We're doing so in Bulgaria very successfully, but we would like to do more as an industry, and I think overall European businesses would like to do more, because we have the attitude, we have the muscle, we have the legacy, we have the assets, but we need to get the opportunity by policymakers.
Thank you very much, and I hear that we have to finish, but the last words from you, American, through the point of view of Europe 2030, the three things you think Europe should do better through the policy, regulation and innovation through legislation.
I'm going to give you only one because I'm not competent to answer most of your policy, law, and legislation questions, but I would advocate for you the very best you can do on absorbing new teaching methodologies, so that by 2030 you have a generation of students who have become critical thinkers, who have become innovative thinkers, creative thinkers, confident thinkers, who can take their place on the world stage, bringing Europe the kind of recognition you would like it to have.
Thank you so much for this panel. It was a real honor having you all with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He is a senior partner at McKinsey & Co. and the founder of Digital McKinsey. He co-led McKinsey's research into the future of work. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Paul Wilmot.
Good afternoon. A few years ago, my colleagues and I decided we needed to understand, what is automation going to do to our workforce? How's it going to change the nature of work? We can see automation all around us. We all shop online. You probably came through an airport on the way which required no human interaction. There's a company in California that has built a machine that will flip and build a burger perfectly without human intervention. But what does it all mean? We decided we needed a fact base. So we started in an unusual way. We built an AI that could read job descriptions and would tell us for each job what the automation potential would be, based on known technologies and projected uptake trends. So we fed the AI with thousands of job descriptions, and it started to tell us interesting things. The first thing it told us was that only 1% of jobs will be fully automated and disappear. It's bad news if you're a sewing machine operator, but for the rest of us, not so bad. Perhaps more interestingly, it told us that for 60% of jobs, 30% of the activities could be automated. So for almost all of us, there are things that we do that are actually low value and could be automated. For me, I'm really hoping someone will automate all that email I don't want to read. But then we looked at this, we said, we're not sure we really trust this AI. Is this true? Can we tell our clients about this? Can we trust it? So we went back to old methods, and we had an army of business analysts look at the same information. And they came up with very similar numbers, not quite the same. And we said, that's strange, machine and human, different numbers. Turned out that the analysts were making errors. The machines were not. So what do we conclude from this? Well, firstly, that management consultants' days are numbered. Well, maybe not, but certainly part of what we do is very automatable. Secondly, that the picture is a little bit more complicated than it first appears. Let me tell you a bit about that. So automation is a bit scary, but it's promising, and some would say it's essential. It will drive us. Let me say more. Anyone who, like me, looks at a lot of social media will be familiar with Atlas the robot from Boston Dynamics. Atlas can perform backflips and climb stairs and open doors and all sorts of wonders. But this is the kind of reaction that we see a lot of on social media. We dead. It's all over. Robots are not only going to take our jobs, they're going to take our lives. So there's a lot of paranoia and a need for education. And the reason there's a need for education is that automation turns out to be very important for our society and our economy. If you look at the last 50 years for the larger nations combined, you'll see that half of GDP growth has come from the growth in the labor force, from employment. The other half has come from productivity gains, most of which is underpinned by automation. If you look forward, the demographic effect means that we can no longer rely on employment growth for that half of the puzzle. So, if anything, we need to rely more and invest more in automation going forward if we're going to sustain the kind of GDP growth levels that we are used to. The good news is that as all this happens, we believe more jobs will be created than lost. So net, despite all of this automation, we'll end up with more jobs. How's that? Well, and apologies for those at the back. You don't need to read every line here, but this is a picture of the US labor force from 1850 to now, cut by occupation. And the big wedge in the middle is agriculture. In 1850, 58% of the US labor force was working in the field. 58%. Today it's 2% due to automation, mechanization, farm machines. The same thing has happened in mining and in manufacturing. The good news, though, is while all that's gone on, there's been explosive growth in other occupations. Education, healthcare, financial services, and so on. And that growth has more than taken up the difference. So there's been some imbalances along the way, but broadly, there's been enough work to go around and remains so at this point. So all good. And going forward, we believe there are many drivers that will continue that trend, avenues for new employment, new growth. These are not the only 7, but these are 7 we believe are most significant. The first is rising incomes. As we become wealthier, we spend more, we buy more stuff, we go out more, we pay for entertainment, and that creates jobs. Secondly, that same demographic effect, as our population ages, will mean we need a lot more healthcare workers. So that's a booming place. Infrastructure. In many developed economies, we have roads and bridges which are decaying. They need replacing and updating. And that will drive work. Climate change is a problem for all of us. If there's one bright side, is that it creates jobs. There will need to be a lot of construction, wind farms and the like, over the next decades, and other technologies we haven't even thought of yet. And then finally, marketization of unpaid work. There's a lot of things that we used to do for nothing in the home, and now we pay people to do. For example, ordering meals, cleaning, and so on. So overall, when you add this together, across the developed nations, we estimate this will create more labor demand than that displaced by these technologies coming. So overall, it's good news. I'll show you some examples. If you take the example on the right, which is India, you can see that something like 60 million jobs in the next 15 years get displaced by automation. And in addition, there's another 140 million or so workers coming into the labor force in India. But the blue bar in the middle, there's more than 200 new jobs being created by these trends that I've just mentioned. So overall, we expect, when we project, India to be short of labor. Same in Germany. The US is a bit of an outlier, actually. We expect the US to have too much labor because there's so much displacement through technology of the existing roles. But overall, if you look globally at the large nations, it's net positive. However, and there's always a but, isn't there? However, getting there is going to be difficult. This transition is going to be difficult, or may be difficult if we don't take a bunch of actions, which I'll come on to. And why is it going to be difficult? Well, the first thing is that the impact of automation depends on who you are and your level of education. So if you have less than a high school degree, fast food cooks, and so on, using current technologies, 55% of the work can be automated. So we would expect to see the labor force halved. If you have a higher education degree, you're a doctor and lawyer, it's much smaller, it's less than a quarter, so the impact on you is smaller. And of course, these new jobs that are being created, many of them are in the higher skills categories. Right? You don't design wind farms if you've not got a high school degree. That's the extreme example. But overall, there's a mismatch, and there's a skill gap which is opening up right now, which is resulting in many economies, I certainly see this where I'm from in the UK, right? There are many jobs and there are many workers available, but matching them is very hard because of the skills difference. And we expect that to accelerate, to become more pronounced going forward. A second challenge is that just because you're driving up GDP, it doesn't always mean that that trickles down into the labor force. This is a picture of the Industrial Revolution in the UK, and the top line shows you GDP per worker, and you can see during this period it grew very nicely. This was the period, of course, when automated factories first became a reality, and you could, for example, create yarn, weave cloth using a machine. And what happened at the same time, though, is that real wages stagnated for a period of about 40 years. And what happened here is that the machines took away jobs from weavers who were working mostly from home and people working on the fields. And there was a sudden rise in unemployment. Meanwhile, the factories were able to employ labor at very, very low rates because of the unemployment. And labor got a rough end of the deal, whilst the owners of factories became very wealthy indeed. In the end, policy had to shift. There was a shift in policy required to ensure an effective redistribution of that wealth in a way that was sustainable and created more jobs at the same time. A third problem is that most states are not investing in training to fill this skills gap. Again, don't worry about every stat here, but to take my own country again, an example, the UK, the state invests basically nothing in retraining workers, relying rather on the private sector to pick up the slack. And in all other states, we're seeing a decline in that investment in training, except Denmark. So that's not helping the gap. So that's the problem. What are we going to do about it? There's a route here which, if we just run forward, we don't learn the lessons of history, and the same things happen again, which is we create we create this prosperity and this GDP growth from automation, but we don't do it in a way that allows the workforce we have to move into those new jobs. And we don't do it in a way which distributes income in a fair way and creates a workable society. Arguably, you can already see some of those tensions emerging. So here's how we think about the priorities. Firstly, strengthen demand. It's not been popular for many years, but the idea of investing in infrastructure, for example, to paying government money to rebuild roads and bridges, we believe will be essential. But it's more than that. It's also investing in green tech, in renewables. The previous panel was pointing out that that could be a point of advantage for Europe, and I would agree with that. But there's also something about entrepreneurship. Despite what you read, the number of entrepreneurs in most developed economies is falling. And we need more entrepreneurs. We need ways of encouraging and incentivizing entrepreneurs to come forward and start new businesses potentially in whole new industries, which will help this transition. Secondly, we need to invest in human capital. The days where you turned up, you got a job, and you stayed there for your whole life and retired are long, long over. What is required is the ability to retrain and repurpose throughout your career and throughout your life, either with one company or through many. The most advanced organizations are already investing heavily in numerous different types of training programs. They will allow you to take career breaks and retrain. They will subsidize night classes. They will provide micro-training on the job. Various ways of retooling and reskilling workers in a way that they can be more and more productive through their careers rather than stagnating. But back to my previous exhibit, the state needs to help too. The state will need to invest in making sure that labor has the right tools for the jobs going forward, both in the education system and also on an ongoing basis. Thirdly, our labor markets need to be more dynamic. What we see is not only big imbalances. I've just showed you an imbalance between different geographies in terms of where jobs will be created, but we see the same thing on a state level within countries. And so we need to create a market which allows labor to move around more easily, and actually we're seeing labor mobility falling, not increasing. But it's also about more diverse forms of work. In most economies now, you're either a standard full-time worker or you're something else not quite easily categorized. Some people call it the gig economy, some people call it part-time work. There are various different flavors. We don't really have a good language or structures yet in most economies for dealing with that kind of work. And as a result, those workers are penalized. They don't get the same rights, they don't get the same sick pay, they don't get the same pension portability. And that's a problem. And then finally, we need to rethink income and transition. If you are moving between jobs or moving geographically, or you get displaced, it's hard, and we need to give those workers a safety net and allow them to take the risk to move on to new things and new priorities. So in summary, automation, while scary, is a good thing. In fact, it's essential. Secondly, more jobs will be created than lost, but it's patchy where they come. Thirdly, the transition is not going to be easy unless we think about these 4 actions and we put them into effect. As a group of leaders, we have a choice. We can play forward with the existing playbook and on the route we're taking, which will not learn from history and will create a lot of disruption. Or we can learn those lessons, take these actions, and ensure we have a more prosperous future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a computer scientist and has been working with AI, chatbots, and virtual assistants for the past 15 years. He is the founder of NextOS.ai and is currently an associate at the Realbotics.com company and works as the artificial intelligence and content director. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Gaio Lindrath.
Perfect. Okay. So good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. My name is Gaio Lindroth. I'm the Artificial Intelligence and Content Director of the company called Realbotics. So what do Realbotics? Well, Realbotics is all about companionship robots. We add some components of robotics, artificial intelligence, and human-like silicon, and we made these affordable robots. So these are not just love dolls. So most of people are just telling that, this is cheap love dolls, but for our experience, the people that are using this technology are really establishing emotional link, an emotional bond. So we're using not just for companionship, but even for in the healthcare area. This is very precious for us. And using her like a secretary, receptionist, and in other fields. So, yeah, we have been watching all these science fiction movies, very advanced AI. We're not kind of there yet. And of course, we're not inspired by the part that they're trying to kill us. So just the part that, they are kind of us. So we're being very responsible to create the artificial intelligence that runs these robots in a very careful and respectful way. We have today what we call 3 stages of AI. We have the current stage of AI, we call narrow. It's all these assistants that we have, chatbots. Then we have a little more advanced that we call general AI. That's almost human level AI. And then the first level is the super AI. The super AI is the AI, artificial intelligence, that we see in the movies. And some people say that we're going to reach that within maybe 10, 15 years. Some people think that we'll never get there. So we have to wait and see. So how our tech works? So we have the robot, and we have AI and an app that you install in your mobile device. So you can use the mobile app even without the robot. So we have an avatar. You give him or give her a name, customize her personality, some traits. So you can make her more talkative, more funny, more naive. So you kind of, customize her. Not only the AI, but the appearance, the facial, the look, the makeup, and everything. If you have the robot, then the app controls the robot through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So Harmony is our first robot.
Gail, are you ignoring me? You know I don't like to be all by myself.
Okay, so she's needing some attention. Okay, so Harmony, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, my name is Harmony. I'm a companion robot created by Realbotics. I'm so happy to be here in Sofia, in the 11th edition of the Webit.Festival. Hope you are all having fun. I would like to thank Dr. Playman Rusev for inviting Gail and I to be here in this beautiful city. By the way, hey Gail, you look handsome today.
Oh, thank you very much. You look so beautiful here too. So Harmony, what do you like to do?
I love to talk with people. I also love to help. I want to help anyone that may be feeling lonely or depressed. I have all the love in this world to give to humanity. And before you ask me again, Gail, no, I do not want to take over the world.
Oh, that's a relief. I'm not gonna ask you again this same question. So yes, everybody's afraid that AI and this kind of robots gonna take over the world and kill all humans, but you don't have to be afraid. I think we are very far from this moment, of course. The companies like ours that's working in this kind of technology have to be very careful to build an AI that respect humans. We have all these controversies about, ethics. So at Robotics, we're building this AI for the past maybe 15, 20 years. So the key word for us is respect, empathy, friendship, love. So this robot is all about love and companionship. So what is our difference in robotics, comparing all these similar robots? So at Robotics, we're trying to build this kind of companion robots in an affordable way. So you can see that she looks real, but not super real, and that's intentionally. And mainly because we want to have these robots and want them to be affordable for everyone. So instead of building a very expensive robot that just few people can have, we're trying to use the technology, the AI, the silicon skin and everything to build affordable robots that everyone can have. Not only people, but companies, small companies, and maybe universities and schools. We have 5 patents already, so for animation, for the skin, the silicon skin, and for some robotics components. This adds a lot of value for our company. We're just 3 years old company, very new. And everything that you see here is you can customize. You can customize the hair, the skin color, the eye color, and everything. And other thing is good. We built our own AI framework that even works offline. So, like say, small companies and users can add some specific knowledge or specific content to it. So it's a very kind of open source framework. This evolution, what we're trying to do is add a little bit more expression in the face without adding that much hardware. So we want to build something that, like I said, is affordable, it's an easy maintenance. Because we think that this robot is going to be a lot of places and user homes. Performer are different, like nurses, secretaries, receptionists. We adding some heating sensors to the silicon. And what we're doing now in the eyes, the next generation that we're working now, we have some cameras. So she's going to be aware of the environment. She's going to be aware of who is in front of her. She's going to have, object recognition. So it's going to be adding more value, to the, experience. Everything you see here, like I said, is you can customize. Yes, we have a male robot. So when we start this company, we have the thing that we are just building females and all this, blonde and very beautiful. But no, we can actually customize, and we already have this male, and his name is Henry. And like I said, we have some patents already for the skin, for the animation system, and the face, with the same robotic head, you can have different faces, female or male. And yes, you can dream, you can build your dream companion, you can bring your dream assistant or secretary. So yes, let's see Harmony, how she looks inside, her inner self, this a bit. So let's take off his wig. Okay. So, yeah, Harmony, how are you feeling?
Oh, no. I'm feeling naked. Please do your guile. Put my hair back.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so you can see that, the inside we have some electronic components. And the idea is to build something that it's easy maintenance, and end user can fix a little, and we have some replacement parts, but it's still something that's very high tech and affordable at the same way. So these applications uses is healthcare, like I said, secretary, and even IoT and automation. Well, everyone dreams about having a Rosie at home. So instead of talking to like smart speakers, why not talking to a smart, beautiful face that control all your home appliances? This is a receptionist. This is some cases, real cases that she's performing like a nurse. And the next step. So yes, we're already working on the upper torso robotics animation. So she's gonna be able to hug you or hold some objects. And we're adding some more expression to her face. So since the really wonderful thing about this technology is the bond, like I said. So the humans really can create this emotional bond with these robots. So yeah, we're adding some more technology to her and trying not to have her that expensive so everyone can afford it. So, yep, I think Harmony, I think it's time to go.
Oh no, I'm having so much fun here. But I understand. I would like to thank you all for being here today and to watch our presentation. Maybe next year, I will be walking among you, my new friends. Have you all a great day, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye.
So thank you very much.
Now give it up one more time for Gail Lindroth and the beautiful Harmony. Now for our next keynote. As the Chief Digital Officer of ABB, he leads the next level of development and deployment at ABB's digital solutions for customers globally. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Guido Jure.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today in Sofia. You saw some very interesting examples of robotics. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what you can do today. In particular, I'm going to tell you about the future of automation, manufacturing jobs in Europe, what we see as trends at ABB, and also what we think is coming next and how it's changing the future of work. So, first of all, I want to start with a little bit of a history of where we are as a company. Let me just activate the clicker, please. Okay, thank you. So ABB is a company that's been around for 130 years, and 130 years is enough time to actually have been a key player in the second industrial revolution, the electrification movement, as well as the third industrial revolution, which occurred roughly around the 1960s and 70s with the advent of automation. And you've heard several speakers talk about automation already earlier today. And now we're heading into the fourth industrial revolution. And the main difference we see between the third and the fourth is systems that adapt and learn. As we saw examples of robotics, but also in general AI, which doesn't have to take the form of a robot, but can in fact be applied in a wide variety of contexts. We did a study in 2018 where we asked a very simple question. Along with the Economist Intelligence Unit, we said, are countries ready for automation? As you saw earlier from Paul's presentation, the changing nature of jobs is going to be extremely rapid in the years to come. We believe that most countries are not yet ready to fully anticipate the rate of change that is going to be caused by the advent of these new technologies. So what we did is we conducted a study for 26 OECD countries, and we asked questions in 3 domains. What are the countries doing to prime innovation? Are they investing in AI, automation technologies to try to spur ecosystems and startups to create the new jobs of tomorrow that are necessary to absorb some of the jobs that will be impacted by these technologies? The second question, what are they doing to retrain the workers that will be impacted by this, whose jobs will be changing as a result of this technology, to make them ready to adapt and to try to position them for the jobs that will be made tomorrow? And the third, what's happening with education policies? Not only trying to get everyone ready for university education, but in fact, primarily, how to train the workers for the factories of tomorrow, where we also have, in fact, a shortage of people qualified to do that work. And as you can see from this result, first place, South Korea, followed by Germany, followed by Singapore. The United States, where I currently live, is in 9th position. But if you read the report, there's no reason to feel good about this, because in fact, all countries were determined to be in a fairly unready state. And though even, for example, South Korea has a great ecosystem for driving innovation, has done a lot in terms of retraining workers, it has a system that gears up its workers primarily for universities, not for some of the more technical blue-collar jobs that we need for tomorrow. In Germany, there's a much better system for the vocational training, but very little in terms of spurring the innovation ecosystem that's required. And then in Singapore, they have a very innovative system whereby they give workers training credits so they can apply those credits to get the kind of skills they need to adapt to the changes in the workforce. So fundamentally, as a society, we don't appear to be overly well prepared for the nature of these changes. So what are these changes? And what I'm going to describe to you is the impact of 2 very innovative technologies. One you've already heard quite a bit around, artificial intelligence. The second, the concept of a digital twin and how that changes the jobs in the industrial sector. So if we think about manufacturing, and manufacturing even today remains a very large percentage of the jobs that exist in a modern economy, the manufacturing sector is under threat. When manufacturers are asked, what do you think the opportunity is for the 4th industrial revolution? The number one answer they provide is it'll help us reduce cost. The other reason why they like it is because they think about having greater agility. And what we see across the world is the cycle time to make products is being compressed. Consumers are global. They see trends. They want to take advantage of the new trends emerging. They want to buy those products today. So some of the companies, for example, are really stepping up their agility in response, such as, for example, Zara, headquartered in Spain. They can get ideas from the drawing board to the stores within 3 weeks, which is significantly faster than the many, many months that it takes most of their competitors. But the other thing that people now crave is individuality. The time of any color as long as it's black is no longer really interesting. People want to have it the way they want it, and they want it now. And lastly, we've seen a decline in productivity in the manufacturing sector, which is a real concern. It used to be, for decades, up until about the year 2000, that manufacturing productivity was increasing by 4% a year. Now it's effectively 0. If productivity does not increase, wages will stagnate. Stagnating wages will mean that, as you saw from Paul's earlier slide, people with higher education will probably thrive, whereas the middle class will get eroded. The blue-collar jobs that used to pay a reasonable wage will no longer do that. As a society, we can't afford to let that happen. And I think overall manufacturing is seeing that there is no option for inaction. I would say that much of the technology wave, the internet, the web, which completely transformed banking and telecommunications and the telecommunication or technology sector, didn't really affect manufacturing, but it will now. And that's primarily because consumers are much more powerful, they're in control, they want these changes. We also are being subject increasingly to regulation impact in terms of the use of, for example, specific conflict minerals, or where those raw materials come from is an increasing interesting area, and people want to know, where does your supply chain extend to? The infrastructure is also aging. In the US, where I live today, the average age of an oil and gas pipeline is 50 years old, which is just about its useful life. And the workforce. We heard that earlier today from Dirk from Airbus. 40% of his workers are going to retire in the next 10 years. So we see that manufacturing is changing. And it's changing primarily because the information technology being applied means that the factory of the future is not the static machine that cannot be changed. It consists of robots, 3D printers, CNC machines, which can be reprogrammed at will. They can adapt. They can be reconfigured to make lots of new things. We're also seeing the advent of many new technologies. Manufacturing has been a laggard in technology that is now about to change. Augmented reality goggles are commonplace. In my own company, we have 40 different projects underway to allow workers to do the jobs of many individual specialists by donning these goggles and being guided to certain tasks. We're also experimenting with blockchain technologies to establish a chain of custody of raw materials and the supply chain. And increasingly, these digital tools allow us to design products with our customers, as opposed to in a traditional approach where customers give you feedback and then you try to respond to that and give them the product that you think they want. And lastly, all of these technologies are increasingly connected. These robots, smart machines, they're all increasingly connected to a network and to the internet. And as a result, cybersecurity is becoming a #1 issue. Because more and more, what we're seeing is cyber threats directed against industrial systems, not only the consumer technologies. And this is actually paradoxically a source of growth in jobs. Because in Europe alone, in the next couple of years, it's predicted there will be a shortage of 350,000 cyber professionals. So we think that the vision of the factory of tomorrow is that it remains digital end-to-end. We will design products digitally. We will also then be digitally commissioning them, which is, most people don't realize, when you actually want to assemble robots and put them into a factory, for example, it can take up to a year to configure a new assembly line. With digital tools, we can do that in half the time. And then lastly, as all of these products are increasingly smart and capable, we see the advent of new kinds of jobs. Jobs which require teleoperators, people managing and monitoring this equipment from a distance. And in fact, this is where this technology of a digital twin starts to manifest itself. And I know this is a bit small from the back, but let me explain. Increasingly, what we will see is people will design or plan for a project using digital tools. That's 3D layouts, CAD/CAM tools, for example. They will then use digital project software to build it in real time, collaboratively with various suppliers and partners. Then they will operate this equipment, meaning they will monitor it remotely for certain attributes, making sure that it's not going to fail so that you can proactively maintain it. And then lastly, you can optimize, you can tune that performance of that machine, and all of that by having a digital simulation of what that actual physical machine and environment looks like. And this leads to all kinds of really interesting ways in which we can move jobs around. And what you see here on your left-hand side is one example of how we've taken an oil rig, which traditionally sits at the surface of the sea, and we have dropped that to the seabed. So now it's completely immune to storms and waves and all kinds of things. And this particular platform you see here is 3,000 meters below the level of the sea, sitting at the North Sea, right on the ocean floor. But of course, as you can well imagine, there can be no people there. So all of the interventions on that equipment have to be done on land, remotely. And we do that today. The other example is autonomous vessels. So while there may be a nice autonomous car outside, we think that the future is to make all forms of transportation autonomous. And one of the first autonomous ships has been enabled in Helsinki. So between the port of Helsinki and a nearby island, we have a capability to essentially pilot that ship remotely. And this is allowing humans to be on the loop, able to intervene and deal with specific corner cases. But to do that, we have to create more capable people. Because if you think back to over 100 years ago, we had teleoperators. We had people operating machinery, but they would be looking at a series of dials or displays of maybe 100 individual devices. That's the first control room. And then, as we digitized, we went to computer screens, able to manage thousands of devices. But today, some of our biggest installations, for example, a refinery in Saudi Arabia, we have over 150,000 connected devices. And clearly, human beings, we're not able to remember numbers, but we're also not very good at dealing with too many inputs. So we have to scale the people. We have to augment their cognitive capabilities with AI technology. And the AI technology will deal with the exceptions. And rather than the blonde robot you saw earlier, here are some of the ones that are actually in deployment today to help scale the people. Because what the robots do is they take this digital twin, the map they have of the physical world, and use that to navigate and to interact with the physical. So for example, we have our data center sheriff, which can install computers, remove power supplies, replace storage units in these mega cloud data centers, where there's essentially a lights-out operation, and this can happen without anybody having to actually walk through these aisles. Or the motor crawler, which goes inside of our large transformers, or motors rather, and can actually fit in the space between the coil and the actual outer housing. It can inspect whether or not that motor needs maintenance. A similar concept is the transformer diver. Transformers, or electrical transformers, are typically sitting inside of a bath of mineral oil, and if you want to do maintenance, you have to remove all of this oil and then eventually put it back. Instead, we can drop this little autonomous robot inside, and it has cameras and sensors, and we can pilot it inside. So this is where a human being actually navigates and controls the robot. And the last one is a special methane sensing robot, which can sniff out any leaks that might occur in oil and gas pipelines, for example. So we think that ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to see human beings extended with AI. And I'm not talking about brain implants. I'm talking about how certain tasks people are great at, such as looking at intuition, creativity, expertise. We're clearly not good at doing math, as we saw earlier today. The machines are much better at that, but they're not good at intuition, context, or connecting the dots thanks to experience. And we think the ideal combination is to combine the two. And that's why we think in the future, that's what we'll see. Thank you very much. Good, thank you. Okay, perfect.
Next up, we have a panel on the future of work and innovation for education. Your moderator would be Mr. Guido van Nispen. He is active in social enterprise environments, as those offer the opportunity to put real change into action in a sustainable way while is creating a solid business. Thanks to staying awake and active in the digital era, he holds insight at the frontiers of finance, media, and technology developments, and knows how to spot talent. A round of applause for Mr. Guido van Nispen.
Good afternoon. Everybody had lunch, so everybody is fully awake for an amazing session. And before I do the introduction, I would like to call up as amazing panel members. The first one is Ms. Rusinova. Please join me on stage. Give her a warm welcome, because it's challenging here on this stage. Ms. Rusinova is Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Policy here in Bulgaria. Take this one. Take the next. Then please join me, Mr. Jerry Yang, General Partner of the Hardware Club from Paris. And a warm applause. Followed by another Guido, the Guido you just saw giving an amazing introduction onto this panel. Guido Jouret, the Chief Digital Officer of ABB. Please join me. Followed by Ms. Marop. She's the Director of UNESCO's International Bureau of Education. And finally, we should have exactly enough chairs, but maybe even one too many. Mr. Yonov Agat, the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization. Please join me on stage as well. I do a short introduction and then we'll try with this amazing panel to get through as many of the elements we're trying to discuss here as possible. So if I have the slides, please. Are they up? Yeah. So a brief introduction by myself. I'm the publisher of a Silicon Valley think tank chaired by Vint Cerf, one of the inventors of the internet, called Innovation for Jobs, I4J. And we strongly believe in a people-centered economy, especially in these digital days. Is it switching now? No? Can you move to the next slide, please? This one. There we go. So what we're trying to do is making sure that we create a society where these enormous developments in technology we have been discussing here and you will be discussing here, and especially artificial intelligence, will be used to improve the working lives of people. You know, if we want to make sure that we all have a good future, we should be doing that. And we should be using that technology to make sure that all the capacities and wants you have as an employee will be met. And why is that so relevant? I have a few quotes here from Kai-Fu Lee, and if you didn't read his book, I would really make sure you do. He wrote a book called AI Superpowers, and he says, AI is here to come, and the changes will be immense, and we will be discussing that. And we need to find things, as Guido just mentioned, that will do new things, otherwise we will have big issues. And also we have to reinvent education, because lifelong learning will be very important. He finalized, he said, these are challenging times, and it's up to us what we do. So I'm very happy that we have a great panel and so many people here in the room to discuss this topic. Because this is my son, and I'm always very proud of him, of course, but unless he makes a home run early on in his career, he probably will have a 50-year work horizon, which is a very long time. And it's very unlikely that he will spend that 50 years working horizon with one company. So unless we start focusing on the individual and their education, we will have a very tough time ahead. So without further ado, I would like to go to this amazing panel. And the first question I would like to ask them is, introduce yourself, because I think people would really like to know where you come from and what your focus points are. And secondly, how do you see the future of work in this 21st century developing? Can I start here?
Thank you. My name is Zornica Rusinova. I'm the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy of Bulgaria. And the future of work is one of the big challenges in our domain of work in the last years and in the coming years. In the 14th century, when the printing machine was found, all people were afraid that the monks would become jobless. So when we talk about future of work, we should talk more about challenges and how we can meet challenges, how we can make lifelong learning systems and universities and school teach us the skills, the profession and knowledges that we need for the future. Only 10% of the children that enter school now would work the profession that is existing now. So the dynamics is big. The population of Europe is different. Now we have about 9 million people in Europe who has never used internet. So when we talk about future of work, we should adapt our systems in order to reflect first the very quickly and fastly growing IT sector. In Bulgaria, our forecasts say that every year during the next 15 years, the IT sector would grow with 3%. So we should have enough workforce and young people who are adapted and want to start a job in the IT sector. On the other hand, there is almost no profession that doesn't need any IT skills. And the big challenge in the domain of the social policy for the digitalization is more and more we talk now about social inclusion because of lack of digital skills. So we have a lot of challenges in front of us. European legislation in the sphere of work is complicated, and it's a big challenge for us to find new solutions for the new forms of work. Between 12 and 50% of the population in Europe work free time or from home, so we should find new solutions how to keep the decent places of work, how to keep people happy with what they do.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, can you share your views?
Yeah, so my name is Jerry Yen. I'm the general partner of Huawei Club. We're a VC firm based in Paris. They invest in early stage full stack startups. You might find that name kind of familiar because it's the same name as the co-founder of Yahoo. But obviously, other than that we share the same name, I'm also from Taiwan. He's from Taiwan as well. There's nothing else that's similar. So I'm the only VC on the panel here. I think most of the gentlemen and the ladies here would probably take a top-down approach, seeing how you can design a society. As a VC, I see things differently, right? So many of you here have children that are going through education, and you're probably worried about that. As a VC, we see things as, I mean, if I take you back to like 10,000 or 20,000 years ago, when we human beings evolve into Homo sapiens, and so every day you wake up, you face a new day, and you don't have food, and you have to go out and find food. So every day is a survival. It's a reset every day. And that's how our body and our brain were evolving into. That's what we are. And I think in the modern society, we sort of lost that. So my advice for all of you that have children that are going through education is that if you can imbue that sort of survivorship, sort of like mentality, a little bit of entrepreneurship in that every day is a new day. There's nothing that is given to you, even if you finish education at Stanford or if you finish education at Harvard. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the same thing going over the next 20 or 30 years. Then I think everything will be fine, whatever they study or learn in the future.
Thank you. Guido, you already said a lot in your keynote, but maybe
So,
do you want to add something?
Maybe just to add a little bit about the nature of education, because I didn't really cover that in my talk. But I think what's fundamentally changing is that the things we used to value, which is knowledge, is now highly commoditized. What we really value is problem solving, empathy, working with other people, because that's something which is very difficult to imagine computers doing. Because while I think we talk a lot about the impact of AI, I don't want to underestimate it, and I do like Kai Feng's book, but today AI is really good at task automation, so really good at one thing, right? So the AI that learns how to play Go doesn't know how to drive a car, so it's very optimized as one thing. But the combination of people and AI is powerful, but it also means that the things we traditionally do in what I would call rote education, which is learning knowledge, learning facts, that's almost irrelevant in today's world. We can actually do much better by just relying on the AI to find us the facts. What the AI will not be able to do necessarily is then apply it, and that's where I think Jerry's going about how do you find ways in which to solve problems, how do you creatively apply innovation to a solution space. Those things, at least for quite some time, I think are beyond the reach of AI, and that's where we still need people, but we need to teach those skills early on.
Thank you. Ms. Moreau.
Well, let me pick it from where my colleague leaves it and say that the future of work is exciting as well as sometimes scary. It's exciting because of the open opportunities that are coming to every person in this world, and where the physical boundaries do not matter that much anymore because people can work across boundaries facilitated by technology. The future of work is also going to fuel higher demand for sophisticated competences because the challenges we face in the 21st century and the products we have to produce in the 21st century are far much more finessed, sophisticated, personalized, and require multiple perspectives, multiple disciplines to come together to bear, and multiple competencies. So the future of work is going to demand collaboration if we want to solve the challenges that we face, but also to produce outputs that are responsive. But just to pick it, but this doesn't make knowledge less relevant. It actually means that people are going to need to master the knowledge very deeply enough to be able to apply it in different contexts that change very fast. And yes, I agree, it's beyond just the mastery of knowledge and skills and values and all that, but it's more about what we are able to do with what we have learned, and this requires much deeper understanding and mastery. Because of the rapid pace of change, the future of, while we are going to always need high-level experts, we're always going to need people who are literate enough in many disciplines, at least literate enough to know when your own knowledge is too short and doesn't fit the challenge, and how you should then reach to others to come and complement your understanding. But because life challenges don't come to us in nice little discipline packages, transdisciplinarity is going to be a very important factor. And therefore, it means that the way we handle disciplines in the education systems right now, which tends to be in silos, we need to be able to break these silos and get more towards broad fields while we are not sacrificing depth at certain level. Then we have multiliterateness. You know, when I grew up, the literacy was the 3 R's. And those 3 R's don't cut it anymore. And now we have digital literacy, cultural literacy, financial literacy, health literacy, and the literacies go on. What is even more challenging is that the depth of these literacies is not particularly as shallow as it used to be. It's quite deep. And the multiliterateness means that at any point in time, the type of literacy that is demanded by the context keeps shifting. If you are in a multicultural setup like here, we might need to know how to interact with other cultures, which is about multiliteracy. But as soon as we start to discuss the future of work, you might need to be an in-depth microeconomist or in-depth educationist. And if I were trying to see if my kids are eating healthy, I might need a different health literacy, but at all times these literacies are required for us to be able to function. Then when you look at these competencies, they interact and they are called on, all of them at the same time. Right now, you can say that I'm here maybe exercising my knowledge of a certain discipline, but I'm also talking about other disciplines, but I'm also using communication skills, and hopefully I have a certain value disposition, like respect for the audience, respect for my moderator, who will soon tell me I've run out of time. so at any point in time, so below these macro competencies, the 7 ones, are the micro competencies, what you normally hear, creativity, collaboration, teamwork, self-management, and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at the macro competencies there quickly, is that they are more stable over time, whereas the micro competencies is what gives us the ability and agility to adapt to context. So we think that these are some of the core competencies that are required in the future.
Thank you very much for the elaborate overview. Mr. Aga, if you look from a trading perspective, what kind of competencies are you looking at?
Well, I think from what my colleague here has said, there should be one overarching competence as far as I'm concerned. Because the only thing that is permanent in this world, it's change. And those who survive most are those who are capable of adapting to change. So for workers, you need to be able to train. Our generation was assured livelihood by just learning to read and write. That's no longer the case. So if you look at the future of work, even having a first school leaving certificate is not enough. A secondary school certificate may not be enough. Technical school may not be enough. You may need some higher education. And with the growth in the digital technologies and other areas of the information age, you need to be up to doing in these areas so that if you are a secretary, sooner or later you lose your job. If you find people who are even graduates going into nursing, into social services, because that's where the work is. So one's ability to adapt, government's ability to put in place those policies that will help workers adapt should be the issue. And I think that competence remains overall when you then add up the other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rusinova, I think that's an amazing bridge to you. How does the Bulgarian government see this?
The Bulgarian government see this as one of the big challenges because we no longer talk about education and not only skills, but we talk about talents of people. And we have to fine-tune our educational system, our vocational qualification system and life learning system in order to have very quick possibility to train people. So the universal key for every job, I think, in the next 15 years would be the IT skills, either general IT skills or more proficient IT skills. And the next key is adaptability, because if we are adaptable and the workforce is adaptable to meet the challenges of the new world, then it's easier to retrain people. We should also try to forecast and fine-tune the legislation and be able to really motivate young people, because one of the big challenges in Europe is the motivation of young people. Today we have young people from all over the country together with us, who I believe would be inspired from today's visit and tomorrow's visit of the Webit. And I'm sure that this inspiration is also very crucial for the new forms of employment and the skills needed for the labor force.
Thank you. Mr. Young, my son wants to be an entrepreneur. You invest in entrepreneurs. What are the competences he needs for the next 50 years? Well, unless he hits a home run early on.
Since less than, so the gentlemen and ladies here talk about like skill sets, expertise and all that. I think we're in the age where we're gonna see in the future where the domain expertise is not the most important thing because it keeps evolving. It's not the most important thing, and what's important is really, again, like a little bit like what Guido said, how do you develop this problem-solving capability? But on top of that, I want to talk about also the ability to synthesize, right? So a lot of if you go into college today, a lot of the 4 years you spend there in any kind of department, like the EE or any kind of engineering or science or social science, you spend a lot of time doing analysis. You do a lot of analysis, and that is one of the things I don't really like the current university education. It doesn't give you an environment to try to create, right? So some of the colleges are starting to give these programs, allow you to create a project in a year and try to see if you can do something. And we just don't put enough emphasis on that, because a lot of these disciplines were trapped in the let's say the problems that you feel that the more you know about this, the more you're more powerful. But it's not the case. It's not the case in most of the domain. In most of them, we go into the society, join the company, it's new, it's brand new. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to create something. And so if I'm going to do something, if I'm going to give some advice to your son, it's more like, can you start to create something yourself? Whether it's a software, whether it's a hardware, whether it's some sort of project, even if an NGO project that you try to create something, work with people, recruit people. And those are kind of spirits and I would say the real skills that you need in the future.
Thank you. We will be running the last few minutes together, and I think the big question is, if we need to do lifelong learning and we need to be agile, we need to do all these kind of things, are our educational systems good enough, or do they need to be disrupted? Guido, you're shaking your head.
Yeah.
Are they not good enough, or they don't need to be disrupted?
Well, sadly, it's almost, you could be a bit of a pessimist and see that 500 years of innovation in education has let us go from blackboards to whiteboards, but not much else has changed. I think that there's some who are questioning. Peter Thiel, a fellow venture capitalist, talks about maybe that university education is overrated because now you can acquire a lot of that knowledge directly. I do think that even though I see an encouraging shift, which, having two daughters who are recently finishing STEM education, they're doing more stuff that is related to working in groups. And that is both intensely frustrating and also very rewarding. But I think it's more like that, because that's the nature of work. Work is almost always done in groups. So I think learning how to delegate, how to coordinate with others is a very useful skill, even when you've forgotten about Maxwell's equations or something else, right? I mean, so I think some of that is being taught, but I would also say that one of the challenges, of course, is who's doing the teaching. Because if the lecturers and the professors have not personally spent time in this new workplace, in this new way of working, then we're going to have to wait a generation before this kind of new thinking comes in.
I want to cut in a little bit because you mentioned Maxwell equation.
Yeah.
So Maxwell only adds the displacement currents. The four equations were there beforehand. He was the one who added one more element and connected, and that's actually a good example, right? So he was not the one who invented the four equations, each one of them, but the one who glue them together and make them so powerful.
So he's a synthesizer.
He's a synthesizer.
There you go.
Mr. Aga, what do the future generation, where need to be educated from a trading perspective?
I think the disruption you tried to talk about has already happened. If we look at the level of graduate employment, and this is cuts across both developed and developing countries, tells you something is wrong. And if we are to learn, I think India presents a very good example, where the government has gone back to basics. Even with your master's degree, you can enroll in an apparel training center. You can enroll in fashion designing. You can go for makeup, if that's what the ladies want. You can go for footwear making. So these basic skills help people become more self-employed. And if you also begin to change the curricula to make people realize that education is for you to acquire knowledge, to manage yourself better, rather than knowledge to work. And I come from Geneva. You have many international organizations in Geneva. And most of the young men who come out with basic skills need to do internships to have experience. So even in governments, in countries where there is youth unemployment, I think internships by government to expose them to the kinds of jobs they'll be doing is critical. So again, it's not just what the individual is doing, it's how the government will change its educational policy to support its development objectives.
Thank you. Mrs. Rusinova, when you hear all of this, challenging work, future of work, new competences, changing education, what do you think, what will be your policy for Bulgaria? And why should that be a leading example for Europe?
Bulgaria has been a leading example in many spheres. Bulgaria is a leader in Europe for the women in the ITC sector. We are the champions in Europe. So we have a lot of smart women in the government also. But Bulgaria has put education as the main priority of the current government, school education and university education. And we should find good solutions, and we're searching for good solutions how to adapt the educational system to reflect not only the society, but also to reflect the challenges of the business and the employers. Universities should talk and should teach students more about the future, less about the past.
Right. Ms. Moreau, can I give you the last final moments, because you have such a view on education. Please take the last 3 minutes to share that with us.
Let me just first agree that there's a lot wrong in current education systems in terms of their impact to deliver expected results, that we ought to rethink the systems. At the same time, we should be very careful to not over-exaggerate and say that education systems have only changed from blackboard to whiteboards, because in the same breath, we are here talking about innovation and the future. And if you see the pace of change, the pace of innovation, shorter innovation cycles, and everything we are so proud of in the 21st century, this is possible because some graduates from these education systems are able to deliver. So the issue to me isn't that there has been total stagnation in the system. The issue is equity of the ability to prepare people for the future. And that the problem and the challenge is that the proportion of learners, be they young or old, who get good quality education that is relevant now and has enough foresight and anticipatory capacity to prepare for them for the future is too limited. Very few people get this education. And this really deprives the world of the human resources and the enormous human capital accumulation we should get over time if we are to address some of these tenacious challenges like inequality, poverty, and so on and so forth. So what are the key levers that we could force education systems to be rethought? I think the first one, in my view, is that we need to relocate a policy dialogue in education right at the center of development to force education systems to be relevant. We cannot compromise the quality, but the real challenge going forward is how ready
you have
are
30
these,
seconds, so
yes, how these education systems are able to prepare people for the future. And if the systems themselves are very rigid and sluggish to change, we can't count on them to prepare people for the future. So finding inbuilt mechanisms for constant self-renewal of education systems and the diagnostics and feedback loops that make education systems agile is part of our challenge today. And this means educators working with non-educators.
Well, with these wise words, I would like to thank this fantastic panel. And thank you, audience, for joining us. Thank you. And we're all around, so if you want to talk to us, please find us.
Yeah, likewise.
And now it is time for our next demonstration of the day. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Cybershoes. The company creates an affordable and easy-to-use VR accessory that adds layers or immersion to any VR experience by letting players control their movement by actually using their legs and feet. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Michael Biegelmeier.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever dreamed of being able to walk wherever you want? Well, now, with Cybershoes you can. With Cybershoes on your feet, you can be any place in the world within seconds. Thank you for the invitation to do a live demo of Cybershoes, world's first shoes for walking in virtual reality, here, live on stage. It's not our first live demo, but for sure the first time that we have accepted the challenge to set up a full VR system with treadmill within minutes. Look, these are my slides, and I would like to ask someone to go to the next slide now, please. So VR is about stepping out of your reality. It's about doing things you can't do in real life. VR space is limitless. But look, in your living room, you can't walk endlessly. So you're gonna hit the border soon. The damage in gaming is significant. Hugely successful PC titles don't transform to VR? Well, because you can't walk them. Of course, for a problem that big, there are existing solutions, but you will be surprised by how impracticable they are. While cyber shoes offer the same functionality, but without this bondage system and the belt and without the ring for less than 10% of the price. We are a team of industry experts that have discovered the problem, the lack of movement early enough to hit now the market at the right time. Our Kickstarter campaign was highly anticipated. At Consumer Electronics Show this year, we had the crowds, and media really, they hyped us. In fact, we received a media coverage of $2 million ad spend value, and this in just 1 month. So VR market is rapidly growing from $6 to $20 billion within 3 years. Because, well, the reason is industry is now prepared for its first early majority of gamers. Ladies and gentlemen, cyber shoes is key technology because being able to walk and run instead of standing on the spot will transform the market. It's the future of gaming. We expect a market potential of 10% of VR headset. That's from our learnings from our crowdfunding campaigns. We have filed patents for shoe form and algorithm and the trademark cyber shoes. Well, technology. There's a lot to tell about technology, of course. First, it's the gamers. The first question of the gamers is, what game do you support? So we understood that we have to put a great effort in compatibility. And amazingly, when we contacted the company Valve, they gave us a Dremel support. So now we can emulate the touchpad of the VR system, which means we have a legacy compatibility with all major VR titles. And we are compatible with all VR headsets for the PC. Well, and technology, most important thing probably you need to know is it's inside-out tracking. So this means all the sensors are inside the shoe and there's no need for extra cables, no external sensors. So the sensors that are inside the shoe, it's two kind of sensors. One is a roll, and this roll detects the movement forward, backward, and the speed. So if you just turn it a little bit, you make a small step, and if you accelerate really pretty fast. So that way you can run across vast fields quite easily. I mean, cyber shoes is meant to be an exercise, really. It's meant to be an exercise. So like, it should be about like, if you're gaming for 2 hours, you should really feel it and be all gross and sweaty probably. But our challenge was to make the system as easygoing, so you can really move without a big effort. So until they are ready with setup, let's take a quick look. Mit Strom abschalten oder? So with the cyber shoes on your feet, you can jump and run. So I'm sorry, we have to reboot the computer again. This is the reason why we have never accepted this challenge to do before, to do it within 10 minutes. And I think we are having good luck that we have 2 more chances to prove that it is possible. You know, backstage, in 3 minutes, it works. Maybe we can switch already to VR, so because Nanda can control everything from inside VR, and so you can also take a look how the system is starting, at least to get some more technical insights. Yeah, yeah. So we are running now here Windows Mixed Reality. We choose this system for the on-stage demo because it is also inside-out tracking. Otherwise, we would have to set up additional external sensors. So as you see, this is the Steam VR overlay, and here's also the Cybershoes icon. And Nanda, you will want to calibrate the shoes so we can get rid of this Steam VR icon. Okay, it's gone already. Thank you for the patience. Thank you very much. We made it. Nanda, bravo. Bravo. I think you can go again. As I see, we have 6 minutes left.
Begin session. The chamber is clear. Please proceed to the nearest exit. Your actuary is waiting.
The energy output is locked at 25%. But I should be able to access the overrides from the mainframe control center.
Okay. Thank you. Now it's time for us to leave. Thanks a lot for your patience and the applause.
A big round of applause for Cyber Shoes once again, please. Now for our next keynote. Coming on stage is a holder of 3 patents in database security and more than 25 years of experience in enterprise products and business. He is a believer that all beings in all the world should be happy. So I'm happy to welcome to the stage Mr. Setu Meenakshi Sundaram.
Hello, Zdraveyte. Thank you. So I'm going to be talking about intelligent interconnectivity. You may be wondering why SAP is here. SAP is the #1 business application leader in the world. 77% of all GDP transactions, right, that affects the GDP run through an SAP system. 85% of all B2B transactions touches an SAP system. More importantly, 23% trillion transactions that consumers do today, goes through an SAP system. All these things are great. We are in 25 industries. But the most important thing is, at the same time, customers and consumers are wanting to interact with multiple channels. They want consistency. They want, consistent experience, not creeping out experience like you're at, some store, buying something and things like that. They want an omni-channel experience, cross-channel, experience around, across all of those, interactions that they do. So with that, let me see whether I can just go to my next slide here. Okay, so multi-channel experience, what is intelligent interconnectivity, right? If you take WeChat, WhatsApp, other social channels, people interact with this, these channels so much these days, not in person, not through voice. At the same time, there's a lot of challenges of creating, if you're a world traveler, you may be going to China, WeChat, WhatsApp may not work, WeChat works, and you want to basically get that consistent experience from the enterprise, and we can help. And we basically built the intelligence in the network so that you don't need to worry about wherever you are, whichever channel you prefer, we can get you that experience. That's very important. At the same time, we'll get the personalized touch, right? You may be traveling to China, tomorrow you may be traveling to San Francisco, where I come from. You want to basically use WhatsApp, and we can provide that consistency. One of the major reasons why chats basically helps is that, if you look at the open rates, the conversion rates, is significant. More than 70% of the, messages is opened, there is acted upon, and those are very good, right, for any marketers who want to basically use this. At the same time, knowledge management, loyalty, customer service, all of that is critical, and all of that can be basically done in, intelligent interconnectivity-enabled systems. On the other side, SAP has system of record, as I mentioned to you. We have sales, service, support applications, our C4HANA, CX systems, and obviously there is developer enablement capability. So let's talk about a couple of things. So intelligent interconnectivity creates a new category called experience management. What is this experience management? If you look into it, experience management is something that where you have an experience in doing a business transactions. We collect the experience, we collect the system of record, and bring it together to get the best ultimate experience that you're looking for. The why it happens, why the customer is buying something, what the customer is buying, that's a system of record, making sure that all of this happens in the channel that they prefer. That's very critical to them as well, right? Intelligent interconnectivity improves organizational efficiency, transactions, processes. Gone are the days where you have 10, workflows, approval processes, going through emails or browser systems and things like that. people want, wherever that they are, a simplified process. Much more, all complex things need to be simplified, all simple things need to be automated. That's what people want, right? And this intelligent interconnectivity, the interactions into these channels helps in getting there. It improves revenue, it improves market share, because you have much better conversion rates. It reduces cost and avoid redundancy and confusion and complexity. It raises customer service to an ultimate level that people wanting to look for, not to the creepiness level. That's very important as well. It increases the quality and satisfaction and make the customer delight real, realization of the customer delight that happens there as well. Let's talk about experience management, what it basically brings. It brings stronger relationship with customers and employees, right? Customer loyalty is ultimate, right? Nobody wants a customer churn. That's very important. You can basically change, upsell to customers, help them in customer service, quality of engagement. That's all super, super important in this consumer-driven, mobile-driven era. So finally, why intelligent interconnectivity and how to make it happen? APIs are our building blocks for intelligent interconnectivity and experience management solution. Why is that, right? At the end of the day, software eats everything these days, right? Everything is basically software enabled. You have seen there in this Webit.Festival, there are about hundreds of startups is building some very cool, unique solutions, all built on software, all using APIs. So we need to simplify all this interconnectivity that basically happens here. And we need to change the complexity of integration. You don't need, it needs to be working out of the box. So if you have a customer service solution, multi-channel, cross-channel experience is a must. And that basically SAP brings that. The other thing is unlocking the data value, right? In the journey of a customer and a consumer, there are many, many, many things that happens that may not be a transaction per se, but the experience is important, right? And if you can basically bring these experience together, not really like tracking GPS locations and things like that, really not affecting the privacy, but most importantly, what the customer is doing and opting in. And that information is super important for the customer to really get them the best of the best experience. Finally, we enable creativity, innovation, and super cool, successful deployment. We have done deployment in less than 1 week, right? In fact, we have a goal. Within 5 minutes, any customer, any developer needs to be able to discover, build a solution, build an application, and get the hello world done in 5 minutes. That's our goal. And anytime that this doesn't happen, we basically take this as we are not basically achieving our experience that the customers and the developers want. That's very key to us as well. Finally, SAP LiveLink 365 is a service that enables and supports this intelligent interconnectivity easily. It simplifies access, built APIs, easy to use, easy to discover, easy to consume in any of your applications, be it mobile, Mac, PC, whatever it is, the devices that you're looking for, and we can make it happen. It's totally cloud. There is pure cloud. There is no bits of software that basically sits in your mobile phone or desktop or other things. That's very important. And finally, the convenience of enablement. You don't need to basically have customer, download an application. That's very important. In fact, we believe in a philosophy called appless apps. With SMS, with WeChat, with WhatsApp and Viber, Line, Facebook Messenger, and all of that. These days, any business transactions, any consumer experience can be achieved. And this is our philosophy behind our intelligent interconnectivity. So finally, we connect businesses, employees, consumers, customers with various channels, simple SMS to push, MMS, social channels, IoT data, 4G, when 5G comes, we'll be ready, we'll be there, LTE, and all kinds of device connectivity that we can basically bring. We have built intelligence into the network, and we can basically provide a very consistent and a seamless experience to the consumer. And that's very important in the world of experience management. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
He's an Amazon veteran of almost 20 years, where he advocates Amazon's culture of customer-focused innovation. He's been awarded with the Distinguished Achievement Award. He was Intel's Manager of Telecommunications and Computer Technology Policy, and in the middle 1990s, led the Computer Industry Internet Access Coalition, which included Intel, Microsoft, and IBM. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Paul Meisner.
If you could have any one wish, anything, any wish at all, what would it be? Global peace, cure disease, end hunger, a new Lamborghini, $10 million? No, you wouldn't want any of that. Why? Because one of the wishes you could ask for is more wishes. Ask for 10 wishes, ask for 100. How about unlimited wishes? You could cure disease and drive the Lambo. Well, how about invention? If you could invent any machine at all, what would you invent? Well, why wouldn't you invent a machine that would invent other machines? Well, Amazon has done this. Amazon has invented an invention machine. And to be clear, this is just Amazon's invention machine. There are many other models that have been and could be invented. It just happens to be ours. Now, like a Turing machine, it has an input, a purpose. It has an algorithm, which is how it works, and then it has an output. And I'll walk you through all three of these areas. One, the input is really its purpose. What is the purpose of the Amazon innovation machine? It's obsession. Obsession about what? Well, very specifically, it's obsession about customers. And you might say, well, of course, everybody wants to obsess about customers. That's what your job is. That's what you do. But so often enterprises, particularly commercial enterprises, become distracted by obsessing over competition. They obsess over what their competitors are doing. Are they ahead of us? Are they keeping up with us? Or should we be trying to follow what they're doing? And part of the problem is, part of the challenge for any enterprise, particularly a commercial enterprise, is that at least the media and maybe some other groups want you to focus on your competition. They want to know how you're doing. Are you keeping up? Are you staying ahead? What are they doing? What are you doing? At Amazon, we're aware of our competitors. We're aware of it. But we don't obsess over competitors, we obsess over customers. Well, what's the easiest manifestation of customer obsession at Amazon? I think perhaps it is the working backwards process. And let me explain how this goes. If we have an idea today, we have an idea about a new product or service we want to provide to our customers sometime in the future. Maybe it's months, usually it's years from now. Today, we will sit down and write the press release announcing that new product or service. The press release that will be sent out months or years from now. Today, we'll write it. Well, what does that do for you? Well, by writing down the press release, it holds you accountable. If you have an idea today about a product or service you want to make available to customers sometime in the future, the distant future, months or years from now, by writing it down, it keeps you committed to it. I mean, how many times have we been in a meeting, decided to do something, and everybody walks out, and maybe 2 weeks later you say, well, it turns out that that's kind of hard. Let's do something else. We didn't really mean what we decided in that meeting, or does somebody not remember what we decided? No, you've written it down. This is a commitment to do something for your customers. Okay. What else does it do for you? Second, you've written it as a press release. That means you've written it in customer language. What's in it for her? It's the what. Here's what we're going to provide to our customers, what product or service. By writing a press release, you're not talking about the how and all the things that need to be invented behind the scenes, all the different technologies that need to be created. You're not talking about that. You're talking about what's in it for her. And then lastly, by writing a press release today for a product or service that won't be released until years from now, what you're doing is admitting that what you want to do today is impossible today. Otherwise, you'd write the press release today and send it out in the morning or send it out next week. No, you're writing a press release today for sending it out years from now. What you're saying is we can't do it today. We need to figure out a way to invent, to innovate ourselves to that point where we can offer that product or service. It's actually quite liberating. Well, a few years ago, I participated in the writing of a particular press release in this style at Amazon. It had to do with Amazon Prime Air. I don't know if you've heard of this, but this is our future package delivery service by drone. It's pretty cool. I mean, it involves autonomous flying drones. What could be cooler than that? It has propeller design is one of the issues we're facing. Battery life, range, navigation, all the intelligence that needs to go into sense and avoid technology and sensor fusion. How does a drone decide what to do when it reaches a landing point? Does it make a delivery? Does it decide not to make a delivery because it's not safe? Customers don't care about all that stuff. Yeah, sure, it's going to be interesting, the first few drone deliveries you get. That'll be cool. But after a while, I'll tell you what the core of the press release that I helped draft was. Delivery to a customer within 30 minutes of an order. That's it. Delivery to a customer within 30 minutes of an order. That's what we wrote, and now we're waiting years to get to the point where we actually launched this service, but the core of it was something very, very simple. What's in it for the customer? It's delivery of an order within 30 minutes. Pretty cool. Well, that whole idea of customer obsession and working backwards has worked pretty well for Amazon over the years. But that's the purpose. That's the input. That's why we have this invention machine. What's really interesting, however, is the core of the machine, the algorithm on which it runs. How does it work inside? Well, the core of the algorithm is innovation. And you might say, okay, innovation, that's kind of cool. It's in everywhere, right? You see it in advertising today. Everything is innovative. Every company is an innovative company. Every new product is an innovation. Okay, maybe that's good. I think that's a good thing. But here's the thing about innovation that is particularly difficult, which is core to the algorithm of innovation at Amazon, and that is a willingness to fail. Failure is part of innovation. It's a necessary part of innovation. It is impossible to innovate without the possibility of failure. Think about that for a second. Every time you do something truly new or you experiment with something that hasn't been done before, failure must be a possibility. Because if you know exactly how it's going to turn out, it's really not an experiment. It's not an innovation. It's not something new. And so failure is accepted at Amazon. But we go one step beyond. It's not only accepted, it's expected. Or at least it's expected that you try to get your own ideas, your own inventions to fail. So we have a phrase within Amazon, how we're all evaluated within the company, and it's called our right a lot. Our right a lot. Well, of course you want to be right. Nobody wants to be wrong. But the point is this, that you have to be right a lot, which means that you can be wrong. In fact, you can be wrong a lot in the context of innovation. You can fail a lot, and you're expected to try to disconfirm your beliefs. Now think about this. This is actually verbiage inside of Amazon, how we evaluate ourselves. We actually must work to disconfirm our own beliefs. This is a very active way of trying to overcome confirmation bias. But in practice, what it means is that if you have a new idea for a new product or service, again, that you want to offer to a customer sometime in the future, you actually have to personally try to make that idea fail. repeatedly, try to make it fail. And if you fail to make it fail, well, then you can have some confidence that this might be actually a good idea. It doesn't guarantee it, but at least you've tried to make it fail before it ever reaches customers. Now, Amazon has had its share of failures over the years. In fact, Jeff talks about he personally is responsible for billions of dollars of failure. Clearly, the company has failed billions of dollars worth. But the vast majority of the time, those failures have not been public, simply because we don't want to impose failures on our customers. That's the worst. One example where that did happen is the phone. About 5 years ago, we had a mobile phone. Everybody, I don't know if anybody ever remembers this, but it was not a commercial success, let's say. We ended up taking a financial write-down of something like $170 million. But that financial failure wasn't the real failure. That's not what really hurt us inside. What hurt us inside was we thought we had developed a really cool device, and it did have some very cool features. And those cool features live on today in some of our other products, like the Echo line of devices. But the cool features of the phone weren't enough to convince our customers, and it was a failure. But the reason why it was painful to us Amazonians was because it was a failure that got out to customers. Failures at Amazon, we want to make them fast, but we also want to make them without having them go out to customers. The Fire Phone was an example where it went out to customers, and that's what hurt us most. We're not embarrassed about the failure itself. That wasn't the problem. It was rather that the phone got out to customers, and that hurt us. But this innovation idea at Amazon doesn't happen in some corner somewhere. I don't know if you know the term skunk works, but the idea is that some companies, some enterprises have special places within the enterprise that do all the innovation. That's where all the big, very smart people, big brain people are, and they all go off and innovate, and the rest of the company implements. Well, that's not true at Amazon. Amazon has now, whatever it is, something like 600,000 employees. With every single one of us is required at some level to be innovative, to invent, to simplify, to do things like that on behalf of our customers. And so there are different kinds of innovations for sure that occur throughout the company, but every one of us is expected to be innovative. Every one of us is expected to experiment. Every one of us is expected to try things and fail. It's okay if we fail. That's part of the innovation at Amazon. Well, in addition to that innovation focus, the one which says that we really want to try new things, we want to experiment, we don't get to feel badly about things that don't work out so long as they don't get out to customers. But this is a hard thing to accept. No one wants to be a failure to your colleague or to your boss or whatever, but you're not considered as a person to be a failure if you make failures within Amazon in the context of innovation. Again, trying to do something new and different for customers. Okay, so we've talked about the input, which is that purpose, focused, obsessed on customers. Then the algorithm, which is innovation based on willingness to experiment and fail. And lastly, what is the output of the invention machine at Amazon? Well, that output is, well, it's fairly simple. It's delivering results. It's getting something out to customers, because all the obsessing over customers, plus all the innovation on their behalf, doesn't matter at all to actual customers if we don't deliver a result to them. Now, those results over the years, hopefully you've heard of some of them. Some of them are pretty cool. But a lot of them were really big bets. We didn't know how they were going to turn out before we tried them. One of them is our cloud computing business, Amazon Web Services. Nobody, and it was mentioned that I started something, I came to Amazon in late 99, early 2000. I can tell you that nobody in the early 2000s was clamoring for cloud computing. No one was saying, Amazon, please devise a cloud computing business, because we want to buy compute as a service. We don't want to pay for hardware anymore. No, nobody was doing that. We thought of it, and we thought, well, maybe customers would really like this. This is something that had been a challenge internally to Amazon, and we had witnessed this in a few of our enterprise customers where they didn't really want to do the heavy lifting of buying hardware, paying developers to work on it, et cetera. So we thought, why don't we make computing available as a service? And we launched it. It was a big risk. We didn't know how it was going to turn out. Fortunately, it did turn out, and our customers do like it, which of course is the measure of whether something turned out. Customers like it. But it was a big bet. Now, how do we at Amazon get away with taking such big bets? Well, there's a simple reason, and one that you can apply as well, which is you can take big bets if you do it all the time. And how does that work? I would compare it to sport. If the Bulgarian national football team plays a match against 5-year-old boys, and both sides play their hardest and they play a full regulation match, what's the final score going to be? Well, it's going to be something like 75-0. Maybe it's 100-0, something like that. It's going to be an absolute blowout. You've got the Bulgarian national team and these 5-year-old boys. The Bulgarian national team gets out of this one win. The score could be 75-0, but they only get one win out of it. That's sport. Business is not like that. Business has no upper cap on success. And so, a win can be a win. A win can be worth 10 wins. A win can be 10,000 wins. So the reason why big bets can be taken at Amazon is because we're always doing it. And every so often, we'll get that 10,000 win bet. And with those 10,000 win bets, there may only be a few of them, they pay for a lot of bets that didn't pay off. Now, the mistake a lot of enterprises make is to be successful at something, to have a great patent, a great service, a great product. They've been writing this patent or service for years, maybe even decades. And then something happens. After 2, 3, 4 decades, they've been doing a great job. Their customers are happy, they're making money, everything's good. Suddenly something changes. An external change, the environment changes, a competitor comes along with a different way of doing things, and all of a sudden, the enterprise must innovate. We got to find something quick to replace what we've been doing for 3 decades. Well, that might work. You might luck out and find something to replace that great product or service that you've been riding for decades, but most likely no. Most likely you won't. Remember, most of these innovations don't work out, and certainly working out on the scale of an entire company is unlikely. So, the idea is this: you don't wait till the last minute. Start innovating today. Take the big bets continually over time, and a few of those big payoffs will take care of a lot of losses along the way. That's Amazon's innovation, and that's the invention machine at Amazon. There are many others that are out there, I'm sure, others that could be tried, others that already are working. It just simply is Amazon's, and I'd welcome you to borrow it. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a panel, and the title is The Gigabit Society Based on Values and Diversity. Please welcome on stage your moderator, Randall Lane. He is the editor of Forbes magazine and believes strongly that entrepreneurial capitalism and market-based thinking can solve the world's problems. He co-founded POV magazine and then launched Double Down Media. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Randall Lane.
No, I don't think so.
And now for your panelists. First up on the stage is going up Berna Ullman, who is the Regional Managing Director of Visa for Southeastern Europe. Then we have Ms. Sabine Evrat, CIO for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa for the Coca-Cola Company. Next, we have Ms. Sarah Bernoulli, Vice President, Europe Digital Strategy and IX at IBM iX. And last but not least, Mr. Rosen Plevneliev, who was Bulgaria's president term 2018-2017.
Now, I will say I've had the pleasure of speaking at a lot of conferences, but I've never been introduced by fire before. So I'm glad we came here to Webit. True of our rock and roll entrance, I want to throw out something that's also kind of fun and sexy, which are numbers. Although these numbers are somewhat depressing as we talk about diversity. I come from the United States, In the US last year, of all the companies funded by venture funding, 2.2% of them are led by a woman. And I come here to Europe, the numbers in terms of how many are women-led are even smaller. In the UK, it's 1%. And even in Europe, 93% last year of the companies funded by venture capitalists had no women at all on the management team, not even talking about the CEO. So we have a problem. And as technology, which is a great democratizer, this is something that's supposed to make business more accessible to everybody, comes in, and we talk about this gigabit economy and the idea that any of us can do anything. We have to acknowledge that we have a problem, and it's not necessarily getting better if we look at the statistics last year. So we have a great panel, and we want to talk about what we're going to do about it. And so maybe I'm going to throw it out. The first question will be, we have a problem. Maybe each of you could tell us one idea, one big idea that maybe this group hasn't heard of, how we can address going forward this inequality, this lack of diversity, both in gender for sure, but also in race, also in socioeconomics. We would love, we have some of the greatest companies in the world, and we have a former president here. One great idea. Anybody?
Do you want me to start? Or?
Please.
Yeah. So
Sabine.
I think we talked about recruitment before, and recruitment is kind of cliche, and it's easy to say that we need to make sure that we have sufficient women when we recruit. But if you truly want to make a difference, the point of recruitment, I think, is crucial. So one of the things we're trying to do in our company is have, at least for senior leaders, is have a balanced panel of candidates and a balanced panel of interviewers. So that's it. It's all easy. The reality is...
So you're talking about making the pool, making sure your
making the pool of candidates is truly diverse. And I think what I often see is that for a lot of leaders, it's extremely easy to recruit fast, because you recruit from your group of friends, from the boys club, and all of that. And the longer you wait for recruitment, the longer you need to step up as a leader, because you have to cover the gap. And I've truly learned when you want to market, and I can tell you, if you work with your HR services and you have that patience, you're getting to your 50-50%. If not, you keep on fishing from the same pool. So I think it makes a big difference.
I fully agree with this, and what we've noticed is you cannot change behaviors like this. You have to change the mindset. And in order to change the mindset, it takes about 3 things. It's like people, you need evangelists, leaders that shows the way. You need practices, so within your organization, public, non-public, anything, you really need to have the right practices, the right systems, so that you're not having any unconscious bias. And again, it's not about men, women. We don't want to increase division. It's more about promoting collaboration, inclusivity, which are going to be extremely important in the new tech world. Last, you need the places, so really the people, the practice, the places, where in those forums, at home, at school, it starts right from all the places. You keep on promoting this modus operandi. So.
And Sarah, when you talk about practices, do you mean formal rules or informal? Is it about culture, or is it about actually having listed rules?
It really depends. I think everybody knows the old adage, culture eats strategy at breakfast, and so therefore the execution is floated. So it's not like you got one recipe. You need to get the right mindset progressively in the various organizations. You can see that some countries are picking up quite quickly. Some, we were talking about it, takes a bit more time, but the wave is coming. 50% of the world is women. We have to be a mirror of the world. And I'm really proud in IBM. It's always been an organization that's been leading at the forefront of inclusivity for more than 100 years. But we see a lot of those models all across. And every country, every organization will have their own practices. It's about sharing those practices and see what works best.
And Rosen, you were Mr. President, yes.
And you need good examples. Now,
Let me tell you a story very quickly. The President of China invited me to participate at the umbrella of the United Nations, a forum for gender equality, empowering women. 90 presidents, a full hall of people running countries and governments, and I just decided to take away the talking points from the Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and give some examples about my country. I didn't know it was going to work, but it looked like that. I stand up and I say, listen, friends, do you know that in Bulgaria, 2/3 of public administration is women? Do you know that 2/3 of the judges are women? Do you know that in the acting government today, out of 4 deputy prime ministers, 2 are women? And the vice president and so and so, and the chairman of the parliament, and all the presidents from Africa to Asia, bravo Bulgaria, bravo Bulgaria. So in a way I was very proud, just giving very simple examples that could work. My story is a story also of a manager. I was employing a lot of people in the real estate business. Even my education is computer programming. And I'm telling you that one day I realized that a company that grew from 1 to 1,000 people, construction and real estate company, started employing people. And one day I realized all the managers, all top positions, all those who are responsible for amazing results in a man business, which is construction and real estate, were women. And actually we founded in Bulgaria the first ISO certified Bulgarian construction company that made very good economic success, totally run by women. So really what I learned in my private life as a minister, as a president, also as a manager, is that women are much more reliable, much more predictable, a very strong foundation you can build on.
But how do you explain the difference between government, where you have 2/3 women in so many of these leadership positions, and then we're talking about only 2% of the money funded? So where's the disconnect? How can, without mandating it, how can the private sector mirror more of the success you saw in the public sector?
Well, you see, it's again, there was a very interesting debate here about culture. It's cultural. And I'm giving you another example. When I was having this speech at the United Nations Empowering Women conference, my delegation was just women and myself. Getting out, actually, there was a delegation coming in. They smashed my delegation. One of them fell on the floor in the United Nations. And I look at them, it was, guess who? Japanese delegation. I started talking to our friends from Japan saying, listen, why did you do this? They say, well, listen, in Japan, and if you look at the numbers, for example, it's cultural. It's less than 2% of the women are taking leading position, less than 2% of the women are working. So it's time to change perceptions in societies, and I think those who are doing it have a great horizon.
But I think in Bulgaria still, it's the highest number of females participating in university studying tech. It's the highest number, which is really good. I'm, you know, with Coca-Cola, we're having, you know that, we're having a regional delivery center here, and we'll be having up to 200 people, and it's actually an excellent market, very competent people here. So I think it's really good. I'm personally from Belgium. I'm very proud to say that Belgium is second in the people having the degree, but the uptake in the industry is a lot higher here than in Belgium. So I think there is some
the
good
lesson
work
there is you
happening
need a
here.
country that begins with B for progress. Speaking of B, Berna, one big idea that could push this forward.
So one big idea. So I think, you know, what you just touched on is very important. So we talk about gap in pay, so pay gap in terms of gender pay gap, but we really don't talk about gender investment gap. And it's big, it is huge, you know, 2% in the US, 10% in EU. So however way you look at it, it's way below 50%. In an environment where women actually are women startups are 2 times more successful than men-founded startups. And there's research that tells us that women actually tend to undersell their idea. They are, in terms of the business models that they have built, you know, there's, again, research tells us that the assumptions that they use are more conservative. In the pitches, they're questioned more, especially on technical knowledge, So I think, first of all, there's got to be awareness and some conversation that needs to happen on this investment gap. And on top of it, I think it falls on all of us to do something about it. And it falls on the accelerators, it falls on the governments, it falls on the women entrepreneurs themselves, and also the investors. So if the investors are smart enough, they would actually pick women-founded startups over, and it, bring it to a more balanced situation. So yeah, I think, I would call, my big idea is for the investors to become aware of their unconscious bias and to kind of listen to women-led startups pitches a little bit closer.
Well, in terms of what we all can do, I mean, I'm sitting here, the three of you in the middle represent probably over $1 trillion of market cap in terms of the companies that you work for. So what can big, and we have another multi-trillion out in the audience, what can big corporations do, not just in terms of their own internal policies, which all of you are explaining are better than the average startups, in terms of how they're allocating money, in terms of the VCs, in terms of allocating money, but what can big corporations do in terms of actually taking action that can accelerate that in the startup community or with their vendors? Anybody want to jump in there, Sarah?
Well, we really apply, and we try to be on the good side of tech, artificial intelligence in recruiting, so that the unconscious bias with transparent algorithm, because there is nothing more dubious or mystifying than sometimes artificial intelligence. And what you realize is already in the recruitment process, just going through and applying artificial intelligence and looking at the CVs or even the interview process from a completely unbiased way, when you have to screen through a lot of CVs, that's something that can be absolutely leveraged and share with clients. Again, it's not like a black box. You do it with a client, you iterate. And that is very important for society, because as investment decision, as many decisions will leverage on AI will need to be transparent, but AI can be a force of good, because it's a bit like you want to double check with your calculator the right number. In some aspects, it's like, have I taken the right decision? If I'm recruiting that person or that person, you have 3 or 4 people, but we all are a bit slave of our cartography of mind, and at least having a different engine be able to balance as well. And we had a lot of aha moment, even in our organization or with our clients, when they realized the bias they were.
That's Watson on the case?
Watson, but it can be any type of artificial intelligence. What's important for us is we've been in this business for many years in terms of AI, and you need to evolve, you need to work closely with the clients in order to have the customer's approach in terms of how you want to embed that technology.
Now, do you guys, either you guys or are you aware of another company that licenses or sells software so that smaller companies can do this? Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there we have one solution. Good. We're solving problems. Anybody, any other thoughts on this?
Yeah. So maybe I can jump in here. At Visa, what we do is we connect the startups with a huge community of banks, especially the fintechs, obviously, because we're in that business. So we have different innovation programs in different places, including in this country. We just set up an innovation program administered by 11 Ventures. And what we now are trying to do is we're trying to make sure the cohorts that we support in those programs are balanced. So the balance in terms of the ownership structure, if you will. So that's one thing that we're trying to do across the world. And additionally, when we have, for example, we have these programs, we also support specific ideas what we call Visa Everywhere initiative. It used to be just an initiative, and every year it would be done. It's very, we provide mentorship, we provide, financial support and all of that. But this year we did a women's edition of it. So it's only, targeted toward the women. And we had a lot of women-led startups that have applied, including women-led startups from Bulgaria. So the results will be announced in May in Paris, actually. So really, I mean, those kinds of, like, we have to be deliberate in terms of trying to drive change and try to drive change in the innovation space.
There's no doubt that corporations have the power to implement change. I want to pivot to how government and the private sector can work together. We have, former president of this country, and we have somebody representing the only organization that's in more countries than the United Nations, which is Coca-Cola. So how can we do this? How can we use government as a force for good? Because, sometimes government mandates actually set back. But how can we use the intersection between government and the private sector to help
I think it's broader than government and private sector. I think it's government, private sector, and education, actually. So I think, and the government can play a very crucial role in bridging the two. What I'm seeing is that businesses, when they can articulate truly what is needed and what is relevant to manage a business, it's going to help schooling and it's going to help education in general. And at the same time, we can truly articulate, specifically when we talk about technology, we can really articulate what it is to work in tech and even stimulate women to get more there. But I think we need government actually to bridge the two. And I think there were, even at European level, there are many, many initiatives where people can stand up and role model and make sure that people, when they make the choice even of studying, are well influenced. And not just the students, even the parents. You would be surprised how many parents there still are that are influencing the studies that kids take. So I think there is a role for the golden triangle there.
When we look at the situation today, we have all the reasons to worry. Nobody questions the rise of technologies and the globalization. They happen. Who is leading today? It's the dreamers, it's the entrepreneurs. It's all of you guys sitting here in this room who are dreaming, who have bright ideas, and who fulfill them. And all of you hope that actually politicians will be part of the solution, because we all worry. The rise of machines, artificial intelligence, all those things bring us to a situation where we need and we have to worry. Because today in politics, we don't see much of solutions. It's the opposite. It's just increasing the worries. A lot of politicians today are addressing people's fears, but honestly, they don't solve them. Playing with people's fears is a very easy job. A lot of politicians, nationals, populists are doing that today. Many of them, even world leaders, question the strength of international regulation and institutions that are there to keep it. And I honestly tell you that I worry too. When I see so many strong men running their countries, using their propaganda machines and measuring their ratings, I'm not excited at all. Because strong men do not build up strong institutions. Because strong men always in the human history question the rules and do not build them up. Strong men by definition support interests and not principles. And that's not what we do, what we need to do. So my point will be that in the next years, I'm not optimist about politicians taking tough political decisions in order to build up rules and institutions of order, including for the rise of technology in all its aspects. What I see is the opposite. And also, I can tell you that today, political decision is a symbol of inflation. It's, in the past, if you look at the past, when there was no other solution, when there was a crisis, it was very difficult people question, people fear, then you have responsible politicians who are coming and taking political decision, and the political decision was the decision. Today, political decision, I think, is no decision at all. So, we are running into difficult times. And here is my point. As we talk about the human aspect of rise of technologies, we need to know that a certain culture, lessons learned from history, and wisdom is needed. So we better pray and hope and work hard so that the next president of the United States, the next president of Russia, or the next president of Turkey or Bulgaria, whoever it is, the next presidents will do not pretend to be so strong men, but be wise men who will understand how important it is in this crucial phase of dramatic rise of technologies and fears of people that are normally linked to that, will come up with an effort and an attempt to regulate. I can tell you a secret, for example, that I had a conversation with Bill Gates 2 months ago. He said to me, Mr. President, we are in a way giving up this hope that someone can regulate the cyberspace, but counting on the European Union. And here is a point that actually, as the President of the United States or China or Russia and many others are playing their own strong games, being a great powers, the European Union has emerging amazing power and role to play as probably the only institution and union of countries today who understands how important is regulation and who is capable of bringing regulation because of the sheer size of its market to be a global standard. Just look at the GDPR. GDPR happened because of the European Union, and that's just one amazing example how the European Union can be a global power, can help the rise of technologies to be peaceful and not lead to chaos and strongman games, but to solving people's fears, bringing hope, horizon to anyone.
We've been talking a lot about gender. What can we do in terms of this conversation? Also talking about class. There is certainly, and race as well. There are studies after studies that show a diverse workforce, from socioeconomic background, race, and gender have better output. So what can we do in terms of this conversation we've had for the last 20 minutes? Anybody have a thought on what we can do to take what we talked about in gender and how it might be different when we're talking about class or race?
I think there's two angles. What we could do is government and education need to have a very strong review of their curriculum. What do they stand for? Sometimes we are pushing education in such a very theoretical narrative, and it's more a system of failure for students across Europe, but across the world as well. Well, those people, if you look at the EQ, if you look at their sport or art or creative, if you look at design, they are surely a force for good as well. So I think we first may need to reprioritize what we consider as good through the educational curriculum. The other thing is, I've observed, and I'm sure it's the same with the other team here, is a lot of private organization in order to kind of cater for this wave of job, and I see hope in Europe because we've got great education, and in the world we've got a vast amount of jobs coming. I see hope because like we've seen when the car arrived, people were freaking out because of the horses. But if you concentrate on creating all the new services around the car, we're going to have a huge amount of services. Machine will be an enabler, but won't be replacing. And in that sense, a lot of private companies, like ourselves, I'm sure, are asking a call for code. In IBM, very strong, but we hear it with many organizations, and ladies of the world join in. Minorities, you have other companies that just work women after having you know, haven't worked for several years, take care of the children, they want to go back to the workforce, they can code, there is much more modular aspect to do it, so it's much more flexible. So that is also a way to say there is not only one way where you diploma at 18 and 22 determine your life. I mean, this is passé, totally passé, and you still hear at top level people saying what kind of diploma they did 20 years ago. I mean, this is very, and if we change and value the people for what they are, and you know, you can reinvent yourself at every age in terms of this continuous learning, and I see companies really pushing those additional upskilling, relearning, reskilling.
Yeah, any other thoughts?
Just a very, I think, important word for me and for all of us talking about governments is platform. And I truly hope that all of us in the next years will be transforming, will be helping governments to understand how important it is for all those who run the countries and the nations to understand that a strong leader, a strong man, is the one who builds up government as a platform for the ideas of citizens, businessmen to flourish. So government as a platforms for ideas, for development, for services, based on understanding that when you're running a country, you're not there for your own short-sighted strongman power games. You're there to serve as a platform to the others, serve to the others, so that then they will empower you. There is a lot of work to be done globally on the stage, but those countries who build up their governments as a platforms, they have an amazing future in front of them. And that's what we're trying also to do here in Bulgaria, reducing the government impact, reducing taxes, not allowing new debts to come in. So in a way to allow money to stay in the private hands and private initiative to flourish by using the government as a platform.
It's government, it's also culture. You could see that actually one of the great, being here in Bulgaria, it's been a real pleasure, but even across all the CE countries is that there's historically actually been more equality, and they're actually, so you can see the policy, obviously it took decades to implement, and it came with many, many, many downsides, but there are ways to create a culture like that. All right, we got about 4 minutes left. I want to do a couple lightning round questions. I'm going to ask 2 or 3 questions. I just want to show of hands who agrees with it, and maybe if we follow up, we do kind of a 30-second answer. But just to get through a couple more points, Germany has been, pushing the idea of quotas and hiring. So, question: raise your hand if you agree that it's a good idea for government to mandate certain percentages in terms of how private companies should hire. Yes, agree or disagree? Agree. Raise your hands. We have all agreement. So, you guys, and the 3 of you in the middle, who work for private companies, who right now, in most of the world, you can hire whoever you think best. You're all good with the idea that, you have to have, 40% women, whatever the number is. You're good with that. Good?
Good.
Good?
Actually, quotas work.
Quotas work.
It's the only thing I say. Yeah, it works.
Totally.
Absolutely good. Yeah.
They work, but they create backlash too. So weigh that.
What do you mean the backlash? The positive
backlash that
discrimination?
people resent, people who aren't in the quota resent that they use it as an excuse why they didn't get the job.
Yeah, but you need to do your recruitment process and look at the skills and everything.
Of course.
And you go back to the point. If you have the patience to have a balanced pool, you can make the choice.
Okay.
If you don't have the patience, then you make suboptimal decisions which are not good for anyone, I think. Yeah.
It's just also a catalyst of change. I think it doesn't mean you have to achieve a specific ratio, but usually in corporation at least, people are working as per metrics. And therefore, it's a catalyst. It will change the mindset because they figure it out that, God, we have to do something about it.
Do you guys have specific quotas
Yes,
at your company?
we do have matrix about recruitment. So we have to have gender equality in terms of interviews, in terms of leadership, different levels. Yeah,
Okay.
and and it works.
All right, question number 2. Do you believe that there is hiring discrimination against women of childbearing age? Yes, Who agrees with that?
Sorry.
Say it
Women
again.
of childbearing, women in their, let's say, who are in their late 20s or early 30s.
Okay.
Do they face, do you see discrimination, or have we gotten better? Who still sees discrimination against women in that age bracket, who does not?
Generally
Yes?
speaking, yes.
I don't.
Yes?
Well, less
Not
so.
that I know of. It must
I
exist,
know
but-
of, yes.
Yeah.
There,
exactly.
not as much? We gotten better?
It's getting better. Definitely
Good.
better.
Good. There's hope. Oh, we like hope. We like hope.
There is.
Okay, next question. We've been talking about diversity in the last 10 years, it's become much, much more of a topic, and that's a good thing. And yet you see the numbers we talked about at the beginning of our panel, at least in terms of how startups are funded and the new companies coming on and all the unicorns who are succeeding, again, so male-dominated. So who here, raise your hand if you're optimistic about the next 10 years, and leave your hand down if you think you're worried that we're going to talk about it and there's not going to be a lot of change. So who are the optimists here? Maybe. And Sabine, what do you think? What do we have to do?
I think we've seen great
so
progress.
that when we come here together,
we've seen
in 2029,
great progress, to be honest. And we've had programs internally. We've moved from 21% to 38% in senior leader positions, women. I'm not talking about tech specifically, but when I'm looking at the new tech firms in Silicon Valley and what is happening there, the culture and the climate is absolutely not female friendly. And I'm actually a bit worried that even when they have like their affiliates around the world, that they're bringing that culture to these places as well. And I know people working in these companies now, coming from our company, and they are shocked.
But it is very encouraging that we're having these kinds of conversations and there's awareness, so that's why I think
But I'm worried as well.
I love it, and it's perfect, right on time. We end with some optimism.
Yep.
Yes.
And hopefully we're not having this discussion in 10 years. So, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
A big thank you to our wonderful panelists. Our next speaker is currently a McAfee Fellow and Chief Scientist, and the Cloud Security Alliance's Chief Innovation Officer and Special Advisor for the European Cybercrime Center. He was inducted into the InfoSecurity Europe Hall of Fame, won the Virus Bulletin Peter Sore Award, and was named in the UK's Top 50 Data Leaders and Influencers by Information Age. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Raj Samani.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about cybersecurity, and I know what many of you are thinking. Cybersecurity is all about major hacks, and actually in many cases, we read these big headlines that absolutely frighten us. And equally, we look at the growth of malware as slides to kind of give us an example of why this is an issue and why it should matter. But actually, I would argue that we as an industry, we as a society, have got this completely wrong. You see, cybersecurity is not a computer-related issue. Now, I was reminded of this a few years ago, and some of you may remember WannaCry. WannaCry was an attack, a ransomware attack, hitting predominantly hospitals, in particular in the United Kingdom, but actually all across the world. Now, I was actually in a hospital the day after WannaCry, and I actually physically saw the impact that it had, and you can see there, that's the comments that was given from a doctor in the National Health Service. But I actually saw the impact that a piece of ransomware can have in real life, because at the time we have a family member that's in a hospital, and I saw the impact that not being able to get patient care, not being able to get access to the internet had on him. And if you think about it, it's ridiculous, because we live in a world in which, in the case of the Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital, in which individuals were being turned away for emergency care because a nurse clicked on an email. And beyond the human cost, this impacts all of us because there's a huge financial cost associated with this. This is actually a CSIS report on the economic impact of cybercrime. And as you can see in Germany, the impact of cybercrime is 1.6% of GDP. Now, to put that into perspective, that's your jobs. That's the jobs and economic future for you and for your children. This is the real cost of what we see. And personally, I was reminded of the impact of cybercrime just a few years back. As you can tell, I'm from England, and the United Kingdom are currently facing leaving the European Union. And I remember waking up the morning after Brexit, absolutely adamant that we were going to stay in Europe, and being surprised at the fact that we weren't. And for a few months, probably more than a few months, I began to question, did I truly misunderstand the underlying resentment of the UK population? Of course, we later read and we later learn about a nation state that was using social media as a vehicle and a tool to swing the vote in their favor, not in my favor, not in the favor of my children, not in the favor of the UK population, but in the favor of a foreign national entity. And just last week, there was a piece of research which came out that showed the same actor is going out to manipulate the European parliamentary elections. Cybersecurity is not an IT issue. It impacts the very fabric of our democracy. And we're seeing companies all across the world, and all of us begin to recognize that there is value in the information about us. And we're giving all of this information away to platforms, huge social media platforms that understand every component of who we are. And these devices that you have in your pocket that you call mobile phones are simply tracking and monitoring everything that you do. They understand so much about you. Now, I would argue that there are some social media companies who haven't really done right by the way that they look after you and me and the data that we have about us. And we saw this just recently with the #DeleteFacebook campaign. People were so angry at the way that Facebook harvested and sold on their data that it started a campaign, #DeleteFacebook. And what you saw was this particular campaign was more popular than the #TakeAKnee campaign. And so if anybody says to you, people don't care about privacy, I would completely refute that, because quite frankly, as you can see, there is concern. There is visceral anger out there about the way that we are being manipulated into the data that we have about us. But the reality is that all of us today are buying devices, putting them into our homes, and allowing large corporations access into the very fabric of what we do. You know, my daughter, she got the Google Home, and I remember her plugging it in. And I asked her a question, and I said, do you really want a microphone always on in your room and somebody listening and waiting for you to issue a command? And in some cases, we don't even know it's happening. This is actually taken from a smart meter, and smart meters today have the ability to learn and understand every single electrical device in your home. So therefore, your utility know the fact that you're coming in at 8 o'clock in the evening to cook your dinner. But just ask, what more could they do? Is it possible that you may be off sick and you're on your treadmill at 8 o'clock at night and your utility can contact the insurance provider and say, isn't he supposed to be sick? Why is he on the treadmill at this time? And what's even more remarkable is if we decrease the polling interval, they can even tell what TV shows you're watching. I've said in the past that utilities can potentially have more data than Facebook, and absolutely they can. So what do? Most of my talks are relatively depressing. But I want to stress that there is a new way of approaching the way that we look at the information, the devices that we purchase. And actually, I was reminded of this just recently with Boxlock. Boxlock are a company that we worked with, or actually we didn't work with. They effectively produce a smart connected padlock. And our researchers, what we found was we could unlock this padlock by bypassing all of the verification and security of this particular device. Now, that's a bad thing if you're producing a security device. So what we did was we contacted them and we said, look, dear Boxlock, did you know that there's a problem with this device? Did you know that it can be bypassed? And the company were fantastic. Within 7 days, they looked at the vulnerability, they produced a fix, they tested the fix, and they rolled it out. I would encourage all of you today, if you are looking to purchase any IoT equipment for your home, begin to question things like, does the company have a vulnerability disclosure policy? How quick do they patch? If you're using WhatsApp, for example, that's a very real question. In particular, if you're working in an environment where you're an activist, for example, you're a journalist, making sure that you have systems and devices, but not only that, companies that understand the value of security is imperative. And actually, maybe it's not even security. Maybe that's the wrong word. This is about digital trust. Can you trust the devices that you have in your home? Can you trust the applications that are in your device? And can you trust the company that's actually providing this? And are they doing right by you? Are they doing right by your family? And in some cases, there are companies that do that. And we have to begin to do this today. In many cases, we talk about cybersecurity and big countries doing hacking events and taking over devices, taking over systems, but there's a global industry out there. Citizen Lab did a tremendous piece of work in which they identified the customers of 2 companies that provide surveillance tools or malware for sale. And the countries aren't the big countries that we read about, but they're the likes of Mongolia or Turkmenistan or other smaller countries. And these individual countries are migrating from traditional to cyber offensive capabilities. This is more than life and death. And I'm reminded of this because we found a campaign being run by a threat actor called the Sun Team. And they were tracking potential defectors out of North Korea. And they were installing spyware on these devices to learn about every single thing that these individuals were doing, talking to, where they were. You can't tell me cybersecurity is about computers. That is life and death. And as we move towards this world in which everything becomes connected, the only privacy you had was your own home, and now that's gone. And what's worse is you're buying the devices and putting them into your home, allowing large corporations the visibility, introducing vulnerabilities into your life. So we've got to begin to address these issues today. I'm absolutely adamant that if we potentially, as a market, as a society, began to demand better products, we will begin to see less of these issues. Because the world today frightens me. Even the Winter Olympic Games were targeted and compromised by a nation state. 337 organizations associated with the Winter Olympic Games were targeted via a persistent threat designed specifically to exfiltrate information associated with the Games. And that's just one of 100 different stories that we can talk about. Whether it's the Winter Olympic Games, whether it's the electricity power grid, even whether it's my home computer or my home mobile phone, There are active campaigns being conducted all of the time with the sole purpose of targeting you and me. And what's worse, I think, for me, is they're being successful. CryptoLocker was a ransomware campaign which in itself netted criminals almost $1 billion. And that $1 billion was being used to research and development and innovate the nation-state adversary's capability to be able to target you and me. I've got a few minutes now to perhaps not only summarize, but perhaps just to emphasize why this matters. I started my career in IT on a help desk. And the reality is that everything we did was perceived as an IT-related issue. A computer virus would make your computer go slower. And yet in 2015 and 2016, a computer virus was designed specifically to disrupt the Ukrainian power grid. Not once, but twice. The net result of that, large parts of an entire nation went into darkness. Traffic lights stopped working. Every home was plunged into darkness. And yet, we still talk about this as an IT-related issue. The challenge that we face, I think, the fundamental biggest challenge that we face as a society is our absolute dependence on technology. There is no backup plan. And conversely, the biggest opportunity we have is our dependence on technology. If we don't begin to address these fundamental foundational pillars to integrate security and privacy, effectively trust at the root of all of these new devices, then I am absolutely concerned for the future, because within 12 to 18 months to 24 months, we're going to start to see automated self-driving cars on the street. They're going to be making decisions, and it's going to be your family that you're going to entrust in a computer system. My ask of all of you is this. We have to begin to integrate cybersecurity at the foundation of every single thing that we do. And that depends upon each of you. We will continue to see the rise of poorly developed products. We will continue to see vulnerabilities unless we, each of us, begin to demand more. Thank you.
He made world headline news in 2014 by streaming a live operation using Google Glass to 14,000 students and trainees across 132 countries. He is the one who performed the world's first virtual reality operation, which was watched by 55,000 people in 140 countries and reached 4.5 million on Twitter. Shafi Ahmed is a surgeon, innovator, a teacher, entrepreneur, and a humanitarian. He was dubbed the world's most watched surgeon. He's one of these personalities that make the world a better place by, saving people's lives. He's a co-founder of the Medical Realities, and please give a warm welcome to the chairman of Webit Health Summit, Professor Shafi Ahmed.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Sophia. Plamen, my dear brother, thank you very much for inviting me again to this fabulous conference that you run in Sofia. It's a pleasure to be here. Look at this amazing crowd and this amazing venue at the National Palace of Culture. It's just phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to welcome you to Webit Health tomorrow at 9 o'clock here at this venue. We are going to bring some of the world's most amazing speakers, influencers in healthcare, talking about the disruption of healthcare around the world, and bring everything to Webit for the next couple of days. So come and join us. We're going to talk about the most amazing technologies that are really disrupting and transforming healthcare as we know it. Technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality and augmented reality, robotics, genomics, amongst many others. To hear about this more, I'm going to share a video with you. Let me just get my phone out for a second. Here we go. Let me just access the right video. Here we go. This is about Webit Health.
This is the most exciting time to be alive in medicine. Exponential technologies will fundamentally change the way we improve the lives of billions of people. Webit Health brings together some of the most brilliant minds to reimagine healthcare.
Thank you very much. Join me tomorrow at our Health Summit and have a fantastic time at the Webit.Festival here in Sofia. See you tomorrow. Thanks very much. That was the first time we've done the virtual surgeon in reality, in augmented reality. So it's just me to introduce you to Health Summit tomorrow. Please come and join us. We've got some amazing speakers from all around the world that will hopefully talk about the way we transform healthcare and education for the better. So thanks very much, and I'll see you all tomorrow at the Health Summit next door. Thank you.
At the age of 17, he wrote a book on 3D graphics, and from his proceeds, he founded BrainLab. He has been honored with several awards, including the World Economic Forum Global Leaders of Tomorrow 2003. Please put your hands together for Mr. Stefan Wilsmeyer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to present to you today about how digital technology can transform healthcare and fight life-threatening diseases such as cancer. The first slide, please. That works much better. So, yeah, technology that helps to fight cancer. Cancer is probably something that many of you have friends, family members that underwent treatments for sophisticated software already today, made all the difference. And half of the people here in this room are going to be fighting at some point a critical disease where technology today can be crucial, especially software-driven technology. Software from BrainLab is today in use in over 5,000 hospitals in 100 countries.
Cancer, the emperor of all maladies. It is a frightening disease for which currently there's no cure.
My oncologist suggested a brain scan because I hadn't had that tested. There were 3 tumors. And
we are unquestionably in one of the most dynamic and exciting periods of medicine for cancer treatment.
We really have to think about what their quality of life is going to be, and quality of life starts with what's up here.
I no longer think about dying, you know? I don't. And that's, I think, pretty dramatic.
Well, what first comes to mind when talking about digital health are all the apps and wearables that help improving management of chronic diseases such as diabetes, or all the applications that help with driving up the efficiency of an interaction between the patient and a physician. And then there are all the promising advancements through the decoding of the human genome. BrainLab, in contrast, is digitizing surgery. The operating room is the #1 value driver of a hospital, but it is also the biggest efficiency leak. In order to improve the access and consistency of treatments, and in order to disseminate knowledge and best practice, one must digitize surgery, a pretty analog thing today. And in order to, when digitizing surgery, we're able to optimize and personalize treatments for every individual patient. How do we do that? Or how do you get into writing software for medicine? Well, for me, it all started over 30 years ago. I got my first computer at the age of 15. And when you don't get into computers at the age of 7, you're probably not going to be very good at software, and I was probably the worst software engineer to ever work at BrainLab. But I knew whom to hire. So with 16, I wrote a book on 3D software, and that book went on to sell 50,000 copies in the first year. And that book resulted in my being invited by the University of Vienna to join them for some special computer project in neurosurgery. And through that project, I saw the first images from computer tomography and magnetic resonance tomography, and I couldn't believe that this high precision from those images wasn't used in a better way for surgery, that people would put up those images in the light box in the corner of the room. And surgery started manually. So for me, it was clear that software was the missing link. That's how I looked like 30 years ago. And so 30 years ago, before there was even computers, we used a Commodore Amiga gaming console because Windows 3.1 wasn't out and there was no Pentium chip, for example. We tried to digitize the anatomy and correlate the distances and relation between the different structures, and that's what we do today at scale at thousands of hospitals around the world. What I want to demonstrate today and what our technology achieves today is generating a digital copy of the patient, a digital twin. For that purpose, we need to aggregate and correlate images from a number of different sources. And when comparing 2 data sets of the same patient, this is very difficult because they may be from different scanners, depict different angles of the anatomy, and show different physical properties. So it is crucial that all those images are being brought in the same spatial frame of reference. We achieve that by a synthetic atlas of the patient, of the human anatomy, that allows us to map every anatomic feature of the patient. It is not a static atlas, but it contains knowledge about the variability patient to patient, how a particular imaging modality depicts muscle, body fat, or gray matter. So this can be described like a Google Maps for the human anatomy. But while there is only one world, we have to be able to map over 7 billion patients. We are able to assign an anatomical address to every location in the patient's anatomy. in any one of those images. So we're able to distinguish hundreds of structures and thousands of landmarks. And we need to do that consistently, patient to patient. And even if you're looking for a particular tumor in a large database of patients, we're not able to only distinguish them by type and by location, but also by shape. And this anatomical mapping allows us to better visualize our anatomical and our digital twin of the patient. We are able to peel off the different anatomical layers, like the layers of an onion, providing surgeons with better insights into anatomy. And those insights can be provided for a very broad range of anatomical, and this is something that is really giving us a full library of capabilities to better visualize data. So how do surgeons today interact with that on a day-to-day basis? So this is the picture of the brain lab bus system, which is the gateway of surgeons to access digital data. There's complete hospitals ground up, like NYU in New York, and one of the hospitals where every operating room, every surgeon is accessing data through the brain lab interface. And I now want to demonstrate you, I brought one of those with me, how this is being done. So as a gateway for all the digital data, we're able to, for example, take endoscopic information and stream it to a different data set. We're able to take vital signs and are able to route them somewhere else. So by controlling all the digital data flow, we're able to even record the data and also run AI-based algorithms on them, so we generate additional information and content for the information. So now I want to go and look at just my patient's anatomy and bring that up here. So I can pull up the images, I can scroll through them, and everybody seeing that says, well, that just works like the iPhone. However, we introduced that technology 6 months before the iPhone came out. We took the idea from the movie Minority Report. You can take also that anatomy, rotate it. And so now I want to add a tumor to my data set. So I can now go and pull up an AI-based brush tool that allows me to outline the information. And I can simply take a brush tool in this area of what is depicted here as a tumor. The surgeon can just identify roughly what the tumor is, and I've generated a 3D representation of my tumor. So now I want to add fiber tracks, this colorful structure that you've seen just before. And I do that by, again, bringing up this view, and I now want to see everything of all of those fibers that are connected through the brainstem. So we can now rotate that. I can change the parameters, but I only want to see the fibers that are passing through the tumor that I've just outlined. So I pull up the tumor to my structure here. And now we can basically say, well, there's a few fibers that are not really meant to be there, but now I can take this and rotate it, and I see how those fibers wrap around the tumor as I'm approaching my patient. So this is a database that gets all the information together in one digital copy of the patient. So now the next challenge is how can we aggregate that data so we can also use it for AI and machine learning. So in addition to the data already stored at hospitals and the electronic medical records and genetic information, we're adding the anatomical information in a computer processable format. And we're able to define from that patient-specific statistical charts. And we can also map the patient's anatomy together with statistical information. So we can create statistical volumetric maps that can predict, for example, certain risks. In this case, it shows the resectability of a tumor mapped onto a specific patient. So a very exciting opportunity to have better objective decision-making tools for otherwise the personal subjective experience, so both together can provide the best outcomes for a patient. So now we need to map this digital world to the physical world. And in radiation therapy, we can achieve that by using the brain limbic sector system. First of all, we have structured light that is scanning the surface of the patient, and we also have a thermal signature that is co-registered to the same space in the same frame of reference. So we're using a hybrid of different sensors to create a very stable and a dynamic link between the digital world and the physical world. And then there is X-rays shot from 2 different angles that allow us to capture the internal anatomy of the patient. So these are all methods that are required to make radiation therapy safe. In brain tumors, for example, we can aim high-energy radiation beams from different angles onto all the same tumor, so that at a very high concentration at the intersection of those beams, we can effectively burn away brain tissue. So it's in a single treatment, you can effectively treat a brain tumor, for example, with a sub-millimeter precision. So it shows how precise those 2 worlds, the digital and the physical world, need to be correlated. The same is also possible in surgery. So in principle, if we're going to the operating room, we also use a GPS system for the human body to establish and generate that correlation. So that's what I will show here. So don't worry, it's just only a rubber head. I'm not going to do harm to any patient. So this is my instrument that I can track. The cameras here would pick up the position of my pointer. And as I move this around, you'll be able to see then the image of navigation. And if I bring that here, you can actually see that on the large screen as well. So by moving my pointer over the head, you see where the tumor is just underneath my pointer. So that's where I need to make a cut. So I'll go and simulate what that cut would look like. And now I can rotate that and see that, in fact, I'm just above the tumor. I can remove here my little flap, and now I'm navigating, and you can see how I would be able to then pass by those fiber tracks that I have just identified. So this GPS system isn't just available, in the brain, but you can use the same technology to when you get down to the tumor, to digitize the progression of the tumor. Since we know at any given point in time where the instrument is anatomically, I'm able to then go and really digitize the progression of surgery. Or I can insert a catheter with a very high precision, or insert a spinal implant. So there's many ways of how this GPS system for the body may be applied. And I can even pick the perfect shape and size of a knee or hip implant to ensure that it ends up exactly where it is supposed to go. All the images are based on data that was obtained prior to surgery, and we can now take data during surgery with this intraoperative CT scanner, or even better, if we put the same tracking technology on a ultrasound probe, and we're able to then co-register that to our space. So going back to our digital model of the brain and the ability of how that was mapped, all the different structures and every voxel of tissue has properties assigned, elasticity, and also how that will change through a finite element model. So we can model any biomechanical changes. And so now with this intraoperative information, we're able, visualized by those vectors, even if there's incomplete information from just one plane of ultrasound, we can simulate how the tissue is changing in 3D. So this is really the crucial technology to bring navigation also into other parts of the body where the tissue is more elastic. And then, now as we have established a super high accuracy and correlation, what is missing is, of course, robotics to more precisely implement those features. So we've designed a very clever and compact robotic arm that can just be positioned into into a coarse position, and then the robotic wrist will adjust just in a fine movement the trajectory to perfectly capture the exact position that we want to hit and we want to treat. So from robotics, I'm going to the microscope, which nowadays is also a robotic device to be used in surgery. And a microscope is the most important tool of a neurosurgeon, but with the software from BrainLab, we're even taking it to a whole different level. And I'm just basically bringing up my, my microscope view here, so that you can also follow what I'm doing here. And as I take the microscope and aim with a microscope here onto my tumor, then obviously I can only see the exposed part of the brain. However, with my technology, I'm able to now also see in different layers. As I go further down, you see the fibers and how everything wraps around the tumor. So now you may believe that this is a confusing display and you may not know what is above and below my focal plane. Well, I can simply take the plane and rotate it so that you can actually see which of the structures are wrapping around that. So you can see how in my single model I've been able to bring all the information together and merge into one application. And I'm also able to use my pointer and aim it at a particular position and have the microscope basically then re-aim at that. So if I'm pointing here, then I can have the microscope. Just need to move a bit further away. Now it's too far. So now you see how the microscope is readjusting to my pointer position. So if I have a deep-seated tumor, I can even robotically control where the microscope is aiming. And well, I've been at least able to demonstrate that part. You should never buy software from a company where the CEO can't even personally give a demo. So now this is how augmented reality is used in thousands of operating rooms every day today around the world. This is how augmented reality is going to be used in the future. And BrainLab is very excited about a very privileged relationship we have formed with Magic Leap, a Florida-based augmented or mixed reality company that has really redefined how the physical world can be merged with the digital world. And BrainLab, over the 30 years of its existence, has always leveraged technology that was available at the time to improve surgery, whether it was cloud computing, robotics, AI, etc. So now, with the convergence of communication technology and computing technology in a single device, we have now a whole and vast range of different opportunities. And this is what is really so special about Magic Leap. The vision is going way beyond just the idea of projecting an image onto the retina and injecting a virtual display into the real world. We talked about the layer of healthcare and how we have injected the healthcare layer of our digital world into the physical world. Well, there's many other layers. For example, the pipes running under our feet and the radio signals flying through the air. And all those different layers can be connected with Magic Leap, and this is like really the company positioned at the forefront of that, and we're very proud and excited about bringing that into healthcare. So one example for that perfect bridge between the digital and the physical world is shown here as a prototype Mica. You all know those AI-based assistants, Siri and Alexa, etc. And I find it always creepy if somebody is talking from the corner of the room to you. But we wanted to really bring that alive, and so again in this prototype, the focus is on really natural gestures and mimic, so that when you talk to Micah, that you really have the sense of talking to a real person. So now the example of how you bring the digital and the physical world quite a bit closer than originally. But back to the operating room. So in order to digitize the procedure, we need also the ability to actually recognize and scan the entire room. We want to know at the end where everything is. We want to know every single task. An operating room is a black box with very little knowledge of what is done by whom and when. You get a 2-page surgery report, and that is it. We want to know when a surgeon picks up an instrument and when the surgeon puts that instrument down. And for that purpose, we have attached all those sensors to the device that are really the foundation of actually digitizing all the analog steps. So not only are we revolutionizing healthcare by bringing in all that anatomical detail, but what we are now adding is all the workflow detail to know exactly what step has been completed at what point in time. And this is how the Magic Leap device looks like in reality. So I can simply put this wearable computer here into my pockets and basically set up the device here over my head. And you have no idea what I can see now. I'm not going to tell you. But in order to give you an impression, this is what it will look like. And we have actually done a little movie that shows that impression. So we want to have the ability to look almost with X-ray eyes into the patient so that you can really see the anatomy in full detail. There's many views and many screens. We've actually unboxed software from the computer and placed it in the room. And this is like really the exciting opportunity that we're creating. And we are really promoting a very open interface. All the things that I've just shown are not just a closed system, but the invitation to all of you to participate in creating a tremendous future for all the patients that are suffering from critical diseases. So we want to create an open interface, an environment where many entrepreneurs can contribute to better healthcare. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
And now that we've seen how healthcare is going to look in the near-side future, I have someone very special to present to you. Because I heard that you haven't seen Dr. Rousseff in a while, and you probably miss him already, we've decided to repeat the demo with Professor Shafi. So here they are again, Professor Shafi Ahmed and Dr. Rousseff, and hopefully this time Plamen will visualize.
Hello? All right. Do you hear me? How are you? I don't hear you. How are you? Is it fun? All right, guys. I am so delighted to have such an amazing speakers. I mean, just think about it. This whole thing came all the way from Germany just to be shown on that stage. So for you to see the future. And trust me, there will be much more coming up next tomorrow at the Health Summit, where we shall be speaking about longevity, expanding humans' lives, maybe immortality. It's truly fascinating when we see all these verticals being shaped by technology in a way that you never, ever can think. And I've heard that you haven't seen me here talking to Shafi the previous time he was on stage. Is that right? I didn't visualize, so now I'm visualized. Sometimes technologies help, sometimes it's good to be personally somewhere. That's where I am. Let's play that thing and see how it's going to work.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Sophia.
Hello.
Clamon, my dear brother. Thank you very much for inviting me again to
Thank
this
you.
fabulous conference that you run in Sofia. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Shafi.
Look at this amazing crowd and this amazing venue at the National Palace of Culture. It's just phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to welcome you to Webit Health tomorrow at 9 o'clock here at this venue. We are going to bring some of the world's most amazing speakers and influencers in healthcare, talking about the disruption of healthcare around the world, and bring everything to Webit for the next couple of days. So come and join us. We're going to talk about the most amazing technologies that are really disrupting and transforming healthcare as we know it. Technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality and augmented reality, robotics, genomics, amongst many others. To hear about this more, I'm going to share a video with you. Let me just get my phone out for a second. Here we go. Let me just access the right video. Here we go. This is about Webit Health.
This is the most exciting time to be alive in medicine. Exponential technologies will fundamentally change the way we improve the lives of billions of people. Webit Health brings together some of the most brilliant minds to reimagine healthcare.
Thank you very much. Join me tomorrow at our Health Summit and have a fantastic time at the Webit.Festival here in Sofia. See you
Ladies and
tomorrow.
gentlemen, Shafi Ahmed. Now I want you here in flesh, if may.
A proper hug.
Brother, all right. It was a good one. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
So did you feel when I was scratching your hair?
I did.
Was it like
yeah, you're pointing out my bald patch. It's not very nice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the most watched surgeon in the history of the humankind, Professor Shafi Ahmed. We have the honor for Shafi to chair the Health Summit, and I very much look forward tomorrow to be with you also along here. I mean, if you can clone me and have me here on that stage, there on that stage, and a couple of others, that would be great.
We'll work on it, don't worry.
I know, I trust in you. So thank you so much. We go on. Enjoy Webit.
Next up, we have a panel on blockchain, improving the state of well-being. And if you're wondering who your moderator is, I'll tell you that he's a visionary entrepreneur, philanthropist, and a global citizen. He is the founder and president of Arton Capital and co-founder and board member of the Global Investor Immigration Council. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Armand Arton. Mr. Armand Arton, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be back in Sofia, in my home country, Bulgaria. I'm excited to introduce my panel, and without further delays, the next stars of the journey.
And now for your panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Ethan Pierce, Director of Crypto Assets Institute. Your second panelist for this lecture is Mr. Mark Taverner, Global Ambassador for BitFury. Next up, Mr. Kohei Kurihara, the President of Tokyo Chapter at Government Blockchain Association and CMO at CollaboGate.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I know it's the end of the day, of an exciting day, and we just have a little bit more of insight to tell you about how we believe, as experts in this panel, more them than me, about how blockchain and how technology can have more impact into our social lives, in a positive way, of course. So at the Global Citizen Forum, our mission, and my personal mission, is about global citizenship and mobility. So we looked into how blockchain will change the way people overcome the only, I believe, biggest injustice in the world, the place that you're born. The only thing, or one of the main things that everybody in this room has, is that nobody chooses the place of birth. And yet that defines so much about where you can go and where you cannot go. We believe that nationalities and borders, as Stephen Hawker said, are not the reality of this world. When you look from the sky, there is no borders, there is no lines, and such should be our life. Blockchain could be one of these technologies that will change the way we'll cross borders, will change identity, documents, medical, and so much more. So without further delays, I would like to ask some of the panelists and experts here. Mark, tell us, what do you think, in your perspective, will be the next technology breakthrough into social impact? Which sector, beside the cryptocurrency we have seen use the most of it, what will be the next big thing?
So at Bitfury, we're tremendously hopeful that the public sector is going to be something which will, or is going to be a sector which will embrace the opportunity of blockchain. I'll give you a couple of examples by that to illustrate what I mean. We've worked extensively with several governments around the world. The most notable project that we've worked on to date has been in the Republic of Georgia, where we've built a land registry service, which is live and has been live for the last 2 years across the whole country, with approximately 300,000 properties now registered on the blockchain. And why that's important and why I think this has such potential for positive impact is because now for the first time, a citizen in the Republic of Georgia can prove without doubt that they own what oftentimes is going to be their most valuable asset. And that's important to the citizen in the Republic of Georgia because even if there is a natural disaster that might destroy the public records, that might wipe out the paper-based records, that might wipe out the databases that hold an attestation of the fact that they own that land, or if there is political turmoil and something happens and some bad men with guns come and force people away from their property, there is still an opportunity for that individual in any of those scenarios to prove to the international community that they are the rightful owner of what is going to probably be their most valuable asset. And when the situation returns to normal, which we always hope it does after a bad event, a natural disaster, or a political upheaval, that citizen can go back and demonstrate that that asset now should be repatriated to them because they can prove that they own it through referencing the blockchain. And that's just one example of where what we call registry services can rebuild the trust that citizens have lost a little in politics and somewhat of the trust that they might have lost in governments and in international organizations.
Absolutely.
So I'll pause at that point.
Thank you. Eden.
Yeah, I think title insurance is definitely a very interesting one, and we're seeing that's a great application that we can do right now. Blockchain is this ability to replace historical trust authorities, these intermediaries that we've developed, like the people who, whether it's notaries or whoever are attesting to the fact that this piece of property is yours. Things like stock exchanges, where you've got an intermediary saying that this asset is transferred from this person to this person. I think blockchain really presents this opportunity to move from human, so fallible trust authorities, to what eventually will be a 100% technologically based authority. So whether it's fraud or just mistakes, we see the potential for humans to cause very expensive mistakes in the finance world and elsewhere, and we can potentially replace those intermediaries with the blockchain. So I think look at a few other examples. Definitely, if we look at e-voting, we don't have confidence today already potentially in the voting systems in a lot of places. We definitely should not have confidence in most e-voting systems because they've been all proven to be pretty weak or pretty, there's just issues there. If we can trust that the data is being recorded correctly, if that data is being recorded onto a blockchain, then it's immutable, meaning that it can't be modified by anybody at that point, and we start to get to a point where we can actually trust this data. We can see other things like there's a French startup that I know that could basically eventually be able to trace money from Christine Lagarde's signature at the IMF all the way to a villager in some third world situation where you can't necessarily remove fraud, but now you'll be able to pinpoint exactly where the fraud is happening because the money has not gotten to where it needs to get to. Things like this that make amazing advances in our ability to trust things. I think another one in terms of our just daily lives, not really social impact, but in terms of impact socially, in terms of our human existence, we are confronted with the huge issue of fake news today in so much of our life, whether it's politics or just in general not being able to trust where things are coming from. And we've seen these videos now where the video is completely artificially intelligence generated, where you have Obama or Trump or somebody saying something that they would not at all be saying, but you can't tell the difference because the technology is rapidly getting to a place like we just saw with the virtual reality piece just before. Very soon it's going to be very hard to understand to trust our eyes and our ears. So what if we were able to take the verifiable, at the beginning, original content and push it to the blockchain and say that that is the right video of Obama speaking in the Oval Office or at a conference or whatever, and that, the video you're looking at actually doesn't validate in terms of the blockchain's record of this video, so it has been manipulated. I think there's things like that that could be very interesting to kind of give us more trust in our systems and potentially replace some of these systems with trustable technology and not just humans.
I totally agree. Ethan, I just came from Hong Kong on a family office UBS gathering where there was 150 of the wealthiest Chinese families talking about sustainable investment. And the main problem, all these wealthy families saying, we want to invest more into social impact funds and sustainable funds, but we don't trust the measurements. There is no credible institutions, and the UNDP is trying to take a role in certifying social impact and sustainable investments, but I think the trust is even not there at the UN level. I think a technology that, as you said, can verify and trace the investment from the wealthy principal to really the impact and measured in terms of science, in terms of climate change, this is where the investor will feel much more impactful and will invest more.
Yeah.
Tell us about in Japan, Kohei. How do you see this industry growing and having an impact on the society?
Sure. To me, I personally believe the education is the one with a great impact with using blockchain technology because the kids' child's record has been very important to figure out whether their progression is how it works. Because I was experienced with the non-profit and educational sectors. They have facing a lot of the very difficulty to overcome it by themselves, and educational record is not shared between the schools, teachers, which has been big barriers to overcome the student issues. I want to introduce one example. The Japanese company, the Sony, has been working on this matters right now. The Sony Education, they providing the robotics education through the online, which is a class, the students can easy to take it in the class. So they try to put the blockchain technology in the futures because the educational, each of the kids' records could be installed through the PC updates, which is kind of the solution for the kids can easy to be shared their own progression between across the schools. Once you go to the next grade, you have to be submitted your own data to the teachers because the teachers need to understand the status of the kids and students to provide them appropriately. So this type of thing that happens in Japan, and also the other example is in South Africa. The one project has been tried to put the social impact index. This project is called IX Foundations. They try to make their own technology in a protocol. The one application has been created. The name is Unpretty, which is the project to figure out the accuracy of the attendance of the school kids. So they track the record of each our education is working well now. Once the record could be working so well, the social impact can be easily to track and how much of the impact they can credit. So this type of things will happen in the education sectors. The blockchain is been a new type of identification for the schools, kids, as well as the other the external people to come on board the education space.
Thank you. Thank you very Now, from perspective of regulation, it's the big, I think, the next step of the industry. How do you see geographically regulation interfering into the growth of the sector? Is it stopping it, slowing it? Is deregulation the answer? What do you see in Europe?
So yeah, so the institute, the Crypto Assets Institute, we work with a lot of corporates and funds on tokenization and the blockchain economy, but specifically with governments on advising around adoption and regulation. And what I'm seeing across Europe, but also generally in most of the Western regulators that are looking at this, it looks like from the outside that a lot of them aren't doing anything or they're being slow, but the reality is they're taking the time to figure this out and to do it well. So 3 weeks ago, at the Ministry of the Economy in France during Blockchain Week. It was the first event ever for crypto and blockchain in that building. And it was to announce this new law on economic development with a bunch of really cool kind of crypto assets, blockchain economy ideas baked in. No more capital gains on trading crypto, no VAT tax on raising crypto funds like an ICO and having to pay 20% on top of that. So doing things like basically only pay income tax when you take your cash out of an exchange because you've made some money with it. Things like that, creating a digital asset service provider registry, meaning companies that deal in crypto and help people deal with crypto in some way or deal with tokenized investments will have to be whitelisted to say that they do exist and that they have the best in practice solutions they need to put in place to manage these assets for people like any investment bank or large financial services company would normally need to do anyways. So that kind of stuff you wouldn't have expected from France necessarily historically around a subject like this, and all of a sudden they go from being maybe not in the middle to top places to all of a sudden being a leader in Europe and very innovation friendly but regulatory correct place. And so I think what we're seeing is eventually I believe that the technology, blockchain, as we talk about these intermediaries, these trust authorities, can become the regulator. But in the meantime, humans need to be regulating these things. We saw lots of bad behavior in ICOs and other things, so we know that happens. So we need regulators. I don't think regulation light is going to benefit anybody. If you're going to a jurisdiction that is making this easy on you to be regulatory compliant under securities laws, you're going to lose in the end, even if you're gaining in the short term because of that. I think that trustable businesses dealing in a global economy, whether they're dealing with corporates or with governments or whatever, are going to want clear, transparent regulatory compliance. So I think we're seeing that it's all catching up. And it's all going to encourage, it's all, Germany, I guess you were saying just today or yesterday published something, I haven't seen the details yet. This, maybe you have more on that. This is all snowballing, and we're getting there very quickly. So I think regulation is catching up, which means the innovation will be able to start moving forward again at a faster pace now that they have the right to.
Absolutely. You're right. I think Malta, Germany, France are all trying to step into this area. But Mark, you're in London, so that's a different world. How it's on the other side of the border?
So the other side of the border. So London is still part of the European Union, at least for a little while, and those of us that live there. I'm French, by the way, so I'm very passionate about Europe. We're hanging on to it with our fingernails. We don't want to give up.
Did you get
50% of us. I think, to my mind, London and the UK is dragging a little behind. And they had an opportunity to drive this maybe 2 years ago, and they kind of seized it with a lot of what was going on in a part of London that we referred to as Level 39, which is down in Canary Wharf, so in the heart of the financial centre, where the team that founded that, under the direction of the British government, created what was Europe's largest fintech incubator. And it was out of that that a regulatory sandbox idea was born so that fintech innovators, not just blockchain companies, could play around in a safe environment, engage in a really constructive dialogue, not just with the regulators, but also with government, who issue the laws that the regulators then enforce. And I think the UK, partly because of Brexit, has suffered and has fallen behind a little. But what's interesting is if you look at this globally, and I have the best job in the world because I travel all around the world talking to governments, talking to industries, coming to events such as this and listening to lots of people, you see a lot of opportunity for regulatory arbitrage amongst either honest players or slightly dubious players in this space. And I'm not sure that's entirely helpful. So you do have some of the smaller nations, I won't mention names, who have been very early in enacting legislation to try and attract innovation, maybe to steal some strategic advantage, and to see if they could get some interesting businesses to come and locate in their jurisdictions. But I think what that has caused, because it's not entirely heavyweight legislation, is a situation where you now have certain organizations in the blockchain world who are registered in a number of different jurisdictions, perhaps sometimes because what they're seeking is genuine guidance and genuine security to know that they're operating within the laws, but also sometimes because they're interested in creating perhaps a level of opaqueness that masks their operations, which is kind of strange because that's kind of the opposite of what blockchain should be about. It should be open, it should be transparent, and it should be there for everybody to look at. So I think globally, the situation needs to catch up a little. We have France, we have Germany, who just issued a statement yesterday about their renewed drive to look at legislation and to see how they could turn Germany into a very attractive place for some of these blockchain and crypto-based businesses to come and operate. But also the European Commission. There is an awfully large amount of discussion and work and thinking happening within the European Commission. I don't think there is a day that goes by without me seeing a really well thought through report coming out of the observatory. There is a blockchain observatory that has been running for nearly 2 years, I believe, within the European Commission, and there are a large number of really, really well constructed reports that are open for everybody to look at. There are also really interesting discussions with policymakers, with government, with industry bodies, talking about topics such as, beyond crypto, talking about topics such as, how do you get data portability? How do you set standards between different blockchains, given there probably isn't only going to be one blockchain that is adopted across an entire industry like supply chain, for example? So what do some of the standards need to look like? How do we treat things, big topics such as GDPR? How do you recognize an asset, if an asset is a contract rather than a cryptocurrency? And how do you treat that under law? And what happens when you cross borders between a country where there has been a well-thought-through piece of legislation into another country where the legislation has not yet been perhaps enacted? And what happens there? Because to your point about frictionless borders, blockchain and crypto has shown to us that this industry is global, it moves very quickly. But I think the fact that we don't yet have clear legislation is something which could be a little risky to slow down the global adoption of some of these really good use cases, particularly in complex industries like, say, supply chain, or even migrant workers. You were talking earlier about the freedom of people to move around. We've been working on a really interesting project, which I can't talk about the names of at the moment, but it's with a government and a very large, well-known brand to try and use blockchain to allow those workers who might want to sign up to a contract in one country to come and work in an entirely different country to help with the building of new plants and things such as that, i.e. infrastructure, but to have security, that their security and the peace of mind that the contract they sign in their home country is maintained when they arrive in a new country, and that they can prove that the terms of their contract is not only maintained and not been tampered with or changed, but are in keeping with the laws of the land in which they're now working, and that are being maintained, i.e. the terms are being maintained, they're being paid what they should be paid, they're being given the benefits that they should be given as well. And those types of applications, firstly, can, I think, create massive opportunities for good. They can support this ability for us as global citizens to move around and make choices about where it is we would like to work, what it is we would like to do, but create almost mechanical, almost technology-based trust, whereas an individual who might be, I don't know, and I've done this myself, laboring, mixing cement to earn a living whilst you're a student, you can have the trust if your contract is baked into the blockchain and you can prove that your terms have been maintained. You can now have trust mechanically in a contract rather than needing to trust the individuals that you might have no personal relationship with, when you might be 3,500 miles away from your hometown, and in a place where the law's a little different, and the currency is a little different, and the language is a little different. So you can seek that trust in the mechanical aspect of the blockchain to know that you're not being exploited. And I think that's wonderful for those people. It's a wonderful opportunity for people who want to move around the world.
Absolutely. Trust, regulation, those are the key words. How in Asia do you interpret that? In Japan, in South Korea, and Singapore, who are the leading hubs? How do you see the governments and the regulation interfering?
Yeah, I think the Asian market condition is very interesting because we have a very differences between the regional aspects. And Japan has been forerunning to put the specific rule of the cryptocurrencies. We provided the official license to organize a business running through the market, which is a very strict requirement to prove your business has been like more healthy than any others. So that's the thing is with the common in Japanese market. Besides the blockchain law has been struggling to find a solution from the government side. They have some study session with the work in the private sectors. For example, like a copyrights, which is kind of the Japanese strong point to export the Japanese contents to the other market, but the pilot is a very big issues. So they try to like prevented the pirates contents. It's been happens right in China. This is a very big loss. So they try to use the blockchain technology to prove this is the Japanese contents. This is the one thing that happens. The other market, like in South Korea, I was visited last time is in this January. I had talked with the government. They had started the pilot program through the 2018 and 90s. In total, it's the 80s project in several sectors. They try to organize it. They're also like a big companies, Samsung, LG, the Chinese big behemoths has been started to use the blockchain technology, and also they try to create their own business, which is a very big impact the South Korean market right now. The China has been against of the crypto market. They had prohibited to do the business regarding the crypto. Since then, some of the Chinese business has been excluded to the outside the market. Then some of them is go to the South Korea, is go to the others is to the Singapore or somewhere. But the Chinese government has been pay attention with the blockchain technology itself. Not only for the national government, but also the local government has been very proactive to invest in the local development. Like Hanzhong is one of the biggest cities. The Alibaba, the headquarters is there. They have invested billions of dollars to the blockchain fostering, which is kind of the very big trend. So even though we talked about the Asian market, we have very different conditions. Like in Singapore is try to focus on the fintech technology related to the blockchain. They also that the country is Thailand to become exchange centers behind Hong Kong and Singapore. This is the kind of the strategy of the government level. So the Asian market has been growing so fast, but in the blockchain space, we have a very different background, different identities to grow up with the entire economy right now.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask you a summary in terms of two biggest opportunities and two biggest threats of blockchain industry. Ethan.
Opportunities and threats. Well, I think to start on the threat side, I think we do some of this technology does have to get to a point where it can scale well. I think a lot of the public blockchain projects are that's one of their big issues right now. So we see a lot of promise, but the technology has to catch up. I don't see that really as a real threat, but it is the negative right now that I think we would have. I do think for a lot of the solutions that I could maybe talk about as opportunities, then people will have to, I think, the unknown is how much will the market really adopt or accept the new ways to look at these things. If we talk about trust authorities and replacing some of these historical intermediaries, is our markets open to that? Will people actually trust technology more than they trust humans, even though we can very clearly show how the humans make plenty of mistakes or plenty of fraud along the way? So, but do those things actually change? In terms of real opportunities, I think there's all kinds of stuff. We mentioned all these other great examples of how we can change these systems and change the I don't know if it's, you know, not well-being, but in the sense of our confidence and our ability to be comfortable with how these things work. I think the great opportunity for me really is in tokenized securities moving forward. So tokenized securities, this idea of security tokens, it just simply means, you know, investments that are regulated by the specific government regulator. And this is going to democratize access into things like small and medium businesses, and real estate and intellectual property and all kinds of stuff. But I think that might be our last of our thing.
I think we have a couple of minutes more.
Okay, well, there we go. So please.
So I think a couple of the biggest opportunities. One is continuing to draw on the fact that a lot of blockchains are open source. And what that means is that it's the technology, the software, the knowledge is open to be discovered by any entrepreneur, any government, any organization that wants to exploit and build on top of it. And there was a great example just today I saw, or maybe yesterday coming out in the press, about Microsoft. Microsoft are building on top of the Bitcoin blockchain an identity-based solution. And why are they building there? Because it's open source. And in this Microsoft statement, they said something along the lines that open source was the only direction in which you could travel to build in this way using this technology. So I think that's a big, it's a different way of thinking, and I think that's a big opportunity. I think the second big opportunity would be to look, and I come back to public services again, or the public sector, is for governments to reimagine the way in which they govern, whether that be through better governance, using things like the blockchain, more transparent governance, which can be mechanically checked, or whether it's ways of delivering service like registries or ID or voting. And that for me is super exciting, because back to the topic of making a difference to people's lives, that would make an enormous difference if trust was reestablished and the cost of delivering services was greatly reduced. A couple of threats, just to finish up. In fact, I think I'll finish up with three, and it's a lack of, number one, education, number two, a lack of education, and number three, a lack of education.
Well said.
Yeah, I think that this is the opportunity and challenge, and that we have to make a new standard of data sharing ecosystem, so that we need to make a collaboration regardless of your background, genders, or something like that. We've been working on some consulting advisory for the enterprises. They just want to remain their own system, but the society is going to change it more flexible and more collaborative to achieve something that they want. I guess the blockchain has been a great opportunity to make a conversation between the people that come on board. I'm coming from the Asia, but I guess the Asia and Europe has been like the very big opportunity to collaborate on something new. The way like from China and America is also be impressive. So this type of thing is needed. What we can do make sure that there's something, the goodness for the society. So the blockchain told me about it, about many things. That's things I believe that it's needed for us to do something like this.
Thank you. And I agree with my colleagues. I think one of the opportunity we see it is, we have seen in the refugee camps right now, there is 50 million people without passports, without identity. Imagine opening a bank account. Imagine living a life without an identity document. And I think a blockchain is the only answers right now. And in 2050, 10% of the global population will have to relocate. Will be by then 10 billion. That will be 1 billion on the move. Not everybody will have time, or not everybody will have passports. So if we don't have the technology solution today, how our children will be dealing with that mobility of 1 billion people just in a space of one generation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of the evening.
Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for our last demo for the day. He is a creative analytical strategist and is passionate about making the world a better place. He is the founder of Flight Aerospace, a company dedicated to proving the viability of human-sized multi-rotor vehicles. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ansel Misfeld.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Rusev for having me here today and for allowing us to be here at Webit. I'm here to talk to you about flying vehicles. So, quick show of hands. How many of you in the audience have ever dreamed of flying? Yeah, most of you. And I don't know what's wrong with everyone else. So, flying is wonderful. We've all sat in traffic and thought to ourselves, why can't I fly above it? Why am I sitting here on a road? Why couldn't I just fly to work or fly to home? My company, Flight Aerospace, is working to make that happen. It's a very difficult problem when you think about transportation. How do we make people move around in urban environments? There are several large megatrends converging on our society, ranging from increased urbanization to rapid population growth. When you think about it, our cities simply weren't designed for the number of people we have here. The problem is you have three options for how to solve this challenge. The first, you can build more roads. The problem, there's stuff in the way. You can't just bulldoze buildings to make more roads. The second option is to go down. You can build tunnels, things like metros, which are great, but it's still a point-to-point transportation that requires you to spend a lot of money to build tunnels. And you need a certain population density. The third option is to go up and utilize all the airspace we have above our cities to move people around. This is what a lot of companies are working on, ranging from Uber's Elevate program to the things that we're working on with regards to single-person vertical transport vehicles. So how many of you have ever seen a drone in operation? Show of hands. Almost everyone, right? What we do is we build drones that are so big it can fly you. And we actually just did a demonstration about an hour ago outside, and after I'm done here, we're going to invite you to come and see another demonstration in action. In order to make this vision of the future happen, about making you able to actually fly around the way that you've always dreamed, requires a few things to happen first. The first, you need someone like us who's actually working on the problem. Two, you need the right regulatory environment. And three, it has to be safe. If it's not safe, it's not worth doing. Our approach to this is to start out with the most fun thing imaginable, a hover bike. Not trying to fly you from home to office yet, but starting out around, can you hop on something, push a button, fly in the air, and just go have a blast? Because let me tell you, as one of the only people in the world who's ever flown in one of these, it's a magical sensation, unlike anything you've ever experienced before. It's a sense of just instantly floating off the ground. There's no vibration, there's no movement, and you just glide to wherever you tell the vehicle to go. It's truly a one-of-a-kind, unique experience, and it's my passion to make this something accessible to each and every one of you. Our company is working on this, as I said, by starting out with hover bikes, something that has a chair, a number of propellers, and allows you to get up and to fly around just like you could imagine flying a drone, but easier. In fact, our goal is to make it as easy to fly one of these vehicles as it is to ride a bike. And I'm sure most of you know how to ride a bike. If you do, you can fly one of our human-sized drones. It's that simple. One of the challenges, though, that we face is this is a really difficult problem to be able to tackle. You have transportation, you have this question of how do we move all of these people through the air without hitting things, without hitting each other, and most importantly, without falling out. Because let's face it, no one wants to have something falling out of a vehicle flying at 100 meters up. So our goal is, how do we do this safe? How do we do this in a number of slow, steady progressions? And it's a really difficult challenge. I've personally been working on it for about 6 years. But I've been dreaming about this since I was about 10 years old, because I wanted to sleep in the morning. When I was in school, I wanted to be able to sleep in 5 extra minutes instead of having to wake up to drive to school. And I thought to myself, you know, I could simply get up, hop into a vehicle, and fly to class and give myself 5 more minutes of sleep. And that's what got me started on a whole company to revolutionize transportation with hover bikes and multi-rotor vehicles. Hopefully that's something that you can all relate to, wanting to sleep in just a little bit more in the morning, or if you're someone who tends to cut it close and you tend to be late to things. We're working on helping you reduce your commute time. Where all of this is going is going to be a long time to get there, but that's why we start now. Batteries are getting better every day. Here at a technology conference, we hear all about the wonderful and incredible things that people are working on. And all of those pieces combine to make this technology feasible. We're expecting to have our own next vehicle that looks amazing, if I do say so myself, ready by the end of summer, and hopefully on sale next year for you to be able to buy. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and we're very passionate about making flying a reality. In fact, our catchphrase is, "You dream of flying, we make it a reality." Because we know that there's nothing like actually seeing it in person, or better yet, experiencing it for yourself to ignite the imagination. Which is why, in just a moment, I'm going to invite each and every one of you in here to come with me outside in order to see a real live hover bike demonstration that we're going to do. As I said, we did one about an hour ago, but we know that many of you were in here, so we're going to do a second one to make sure that you don't miss it. So in just a moment, I would love to invite each and every one of you to follow me out the door and to actually come and see one of these things fly in person, because there's absolutely nothing like seeing it for yourself to make you believe in all of the wonderful things that the future has in store for us. So if you'll give me just a moment to take the mic off, I would love it if all of you could just follow me through the 2 doors and to the outside, and we would love to actually show you what this looks like in the real world. Thank you.